knowed. I've been leaning on a pressure drill way down the road. Hammer flying, air hose sucking, 6 foot of mud and the show been a-mucking, and I've been a-having some hard traveling, Lord. Well, I've been a-hitting some hard hearts, and I thought you knowed. North Dakota to Kansas City, way down the road. Cutting out wheat and stacking out hay and trying to make about $1 a day, and I've been a-having some hard traveling, Lord. I've been working at Pittsburgh Steel, I thought you knowed. I've been pouring red-hot slag way down the road. I've been blasting, I've been firing, and I've been pouring red-hot iron, and I've been having some hard traveling, Lord. Well, I've been laying in a hard rock jail, I thought you knowed. I've been laying out 90 days way down the road. An old judge has said to me it's 90 days for vagrancy, and I've been hitting some hard traveling, Lord. Well, I've been walking that Lincoln Highway, I thought you knowed. I've been hitting that 66 way down the road. Heavy load and a worried mind, looking for a woman that's hard to find, and I've been hitting some hard traveling, Lord.
Follow me down, follow me down, follow me down by Mr. Tom. My mama told me, my little sister too, when on Fountain Street, son, they're gonna beat her death. Well, they care. I told my mama, Mama, you don't know. Women on Fountain Street, kill me, why don't you let me go? Who's coming crying? I couldn't stand to yell crying. I went to my mama, fell out on my knees, crying out, Lord and Mama, will you forgive me?
Good morning, everybody. Today we are going to examine the media under the title Breaking Through the Mass Media. And thank you for coming. Thank the live, the streaming around the country brought to you by the Real Networks and Real News Networks of Baltimore, Maryland. We have many accomplished people who have been in the media, who have written about the media, who've been in the government, the Federal Communications Commission, and other sources of knowledge about the mass media. I think over 50 years, and this is the 50th year anniversary year of Unsafe Any Speed, which is the occasion for this. I think I can say that despite the proliferation of cable and over-the-air channels and stations, despite the internet, the citizen movement has received less coverage. The stupefaction movement has received more coverage. And up here you can see what a typical Saturday afternoon. I often tune in to the network programs on Saturday afternoon to see how our property is being used and misused. This is an occasion in America when people are for the most part, not working their day job, and they have time to contemplate other things in the community and region and nation and world. And invariably, every Saturday afternoon is completely dominated by paid infomercials, sports, golf, soccer, volleyball, flexible young men flipping over in bicycles and skateboards, grade B movies. And if a Martian came and was told, take a look at Saturday afternoon over-the-air programming, the Martian would really not know much about what's going on in America. Is there anything going on in America? Any activities, any needs, any initiatives reflecting a serious society that merits maybe half an hour on Saturday afternoon? ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox? No. Nothing. The many serious people in this country who are concerned about our present and future and our impact on the world have treated the public airways, which the people own, as abandoned property. Abandoned property. One of the most valuable commons in our country. The people own the airwaves. They're the landlord. The Federal Communication Commission is the real estate agent, assigning space. And the television and radio industries are the tenants. They pay us no rent. They decide who gets on and who doesn't, 24 hours a day. We're the landlords, they're the tenants. They control valuable public property, and we've abandoned it. We would like to launch the prospect of a new advocacy group called Voices, which I'll talk about more later, so that we see about the enforcement of the 1934 Communications Act by the FCC, go down and talk to the reporters and to editors and the producers and ask them why they don't have a higher estimate of their own significance under the First Amendment, why they're being trivialized by commercial priorities, why they are being told not to cover serious content because the audience is not ready for it, doesn't like it, to dumb it down, to stupefy it, to trivialize it. You will see many positive proposals today, and I hope you'll talk it up. Because as I said yesterday, 1% or less of the people in this country organized in congressional districts or just fairly distributed throughout the country, reflecting majority opinion, or what Abraham Lincoln called public sentiment, can prevail, no matter what the organized corporate opposition and their indentured public servants may be in opposition. What is interesting here is that we live in a golden age of documentary filmmaking, a golden age of muckraking books, at a volume never seen before in our country. And yet they have less effect than ever before in our country. The audiences are small. They are restricted by commercial domination of the media. We want to try to expand the audience, expand the readership, expand the sense of what Marcus Cicero, the lawyer in ancient Rome, meant when he said, freedom is participation in power. That's how he defined freedom. And you'll note that these 4 days are called breaking through power, not breaking through wealth, not breaking through income, not breaking through inequality of various sorts. Because when you break through power and you redistribute it as befits a functioning democracy, you break through these inequalities of wealth and income and race. I'd like to introduce our master of ceremonies today. His name is Kevin Zeese. He's been on the streets many times. He was one of the early settlers in Washington in the Occupy Wall Street movement at McPherson Square. He was on our campaign in 2004. He's the co-director of It's Our Economy. He's a leading specialist on drug policy, a leading writer of the essential document on drug policy. He graduated from George Washington University Law School in 1980, and he's been working on peace. We kid him, we say Zeese for peace, economic justice, criminal law reform, and reviving American democracy. He's been active in legislative and electoral battles. He ran for the Senate, U.S. Senate in 2006. Listen to this. The only person ever nominated by the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, and the Populist Party at the same time. Which illustrates one of the themes of this gathering, is that many of these important reforms and redirections in our country are supported left-right. They're supported by the left and they're supported by the right. And we've got to emphasize that, because that coalition, politically, economically, socially, is pretty unstoppable, pretty unbeatable. So I want to introduce Kevin Zeese. Thank you.
That was way too long of an introduction. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ralph. Our main project is called Popular Resistance, and that grew out of the occupation at Freedom Plaza in Washington, D.C. I'm glad to hear applause for Popular Resistance. Thank you. It's a daily movement news site, and we run various campaigns out of it. And what it shows when you look at the front page is how all the issues we're talking about are connected. They're all part of a growing movement for economic, racial, and environmental justice. And one of the things this conference is showing is how all these issues are connected, that we have synergy. When we recognize that we're part of a larger movement, each issue gets stronger. And so I think that's one of the messages of this conference. If you look at the front page of popularresistance.org, you will see that every day. We're talking today about media. Obviously, we all know media is one of the central problems in policymaking, in our democracy, and in so many ways in our elections. They can make or break candidates. They seem to have made Donald Trump out of almost thin air. And here he is, the Republican nominee. Will they break him? We'll see. The story is untold. But they have that kind of power. Now, it's a dismal look at the media, because the media is failing us terribly. But I want to start off with something positive. This year we had a tremendous victory in media, and that was keeping the internet free and open to all, guaranteeing net neutrality. And again, with that experience, it showed us a lot about breaking through power. Because when we started that campaign, we heard about a leak in the Wall Street Journal saying that it can make the internet into a tiered system like cable TV. The more money you had, the more you got. And we, of course, opposed that. We wanted net neutrality, everyone's equal access. And people thought there was no way we could overcome the telecom industry. It's one of the most powerful industries in Washington, D.C., especially at the FCC, where they have lots of connections. But we decided to fight for what we wanted. And what we wanted was reclassifying the internet under Title II so it was a common carrier. A common carrier means everybody has equal access. And that was our position. We were started out behind because the FCC chair was about to announce proposed rules that would have done the tiered internet, and we knew if that was the agenda, if that was on the political table and nothing else, we had an uphill, almost impossible battle. So my partner Margaret Flowers and I went to a protest about a week before that and decided we're staying. We took out a tent, put it up on the FCC front lawn, and we stayed. And by the end of the week, we had 20 tents. 3 out of 5 of the commissioners came down to talk to us. Even the chairman. And by the end of that week, when the FCC announced the proposed rule, they announced the tiered internet rule, but also announced what we wanted. They wanted to hear comments on both, the reclassification under Title II, net neutrality, or the tiered. And the result was amazing. A great coalition of organizations came together, wide range politically, and we produced millions of comments. And in the end, the people won. We got it reclassified. Net neutrality is a reality. Now we're fighting in court, and I think in court we're going to win as well because we basically followed court precedent in reclassifying. So I think we're going to win this completely. Congress has given up. The FCC went with us, and I think the court's going to go with us as well. And that decision can be announced any day. So that's a breaking through power victory. People power versus big corporate power, and the people won. Now we have to use that technology. It's going to be very hard to remake corporate media. It's concentrated ownership. It's going to take major legal changes in order to win that battle. That's a long-term battle. But right now we have a tool that we all have access to. When I look at who's here, when I look at who's speaking these 4 days, that's an incredible network. If we could figure out how to make those people, all of us work together to get messages out, we could reach more people than the corporate media. Can you imagine if we had a media mobilizer project that used the social media to say, this is the message, well, it could be voted on. We could have a process where we go through a process, pick the issue of the week, and we could, at the end of each week, we would then pick the project for next week, and we'd hit it. And it may be a campaign that goes on for weeks and weeks and weeks, maybe something that's just a 1 week long, but if we all together used our social media power, we could be more powerful than the corporate networks. So let's not forget, while we're trying to take over the corporate media, that we have power now. And we won that power, and we should use that power. I'm not going to speak much longer. I just want to say that we have a tremendous day ahead. We have some great media commentators, critics coming up. We have some fantastic entertainment with Patti Smith and Jim Hightower, who mixes entertainment and politics so well, as you probably, if you were here yesterday, you got to see that. With people do independent media, we have one of the great documentary filmmakers here today, Eugene Jarecki. We have so many excellent people here. It's going to be a day that was going to hopefully enlighten us all immensely. And hopefully at the end of the day, we'll begin to see why we need to have a project like Voices, this media project that Ralph is talking about. So I'm going to stop there, and thank you all very much for coming. I know it's a weekday and things are going on, but appreciate you being here. We're going to go on to transform this country and break through power. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Kevin Zeese. It's my pleasure to introduce Nicholas Johnson. I knew him when he was the boy wonder of Washington, D.C. He was appointed head of the Federal Maritime Administration at age 29 by President Lyndon Johnson. And not long after that, he was appointed to the Federal Communications Commission, where he became the all-time dissenter, the writer of commentary. I remember one of his books was called Talking Back to Your TV Set, where he basically reversed the dynamic and said, what about the First Amendment rights of the audience, not just of the broadcasters? Later confirmed in a famous court case called the Red Lions case, Federal Court of Appeals. He came out of Texas, born in Iowa, came out of Texas, University of Texas Law School. He held 3 presidential appointments, and the Yale Biographical Dictionary of American Law describes Nick Johnson as one of the 700 leading figures in the history of American law from the colonial period to the present day. He's been an author, a TV host, High Tech Times on PBS, you may remember. He hosted, public lecturer, radio commentator, syndicated columnist, congressional candidate, and co-director of a Public Health Institute. He's also school board member in Iowa. He teaches a course at the University of Iowa Law School on the media. I'll give you Nicholas Johnson.
Yes, my name is Nicholas Johnson, and I'm not running for anything. I thought you'd appreciate that. What you see here is my old FCC uniform. I would have come with the long hair and the shaggy beard and the cowboy mustache, but there wasn't enough time to grow all that hair. And so I just got me this Bernie Sanders haircut instead and decided I'd go with that. And having known and worked with Ralph and all of his family members for the past half century, it's a great pleasure to be able to share this commemorating conference with them and you and those watching this on the real news. He's asked that I say something about the origins and values of the American broadcast regulation system, its demise, and the past efforts of media reformers, to which I'm going to add some thoughts on the options open to us in the 21st century. Because I am used to speaking for entire semesters at a time, my challenge this morning is putting all of this into my allotted 20 minutes. So here goes. Long ago, in a galaxy far away, while European countries were choosing government ownership of things like railroads and telephone systems, Americans chose private ownership, modestly restrained by government regulation. And so it was to be with broadcasting. Most countries went the way of the BBC, ultimately a nonprofit public corporation. Its first leader, Lord Reith, set the BBC's public service standard, quote, programming all that is best in every department of human knowledge, endeavor, and achievement. He created the equivalent of our fairness doctrine, and a BBC as independent of commerce as it was of government, be funded by fees from the listeners and ultimately viewers. Japan's NHK, Sweden's Sveriges Radio, and other countries followed this model. Today's Corporation for Public Broadcasting here is the American version. Now, in the 1920s, as the sales of radio receivers accelerated to 100 million, so did the number of stations increase. And their signals interference made intelligible reception difficult to impossible. As has so often been the case, it was the broadcasters who came to government asking for regulatory relief. Government licensing was seen as a solution to chaos. Now, of course, there was a little added benefit, the elimination of competition. But what can you do? That's going to happen. Then Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover, who you may have remembered from later in history, responded to their request by calling a series of radio conferences. And from them came the recommendations that ultimately became the Radio Act of 1927 and then the Communications Act 1934. It was the usual American compromise between the ideology of private ownership and the pragmatism of regulation through licensing. But the values at the foundation of the Act, which were shared by broadcasters, government, and the public alike, were very similar to those of Lord Reith. His public service standard became the commission standard for the granting, renewal, or revocation of licenses. That radio programming must serve, quote, the public interest. Even broadcasters tended to agree with Secretary Hoover's comment, echoing Lord Reith's judgment, when Hoover said, quote, "It is inconceivable that we should allow so great a possibility for service, for news, entertainment, and education to be drowned in advertising chatter." Lord Reith's preference for public over private ownership was reflected in the House floor debate about the Radio Act, as Congressman Luther Johnson warned his colleagues, quote, "American thought and politics will be at the mercy of those who operate these stations. If placed in the hands of a single selfish group, then woe be to those who would dare to differ with them." I thank you for Luther Johnson. Ultimately, the language of the act began, quote, "It is the purpose of this act to maintain the control of the United States over all the channels of radio transmission and to provide for the use of such channels, but not the ownership thereof. Without an FCC license, a studio and transmitter and antenna had little more than scrap value. But with that license, they were worth millions. Moreover, the FCC told the licensee where it could build, set its minimum and maximum hours, its transmitter's power, the direction of its signal. There were limits on how many licenses one could hold, maximums on advertising, and required minimums of educational and cultural programming, news, public affairs, and public service announcements. The Commission's 1946 Blue Book simply provided more detail. Thus, FCC licensees were owners in name only, with little more discretion than government employees or contractors might have had when using the public's airwaves, sort of like a fast food or motel franchisee. When I arrived at the Commission a half century ago, the FCC was supposedly still regulating broadcasters according to standards at least similar to those of the 1920s and 30s. But in Washington, like most industries, broadcasting had its own sub-government. Dominant corporations, their lobbyists, a trade association, trade press, an eating club, agency employees, legislators and their staff, and a bar association for the communication lawyers, all of whose futures and fortunes turned on successfully protecting their circled wagons. Moreover, the money in this politics flowed upstream. Other industries had to pay to play. They gave the so-called campaign contributions to seek favor with elected officials. The reverse was true for the broadcasting industry. Elected officials gave most of their campaign contributions to the broadcasters. And the time and attention that the broadcasters were selling to politicians was something they could also give for free. So if the broadcasters were not successful in winning over the FCC commissioners and staff with private chats, free meals, receptions, golfing outings, and the prospects of future employment, they could always get what they wanted or prevent what they didn't want by going to their friends on Capitol Hill. As a result, I discovered, no matter how outrageous a broadcaster's performance might have been, the likelihood of a license not being renewed was so rare as to be indistinguishable from never. Rules were, thank you very much, it's a tough crowd, but I appreciate that. Rules were adopted and then waived. Congressman Luther Johnson's warnings about private power had been long since forgotten as merger after merger was approved. And that and more was what motivated me to write some 400 separate opinions during my term. Charged with unfairly picking only the worst cases, I co-authored a Yale Law Journal article titled, courtesy of the Beatles, A Day in the Life. And in it, we itemized an entire week's agenda, selected at random, and demonstrated how every decision that week left much to be desired. My term coincided with a citizen activist period in American history. Ralph Nader's Raiders consumer organizing, anti-war groups, protests, civil rights legislation, Black Power demands, the women's movement, protest songs, and the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour. In such times, it was inevitable that failures of the media, as well as the Commission and the Congress, would ultimately lead to the creation of a media reform movement as well. As I put it at the time to all who would listen, whatever is your first priority, your second priority must be media reform. It took a variety of forms. Al Kramer's Citizens Communications Center provided the legal support for hundreds of media reform groups in communities across the country. Stations' license renewals were challenged for failure to serve their local communities or discriminatory employment practices. Some groups wanted to save classical music stations. Others created community or even illegal pirate radio stations. Video portapacks, the predecessor of today's ubiquitous smartphone videos, led to the interest in video art, guerrilla television, video activism, and what became cable television's public access channels. Foundations and donors were willing to provide at least minimal financial support for these efforts. And because the uprising had kind of caught the media establishment off guard, there were a few years of media reform Camelot. Following this, as at least some of you have lived through, the swamp waters returned. Many in the establishment made a sharp right turn to follow Grover Norquist. As he put it, "I'm not in favor of abolishing the government. I just want to shrink it down to the size where we can drown it in the bathtub." And drown it they did. At the FCC, this took the form of what was variously called re-regulation, or more accurately, deregulation. License terms were lengthened. Restrictions on maximum station ownership were reduced to the point of non-existence. The Commission would not even acknowledge that a license renewal challenge had been filed, let alone address it. And seldom, if ever, did a merger fail to meet the Commissioner's definition of the public interest. As the fickle foundations focused on a new squirrel and lost interest, media reform organizations lost their funding. The courts lost their appeal. The Congress and Commission lost their sense of hearing. Which brings us to this day in May of 2016. What are we to make of the Tea Party, the Occupy movement, and the millions of aware and angry Americans following Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders? Are we on the cusp of another burst of media reform, revolution, enthusiasm, and possibility? There's your voices. Okay. So using the name of our day at this 4-day conference, what can we do to break through the media? It would be nice if we could wrap up today with an easily remembered list of the 5 things you can do to improve the media. But it's not so simple. There are even more than 5 categories of things progressive activists can do before we start listing specific tasks, let alone trying to revigorate the FCC. Here are a few with illustrative examples. Destination. Let's start with the obvious. What's your goal? How would you know if you or your organization was ever successful? As the old line has it, if you don't know where you're going, the odds are very slim you'll ever get there. In what specific ways do you wish the media were different, and why? Are you trying to increase contributions or members for your local organization and think positive column inches in the paper will help? Or are you trying to improve our political campaigns and the public officials they produce? And your goal is to raise the entire American electorate's interest in articles and programming about the daily diet of policy wonks. Opportunity. The lack of a legal right does not remove all opportunity. The Supreme Court has given media owners legal control of content, but as we've recently observed, one can even win the presidential nomination of a major American political party without paying for broadcast time or newspaper space. Progressive causes do not always do all they could to promote their efforts with public radio and television. Even commercial media offer us opportunities with op-ed columns and letters to the editor in newspapers, guest appearances on television, calls to radio talk shows, developing relationships with editors, producers, journalists, and on-air personalities, making use of free kiosks, store windows, and bulletin boards. Education. There's something to be said for the suggestion, if you really want to improve the quality of American media, start by spending more public money on K-12 and higher education. Specifically, in our case, media literacy. If the media consumer can't tell the difference between the junk news in ABC's evening program and the truly significant, there's little more we can do. Then there's the question of what do we mean by media? We now have the social media to consider, and they've required the redefinition of journalist. Should it include everybody with a web page, blog, email list, Facebook, or Twitter account? Even more significant is that this increased diversity and quantity of communication brought with it a demise of the wealthy newspapers that formerly provided the electronic media with content. TV no longer offers a 21st century version of your grandparents' Walter Cronkite, the most trusted American. It no longer provides a huge swath of the citizenry, a shared body of consensus-building quality journalism each evening. And the resulting political polarization has paralyzed the Congress and prevented compromise. According to a recent TED Talk, it's even reprogrammed our brains. Alternatives. Are foundations and nonprofits a part of the answer? The Iowa Center for Public Affairs Journalism is filling some of the void in my home state. Created and run by Lyle Muller, a quality former editor of a major Iowa paper, Iowa Watch is making investigative pieces available to Iowa papers. What could we do to encourage our fellow citizens to volunteer to cover a beat that no longer has a journalist? Regulation. It's unlikely we'll soon return to the micromanaging of the 1920s through 50s. Nor would it make as much difference if we did, because there's so much of audio-video content coming to Americans now from the internet, web pages, podcasts, YouTube, Netflix, Amazon, and independent cable programming producers. But that doesn't mean that the old media are devoid of influence. The FCC and Congress are still potential forces worth encouraging to support our efforts, as we've attempted, for example, with maintaining network neutrality. What we do to use and strengthen the Freedom of Information Act or whistleblower protection are also a form of government support of journalism. I might even offer what Donald Trump would call suggestions that we consider reinstating a modified fairness doctrine, at least as a shared value, and conceptualize an antitrust principle regarding media mergers that goes beyond the economic marketplace to the marketplace of ideas. Even private regulation, in quotes, can have some impact, as with the successful effort to reduce television violence in the 1970s by the National Citizens Committee for Broadcasting, Project Censored, of which you'll hear more later, the Minnesota News Council that operated for 41 years. I think the Academy can contribute much more than it has in terms of professors' scholarships, seminars, and doctoral dissertations. And of course, we'll all want to join in with Ralph's latest venture in breaking through media's power, called simply Voices. Well, there's much more to say, but no more time to say it. And so I thank you for your attention and very much look forward to the rest of the presentations at this historic conference. And now I bring you, star of stage and screen, former FCC Commissioner Michael Copps.
Hello, I'm Mike Copps. I apologize, first of all, for not being with you in person today. Had it not been for a long ago commitment to be overseas this week, I would be there. I would dearly love to be a part of this celebration of the 50th anniversary. I'll be there to salute my friend Ralph Nader, who has done so much for consumers and citizens and the common good, and to help launch the Breaking into Power program. To me, breaking into power means, first of all, breaking into media. Without a media that reflects the American people, diversity of the American people, and provides real news and information, there's not going to be any reform in this country, and there's not going to be any enhanced democracy in this country. News and information, as George Washington, James Madison, and Thomas Jefferson realized long ago, is the lifeblood of self-government. Without an informed citizenry, there can be no successful self-government. And I think no matter what your reform is, and I understand there are lots of different reforms that are represented in this audience today, those reforms just aren't going to go as far as they should without a media that tees up the issues, reports the facts, and nourishes a civic dialogue with the American people. Let me give you a little tale from experience. When I went to the FCC back in 2001, I thought, wow, this is totally cool. This is the coolest job in town, maybe in the country. I'll be dealing with all the edge of the envelope issues. I'll be meeting all the movers and shakers and innovators and technologists and entrepreneurs who are changing our world through telecommunications, and I'll be a part of bringing telecommunications to every citizen in the United States of America, as the 1934 Telecommunications Act required. So I happily got sworn in and showed up at the office, and what I found in the first week was that wasn't the job I had. The job I had was entertaining an unending stream of big media CEOs coming into my office and explaining why their latest merger, their latest effort to gobble up a community station, a local station, an independent station, was good for America. It was going to produce all kinds of efficiencies and economies, was really going to be great. And the FCC back in those days almost automatically approves those mergers, and still approves the vast majority of those kinds of mergers right up until this day, I think at great cost to the American people. You know, you have to finance these big mergers, so the first thing these companies do once the deal is consummated is go out, close down newsrooms, or at least combine newsrooms, fire reporters. We've probably lost a third of the newsroom reporters in the United States of America in the last 30 years. It shows. damp down real investigative journalism in the process. Investigative journalism, I think, hangs by the slenderest of threads nowadays. Infotainment has replaced factual journalism. Investigative journalism, homogenization has replaced diversity, and our civic dialogue has been, as someone once remarked, seriously dumbed down. When I was there at that time in the early 2000s, the internet was just starting off. And I think some of the folks then thought, well, what difference does it make what happens to radio, to television, and cable? Those are all technologies that are about to be consigned to the ash can of history. We've got the internet. The internet's coming, power at the edges. It's immune from all of the laws of consolidation and combination that we've seen. Laissez les bon temps rouler, let the good times roll. And I think that attitude got in the way of us getting some real media reform back then. Fast forward, though, a few years, last couple of years, and I think most Americans now understand that the internet's going down the same road that radio and television and cable went down, subject to gatekeeping, consolidation. You've got a few big media companies, a few big telecommunications companies, and big ISPs, and sometimes they're all within the same corporate structure. No model for support of real investigative journalism. The internet has not begun to replace news and information that's been lost in traditional media. So we really have a problem there. And I know we had a victory with net neutrality at the Federal Communications Commission. As I record this, it's not definite which way the court is going to go on that, but I would like everybody in this audience to realize that net neutrality is not the end of the debate over the future of the internet. It's kind of the prologue or the preface, because all of these questions about how do you protect the public interest on the internet, which is where we're all going to live and work and get our information from and take care of our health and educate ourselves and educate our kids, how is that going to be managed so as to serve the public interest? So we have some huge choices to make in this country that go far beyond, range far beyond net neutrality. So what can we do about it? This is a group of activists, organizers, and reformers who know that we're not going to wait for a gift from Washington, D.C., or for this to be handed down by benefactors in the Congress or anywhere else. Like all reform, this has to bubble up from the grassroots. That's where the 4 million people came from who wrote to the FCC in favor of network neutrality over the last year before the FCC vote. So we have to put the brakes on media mergers. We have to start figuring out what kind of model there might be, what kind of incentives, what kind of not-for-profit deals, what kind of public assistance, and so forth there should be for producing the news and information on the media, traditional media and the new media that we are not now getting. While I've got this captive audience for a couple of minutes, I want to talk about one additional thing that can be done right now in order to shine some sunlight, not just in our media, but on our political process. Between now and Election Day, you and I are going to be subject to billions of dollars, a veritable torrent of political ads on TV. And I'm talking about all of those anonymous and nefarious and negative ads brought to you by Citizens for Purple Mountain Majesties and Amber Ways of Grain, or Moms for Furry Kittens and Cuddly Dogs, or whatever it is. Names that are masquerading for powerful special interests, and you have no idea what agenda they have. Well, how can you do anything about that, you ask? How can we get a law passed to change that? The good news is you don't need to pass a law. All you need is for the Federal Communications Commission to implement the authority it already has to demand accountability in ads, going back all the way to 1934 when the act was first promulgated. The commission has had authority to compel identification, sponsor identification of all commercial ads and political ads. It shouldn't be allowable that you can get by with Citizens for Purple Mountain Majesties and Amber Ways of Grain, because the law and the FCC rule says you have to identify the true sponsors. And people have a right to know by whom they're trying to be persuaded by, or who's trying to persuade them. And the question of the day is, why does Chairman Wheeler and why does the FCC allow this rampant corruption of our political dialogue instead of exercising the authority that they have right now to implement the law? It should be a no-brainer. Now, obviously it's not, because there are powerful interests on the other side, broadcasters, cable companies, and all the rest. But this is something that we should be able to do, and I would hope that you folks in this audience would join in that pressure to make that happen. I think maybe deep down in his heart of hearts, Chairman Wheeler knows that this is the right thing to do. But whenever you have reform and you're a leader, you want a little encouragement from the grassroots to do it, and I think that's what we need to do here. So I'd ask you to work on that, but let's go back to where we started, and the premise that media is the essential infrastructure of democracy. We have to get it right if any reforms are going to go anywhere, and if we're going to redeem the great promise that is the United States of America. Thanks very much.
Okay. Well, with those two presentations, we're starting to get a picture of what the charge for the media transformation movement is. I use the word transformation because reform is really not enough. It's so broken that we need to do more than reform. We need to transform the media. And we're getting good, clear messages from our previous speakers. And so by the end of this day, I think we'll have a clear picture of what we must do. Our next speaker is one that you'll recognize. He's occasionally even broken through and getting into the corporate mass media, which is not an easy task for people who express progressive ideas. He's known most for his writing, which often appears in The Nation. And I really appreciated his writing about the Wisconsin uprising, because that was the seed. That was one of the seeds, along with the Arab Spring and the Indignado movement in Spain, that led to an awakening in the United States with the Occupy movement, and the movement has actually grown since then. That's one thing you don't hear about in the media, by the way. I would estimate there are about 350,000 people in the Occupy movement. We're probably now at 1.5 million people who are mobilized and active on various fronts. Ralph said in his introduction, it just takes 1% of organized citizens to change things. In fact, he's right. The research over 100 years of movements shows that if 3.5% of the people get active, no government, dictatorship, or democracy can withstand it. You can win at 3.5%, but you can win at less. Our next speaker is helping to build that movement with his writing and his commentary. Please welcome John Nichols. You want this?
No, I'll just take this right here. Thanks, brother. Good morning. The lighting is so good. It is so intense in this room that when I look out, you are all beautiful. I'm so glad you're here at Constitution Hall. You know, one of our great challenges with the American Constitution is that some people think it was written in stone and handed down to Michelle Bachmann. But it wasn't. The authors of our Constitution knew that it was an imperfect document, that it was a document that did not begin to anticipate the wholeness of the American experiment, that at its best laid out the possibilities of that American experiment. We gather in Constitution Hall not to celebrate the past, but to recognize that every step along the way from 1787 on, We have had new generations of founders who have stepped up to say that we have a right and a responsibility to amend and extend that Constitution, to say that African Americans have a right to vote and a right to be treated as equal citizens in this country, to say that women have a right to vote and to be treated as equal citizens in this country, to say that 18 to 21-year-olds have a right to vote and to decide whether they should be sent off to unnecessary wars. To say, as we did only in 1964, that there should be no wealth barrier to voting when we eliminated the poll tax, and when we should today again amend that Constitution to recognize that voter ID laws are barriers to voting as well. Everyone should have a right to vote and a right to have that vote counted. No, but brothers and sisters, when we speak of founding generations, each new generation of founders, it is important to recognize that we have gathered today in recognition of Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader, son of immigrants, son of Connecticut, champion of migrants and refugees, of newcomers, of disempowered people, of consumers and citizens. You know, we never get in the car when my wife doesn't say to my daughter, "Put your seatbelt on." Ralph Nader put it there. And when my wife isn't looking and she bumps into the car in front of her and the airbag blows out, we all say, "Thank God for Ralph Nader." Brothers and sisters, let us recognize that Walt Whitman was right. He said, "Never tip your hat to any man, born or dead." But brothers and sisters, if I had a hat, I would tip it today to the man who called us to this great meeting, the man who called us to this great Constitution Hall, the man who is truly a founder of our time and the times to come, Ralph Nader. So when I travel across this country talking about constitutional issues and talking about freedom of the press, the freedom of the press protection written into that First Amendment, not given us at that initial moment, but 4 years later, when the people demanded that a constitution written to define what leaders might do should also include what people might do. When that freedom of the press protection was written in, I want to remind you, it was not written into the Constitution in anticipation of Rupert Murdoch. It wasn't put there saying, well, you know, we got to make sure that some billionaire can make another billion selling us the latest entertainment, selling us the latest celebrity politics, selling us the latest Donald Trump. That freedom of the press protection was put into the Constitution so that journalists would be free to tell us what the powerful were doing so that we, the people, could engage in democracy and be our own governors, not be governed by others. The freedom of the press protection is a vital protection, yet it has never been fully realized in the American experiment. In the history of this country, we have never fully realized the promise of our freedom of the press protection, because if we had, every citizen would be so fully informed that we would have 100% voter turnout. And I know people in this room, they say, well, 100% voter turnout, that's impossible. You couldn't get 80, 90% turnout. That's unimaginable. In America, we're lucky if we get 50% turnout. We're lucky in local elections if we get 10% turnout. Well, in countries in Europe, they have 70, 80, 90% turnout, well into the 90s. We in America, where we lack a fully realized public broadcasting system, where we lack a fully realized print press, where we lack a fully realized internet with all of its potential, we in America trail the rest of the developed world in voter turnout, and so our freedom of the press protection is not realized because our people are not getting the information easily, accessibly, quickly, and competently in a way that brings them into the process. Our media system today pushes people out of the process. Our media system today tells people not to care, not to engage, to turn away, to entertain themselves to death. And brothers and sisters, that is a crisis in our country. It is not as it has always been. It is true that we never had the media system we should have, that we still aspire to what we need. But understand, it was once better. When I travel across this country talking about free press issues, when I travel across this country talking about democracy issues, I come into a small town, a big city, I go to an antique store, I go to a vintage store, and I look in that store, I say, do you have any of your newspapers from the past? And you know, most of them sell old newspapers. I invite you to do this. Go in any antique store, you go find a pile of old newspapers from the 1960s, 50 years ago, and you pull that newspaper out. Any town in America, a small town in America, a small city in this country, do you know what you're going to find? A newspaper with more information than you could get watching all the cable shows, or reading all the newspapers of today, listening to the radio all day long, even going trolling the internet for an hour. Because 50 years ago, a good daily newspaper, it was heavy, it was thick with information. And on the front page of that newspaper, they didn't have a big picture of whether it snowed the day before. No, on the front page of that newspaper, they had a lot of little articles about all sorts of things. A couple years ago, I went to Duluth, Minnesota. I got a copy of the daily newspaper from 50 years before, roughly 45 years before. On the front page of that newspaper, do you know what was up above the fold as a lead story in the newspaper? Ralph Nader had a press conference in Washington. Now you understand the power of that. If you could have a press conference on an issue of concern to consumers or citizens in Washington, D.C., you put an issue on the table, and that issue goes all across America. People are informed about it in every small town in the country as the main story of that day or one of the main stories of that day. Do you know how quickly that transforms the country? That's what Ralph Nader did in the 1960s. Ralph Nader he isn't some genius. I apologize for saying that. No, Ralph Nader's not some perfect being. Ralph Nader was a committed, engaged citizen at a time when it was possible to put an issue on the table and to have the whole of the country pay attention to that issue. And brothers and sisters, today we are denied that opportunity. People hold press conferences today in Washington, D.C. that are as important as what Ralph Nader talked about 50 years ago. People have rallies in Washington, D.C. and in towns across this country that are as important, raising issues, Black Lives Matter, raising issues, trade policy has to change, raising issues, our military policies have to change, raising issues, our climate change approach must be radically altered so we can save the planet itself. People raising these issues, and yet it doesn't go to the front. It doesn't. I have politicians, they tell me, well, you know, I'd love to talk about that, but the polls show people aren't really that concerned about it. Well, brothers and sisters, if we put it on the front page, if we put it at the front of the news, if we put it on radio every hour, I guarantee you we'd have a solution on climate change in short order. It's a denial of the issue that causes the crisis, not an inability to address it. This is what I come to talk to you about today, because we honor so many people as we gather in this great hall, but let us also honor the memory of Ben Bagdikian. Ben Bagdikian the great Washington Post writer involved with the Pentagon Papers and so many other struggles in the past to speak truth to power. Ben passed away this year at age, I believe he was 96. I hope I have that right. I know he got to the cusp of 100, and he lived long enough to see Bernie Sanders do okay as a presidential candidate, which he thought was quite an interesting development. But Ben Bagdikian left mainstream media better part of 40 years ago to begin writing about media because he said, I've been in the belly of the beast. I've done these major things. I have been a part of holding presidents to account, but I see what we have slipping away. I see media becoming less than it was. And he wrote an incredible book in 1983, Media Monopoly, The Media Monopoly, in which he said a handful of corporations, roughly 50 corporations, had come to control the overwhelming majority of our media. Ben Bagdikian kept writing about these issues, kept writing new editions of Media Monopoly, and the number kept going down from 50 to 30 to 20. He ended up, his last edition, he was talking about 6 major corporations controlling the overwhelming majority of our media. But the most important thing that Ben Bagdikian did was that in the 1997 edition of, a new edition of Media Monopoly, he talked about the changing circumstance of newspapers, radio, and television in this country. And what he warned was that with the rise of the internet and with the development of media monopoly as a much more realized challenge, with the greed of the corporations that would control both traditional and new media, that we would see a rapid diminishment of coverage of major issues. Complexity would be pushed to the side. People would say, oh, well, you can find that on the internet. You can go spend hours, work your 2 jobs, get home at 11 o'clock, make sure that your kids are prepared for the next day, and then maybe you can go on the internet and find out what the big issues are and the complexities of them. Because older media is not going to do that anymore. And Ben warned that as this happened, as our media, our major traditional media was diminished and as new media failed to fill the void, that we would see a rapid decline in local governance, that we would have lower turnout in elections, we would have fewer candidates, we would have people not knowing who their city council member was, who their school board member was, who their local representative was, even who their member of Congress was. And I ask you, was Ben Bagdikian right? Did he predict the future 20 years ago? I think he did. I think he warned us of something that was coming. And in fact, as he was writing that, the Telecommunications Act of 1996 was passed, making it possible to have massive ownership of radio stations by one company, making it possible for television and other conglomerates to begin to consolidate more and more, beginning to tear apart our cross-ownership rules, all the rules that were put in place that Nick talked about, Nick Johnson, a great hero, talked about on making our media function. All these things ripped up, and what has happened in the last 20 years? There are estimates that tens of thousands, we don't know the precise number, but something in the range of 20,000, some suggest, radio personalities who were once on air doing local media are no longer there, as we've had massive syndication of radio. We have Rush Limbaugh in every town in America, but we have less and less of local news, less and less of that local broadcasting. There are details, we actually know the details, that regional daily newspapers in Seattle, in Denver, in Albuquerque, in Tucson, in Kansas City, Kansas, in Ann Arbor, Michigan, have shut down their print editions and dramatically decreased their newsrooms. Across this country, we have lost tens of thousands of print journalists. And television media, the primary source of our information, the primary source still, local broadcast news, still the primary source for most voters of the information they need. Local broadcast news, they actually now shave minutes off the beginning and the end to fit in more campaign commercials. We wrote about that in our last book. This is an incredible phenomenon. You understand that we have entered into a situation in this country, not just with terrible decline of regulation and control and rules as regards media, but also with the rise of money in politics via Citizens United and a host of other Supreme Court rulings, where we have dialed down the journalism and we have dialed up the advertising. And you know what they call the advertising in Europe, in Norway, countries like that? Propaganda. We don't do it because that's a gap in our discourse. But the fact of the matter is, if somebody comes on television right before an election and tells you that their opponent is the worst person in the world, and it's with dubious facts, that's not informing the citizenry, that's propaganda. You're seeking to destroy another candidate so that you can get power. And as we have dialed up the money in politics and dialed down the serious journalism that covers us at the local, regional, state, and national level, as Washington bureaus have closed, as international bureaus have closed, we've ended up with the worst of all circumstances. A circumstance in which the only way that you can break through power now, when they're breaking through in the system we must change, is if you're a billionaire celebrity who is on TV a whole bunch. Anybody who tells you that the rise of Donald Trump has something to do with Donald Trump or has something to do with political ideas is not paying attention to the absolute crisis in our media, which covers celebrities over ideas and covers the minutia over the politics that matters. There's a study by a great analyst of TV broadcast. At the end of last year, Media Matters, which does a good job at some of this, brought this out. Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting, another group that's done terrific work on this, has brought this out. They looked at how many minutes Donald Trump got during the 2015 period of the campaign. What they found was that on ABC News, according to this study, Donald Trump, who was at the same point in the polls then with Bernie Sanders, they were polling at roughly the same number. Donald Trump's rallies were smaller, Bernie Sanders's were bigger. They found that there was 80 minutes of ABC News devoted to Donald Trump and 1 minute to Bernie Sanders. And then they actually analyzed it, and they found the minute for Bernie Sanders was only 20 seconds. So in our major media today, we have a 240-to-1 ratio of Donald Trump to Bernie Sanders. Now Bernie Sanders broke it through in a lot of ways, but you tell me how different our politics might be if the candidate who's out there actually talking about issues and ideas was getting an equal or even a minimally equal level of coverage. The crisis in our country is now defining our politics. And that's defining democracy itself. So what do we do? Because boy, we can define this crisis. We can tell you every problem that exists. But let me tell you what we must do. Nick was right. In this country, we must recognize that we made a terrible error when we didn't listen to Bill Moyers back in the 1960s when he was advocating for the development of an American BBC, an American public broadcasting system strong enough to cover every aspect of this country and to give us local, state, and national and international news paid for by the people, not by corporate power. We need to supercharge public broadcasting. We need to supercharge community radio and television. We need to get resources to people that are operating in a not-for-profit sector. And brothers and sisters, we need to take seriously the FCC. The FCC has so much power to begin to assert the popular will, and yet it does it so infrequently. I am thrilled that we have had success in the battles for net neutrality, in the battles for some maintenance of controls against cross-ownership by TV, radio, and print corporations. But the fact of the matter is, the FCC could use Section 317 in existing regulations to force those who pay for television ads through all these Americans for Peace and Prosperity and Good Cheese, through all these groups, to make them reveal who is paying for those ads. The FCC and our regulatory bodies should be in the forefront of making sure that the people know who's buying our elections. Oh, and brothers and sisters, I hear people all the time, they say, oh, you know, it's just so hard. Everything's gotten so complex with the internet and cable and all these things. And yet we realize that local television is still where people get so much of their information. So why don't we begin to reassert the basic public service premises? If you get a license to print money, and that's what a license to run a local station is, if you get a license to print money, then maybe you should put debates on television in prime time, not on some weekend when nobody's watching. And you know, I've been a working journalist all my life. I don't have much problem with the fairness doctrine. The idea that if somebody is ripped apart, they might have a right to come on and say, hold it, there's another part of that story. The fact of the matter is, the FCC needs to step up in so many ways, and so too does our Congress and our failed Federal Election Commission. There's so much that we can and should do, but there's one thing that we can and should do as citizens, and that is to demand a role in doing what the media companies will not do. And that is to assure that we have the information we need to govern ourselves as citizens. So I put to you today a proposal first surfaced by the great economist Dean Baker, and that is that we ought to have citizenship vouchers in this country. You know, our conservative friends, they all love vouchers. They all want to have vouchers for this and vouchers for that. I'm not sure many of them are good ideas, but I got a citizenship voucher idea that I kind of like. How about this? How about we give every American citizen a voucher for $200, and you can take $200 right off your taxes, and you can use that voucher to support any independent, not-for-profit journalism enterprise that you believe will do a good job in covering what's going on in this country. You want to give your $200 to Amy Goodman so that she can hire a whole crew to go across this country? You can do it. You want to supercharge your community radio station so that it can hire reporters? You can do it. You want to say that in an undercovered neighborhood of a city that has simply been denied coverage as the major media has moved out, you want to say that has to happen? Well, you can go to your local high school and say, hey, that high school radio station's a great station. Let's bring in some of these laid-off journalists from newspapers and radio. Let's bring them in to train these kids, and then let's send these young people out into their community to cover the communities that aren't covered and create great media where we live. Let's use our $200 to make media real for everyone. That's a simple change. We can do it, brothers and sisters. But we gotta demand it. Our challenge today is that we too frequently fail to make the connection between media and democracy, between journalism and democracy. We too frequently demand that the free press protection placed in that Constitution be used to protect us, as opposed to billionaires coming here to make whatever profit they can. And I know you like what I'm saying because I've heard your wonderful applause. You're too kind. You're too kind. That's not my point. But I know also the danger that you might forget some of what I say. And so, brothers and sisters, I'm going to do the cruelest thing that any speaker ever does. I'm going to ask you all to stand up. I'm sorry, you're going to have to stand up if you can. Stand as high as you possibly can. Look at all of you. Look at all of you. Now I'm going to ask you, if you are a wealthy, very wealthy landowner who owns substantial property and enterprises, raise your hand. Oh yeah, 2 acres in Ireland is great, yeah. No, but it's got to be here. No. If you're a wealthy landowner, raise your hand. Okay, so everybody raising their hand now, they got to vote at the founding of the American experiment, right? Because we let wealthy landholders vote, but we didn't let most other people vote. So then we had to have a little struggle in this country. If you're a religious dissenter, if you got a little bit of doubts about traditional religion, raise your hand. Oh my gosh, I'm always amazed by how many people do that. Well, those folks, over time, pretty quickly, we got them across the line because Tom Paine voted vindication of the rights of man and began to argue, and we began to say in our printed press that people who had dissents and people who believed in different things, well, maybe they should be a part of our process too. Hey, if you happen to be a person of color, raise your hand. See a few here, and that's great. And let me say, we had to have a civil war in this country to say that African Americans ought to have citizenship rights, ought to have voting rights. Anybody here see the movie Lincoln? What were they fighting for at the end of Lincoln? A constitutional amendment to guarantee voting rights for African American men. And when African American men got it, you know who said they needed it? Women! If you're a woman, raise your hand. Look at that. Do you know, you were brought into that process. You were brought into that process by a struggle. But before you got there, there was an abolitionist press before the Civil War. There was a women's equality press before women's rights and voting rights came. And then we had it for young people. Then we had it for people struggling across this country, making real the civil rights promise. If you can vote, raise your hand. If you can vote, raise your hand. Look at all these people who can vote in this country. We've succeeded, not as well as we must, but we've succeeded in opening up the process. We've succeeded in bringing all these people in, and yet we have not succeeded in giving them the information that everyone needs in order to govern themselves. If you would like a $200 voucher to give to free and independent, not-for-profit media to inform the people, raise your hand. Brothers and sisters, I think we've had the vote. We know how to fix this system. Let's go out and do it for democracy, for a free press, for the America that we must have. Solidarity.
All right, John Nichols, yes. Okay, so we're moving forward in the program. We next we'll have two speakers coming up who are really in the midst of the struggle for a better media in different ways. John Chester is the Executive Director for the Center for Digital Media, trying to ensure digital media privacy and advocating for consumers in the digital media. And Jeff Cohen, who is currently with the Park Center for Independent Media, and not mentioned in your program is one of his most important achievements. He's the co-founder of Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting. Please welcome Jeff and Jeff.
Yeah. What?
Jeff Cohen will speak first, and he'll be followed by Jeff Chester.
Yeah. That's Cohen, I'm Chester. All right. Last Thanksgiving, I was visiting my mom, who's 94 years old, in Detroit. She prides herself on keeping up with current events and national affairs, and she watches every night ABC World News Tonight. So I had this conversation word for word with my mom. Mom, what do you think of Bernie Sanders? Who's he? Mom, he's running for president. No, he's not. Mom, do you know Donald Trump's running for president? Well, of course, everybody knows that. Now, I don't blame my mom because, as John Nichols mentioned, those stats came out right after this conversation showing that ABC World News Tonight, the show that my mom watches nightly, along with 9 million other people, gave Donald Trump 81 minutes and Bernie Sanders 20 seconds. So for all I know, my mom was in the bathroom those 20 seconds. I don't blame her, I blame our corporatized media system. John Nichols mentioned the great Ben Bagdikian, who wrote The Media Monopoly, and at FAIR, we watched the number of corporations that control most of the US mainstream media. We watched it shrink from 50 in the first edition to 29 in the second edition to a half a dozen today. And at FAIR, we followed this shrinking Bagdikian number like other people follow the doomsday clock of the atomic scientists. And because to us, the shrinking number of media owners was akin to a doomsday clock for freedom of expression, diversity of expression. With every new mega media merger at FAIR, we would say that's life imitating Ben. The handing over of the media and the public's broadcast airwaves to a handful of companies was not a natural process. It was a corrupt political process brought about by both major parties being funded by and cozy with the media and telecommunications companies. And one of the worst milestones in that sorry history was, as John Nichols mentioned, the 1996 Telecommunications Act promoted by and signed by President Bill Clinton. Consumer groups dubbed it the Time Warner Enrichment Act. The most significant bill in the media area for 60 years, and mainstream media hardly covered it. So a consumer group tried to remedy that by raising money and trying to buy a 30-second ad to criticize this bill on CNN, and CNN refused to sell the airtime. A few months after the bill was signed by President Clinton, Time Warner's merger with Turner Broadcasting / CNN won federal approval, creating what was then the biggest media company in world history. For decades now, I've traveled across the country debating various right-wingers who yell about the liberal media. So I've come to love that bumper sticker, "The media are as liberal as the corporations that own them." And over the years with conservative audiences, I got in the habit of asking people to get specific and name the liberal media outlets, the programs that offended them. And I learned that they often weren't complaining about news, but they were complaining about the hyper-sexualized entertainment media. They'd often mention Fox's Married with Children. They'd mention channels like MTV, and I learned that they were complaining more about the libertine media than the liberal media. And secondly, that the owners of these channels that they were complaining about as liberal were often media moguls who endorsed their conservative party, the Republican Party for president. Fox's Rupert Murdoch is an example. Another is Sumner Redstone, owner of Viacom and CBS during all those years. He famously endorsed George W. Bush for president 2 different times in 2004, saying, "The Republican administration stood for many things we believe in, deregulation and so on. I vote for Viacom. I do believe a Republican administration is better for media companies than a Democratic one," unquote. When it comes to candid comments of chief executive officers of media companies, who will ever top this one from last February from the CEO of CBS, Les Moonves, where he's publicly urging on Donald Trump as he comments on the presidential campaign, quoting Moonves of CBS. "It may not be good for America, but it's damn good for CBS. Man, who would have expected the ride we're all having right now? The money's rolling in. This is fun. This is going to be a very good year for us. Terrible thing to say, but bring it on, Donald. Keep going. Donald's place in this election is a good thing," unquote. When you hear comments like that from an individual who has so much control over the public's broadcast airwaves, it makes you question whether the ethics or morals of top media executives are any more elevated than those who run the pharmaceutical companies or the oil and gas companies or the tobacco industry. When it comes to those who own the mainstream media, whether it's CBS, Time Warner, Disney, Comcast, Rupert Murdoch, I often think they'd be happier if we were a nation of mindless consumers, easy targets for the advertisers, rather than a nation of informed, active citizens. Because if we had an informed, active citizenry, would we have allowed the media system to be handed over to a handful of giant corporations? I think not. Speaking of mindless, here's an earth-shaking headline I saw about a week ago on the website of Rupert Murdoch's New York Post. "New evidence emerges of Prince's utter disgust for the Kardashians." I spent some years, as some of you know, working in and around cable TV news, and for some of that time at MSNBC, I was honored to work alongside the living legend who you will soon hear from, Phil Donahue. Working on the inside, you can see how corporate ownership can often lead to journalistic censorship. Phil Donahue and I have both talked about what happened to us at MSNBC as the Iraq invasion approached, and top management seized control of our show. And they demanded a quota system that biased our coverage in favor of the upcoming invasion. If we booked a guest who was anti-war, we had to book 2 that were pro-war. If we booked 2 guests on the left, we had to book 3 on the right. At one meeting, a producer said, I think I could book Michael Moore, and she was told for balance she'd have to have 3 right-wingers. I privately thought about proposing Noam Chomsky as a guest. You see the problem, our stage could not accommodate the 28 right-wingers we would have needed for balance. With all this top-down pressure being put on Phil and on the producers of the Donahue Show, we thought at the time that it was caused merely by war fever, fear of people denouncing us as unpatriotic, as un-American. But when the smoke cleared, it became obvious that part of the censorship came down right from the top, probably from the corporate parent General Electric and NBC's top boss, Robert Wright, because their lobbyists at the time were working very hard so the FCC would even further loosen the caps on corporate media ownership. General Electric, NBC, did not want their TV networks to do anything that in any way would offend the Bush administration at that time. That may be good business, it's horrible journalism, and it costs lives. When I think back to the media cheerleading for war at that time, I think of the dozens of editorials for the invasion in the Washington Post. I think of the front page of the New York Times, but mostly I think of television news and the parade of former generals and colonels who appeared on TV to push for war. We have no alternative to war. We know Iraq is hiding the weapons of mass destruction. Virtually every word they uttered was false. And it's somewhat personal for me because I was on the air every afternoon at MSNBC debating conservatives until my time slot was canceled to make room for all of these retired generals and colonels on a new program called Countdown Iraq. And I couldn't get on national TV without having at least 1 or 2 right-wingers to debate me. But these military brass, these formers, were always on, never in a debate, presented as independent analysts and experts, never asked a tough question. Jump forward to 5 years after the invasion, and an exceptional New York Times investigative journalist named David Barstow has a front-page expose showing that not only were these former generals working for military contractors as they promoted war, but based on 8,000 pages of internal transcripts and emails from the Pentagon that he'd obtained, these allegedly independent military analysts were being spoon-fed their talking points and their spin week after week after week by the Pentagon. Big expose, right? Not a word on the biggest news shows that had been exposed: NBC, ABC, CBS, PBS. There was some brief reporting on CNN and MSNBC, but if you wanted in-depth TV coverage of this TV news scandal, you had to turn to The Daily Show and Jon Stewart. And Jon Stewart began his report, remember how some of those journalists were embedded with the troops? It turns out it was an exchange program, because troops were also embedded with the journalists. A year later, Barstow deservedly wins the Pulitzer Prize for this expose. Still no mention on these big TV news shows. On NBC News, Brian Williams, the anchor, covered a bunch of the other Pulitzer winners. He mentioned a part-time commentator on MSNBC, but no mention of the scandal implicating him or his favorite on-air general, Barry McCaffrey. All right, 2 final points, and then the good news. Former. Whenever you hear a news outlet identify an on-air analyst as a former member of Congress or a former Assistant Secretary of State or former CIA or former military, which is often done by NPR, often done by PBS and the rest, your assumption has to be that the news outlet is hiding something from you. Because what these formers are doing currently as consultants and as lobbyists is often far more pertinent to the it's far more pertinent information to the topic being discussed. Many journalists know exactly what they're doing. It's a courtesy to maintain access to these guests, to not offend these guests. Unfortunately, viewers and listeners mostly don't know what's going on. Point 2 about media skepticism. We're just bystanders here. When you watch MSNBC and CNN, who've provided hours and days of all Trump, all the time coverage, and you'll see a panel of pundits just marveling at how, yet again, the news cycle has been won by Donald Trump, and marveling at how much free media attention goes to Donald Trump. And it's often the passive voice. The fiction, of course, is that news is something that happens to journalists. The reality is that journalists are the active players, shaping the news bias. It's the decisions they make minute after minute, like that decision on CNN and elsewhere on the evening of Tuesday, March 15th, to wait and wait, I'm going to pass this around, for Trump. They're pointing their cameras at an empty podium with all the American flags, and they didn't give 30 seconds of coverage to a candidate who was speaking at this very time while they waited minute after minute for Trump, and that candidate who got no airtime that night was Bernie Sanders. I want to end with the good news. Independent, non-corporate media are absolutely booming today, and I thank people in this room. They're booming because for now we have net neutrality. They're booming because of the failures of corporate media. A turning point was the Iraq invasion. Independent media, in my view, may be stronger than at any time in the last 100 years. Millions of people have daily access, not just weekly as in the past, daily access to non-corporate independent news. Whether it's from Democracy Now!, The Young Turks, Free Speech TV, The Real News, Tom Hartman, Laura Flanders, Jim Hightower, TheNation.com, Mother Jones, The Intercept, Alternet, Common Dreams, Truth Out, Truth Dig, Counterpunch, PopularResistance.org, Community Radio, Ralph Nader Radio Hour, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure you could add 5 or 10 more. Final piece of good news before I turn things over to Jeff Chester, who's been valiantly fighting for the public's right to know. It is no accident that the most politically progressive age demographic in our country are those that are under the age of 35, and that they get more of their news and information from social media, new media, and independent media. By contrast, what's the median age of a Fox News viewer? Almost 70. Median age of a Bill O'Reilly viewer? Over 70. Support your local independent and your national independent media. Thank you.
I'm Jeff Chester, Center for Digital Democracy, and I also applaud the work that Jeff and FAIR and many other groups have done over the years. I hope to be able to name some of them. I'm not so optimistic about it, but I am also optimistic about this moment, optimistic about Ralph, who's always been a visionary, and I thank him for it, and I thank him for starting me when I arrived in 1990 here as an activist, and helped me ultimately start my own nonprofit and fighting the media industry. But we're in a critical transition moment, but unlike the recent past, I think we have a real opportunity. Now, the danger is that all throughout the world, led principally by the Google and Facebook, but the business models that they have created, a very powerful, concentrated, consolidated system designed to advertise and to market and commercialize and commodify and to track your every move and influence your every move. The investment by the digital media industry is for a system of profound, continual, micro-influence on individuals, on their families, on their social networks. If you look at what the Googles and Facebooks have done, and now it is spread to the Fortune 1000, big data is transforming the way that media is created and distributed. And I think a challenge for progressives, aside from hitting the microphone, a challenge for progressives, and it goes back to the point you just made, we have to program the multi-device system that in fact is at the heart of the restructuring of the media system, where all the investment has gone. And if we don't, in fact, influence people on their mobile devices at any time, anywhere, which is what the Fortune 1000 does, it's what Google and Facebook does, it's what companies overseas. If you look at what's happening abroad, this is a global system. Once again, Google and Facebook are the dominant global players, but even the local players, the regional players, have adopted the same business model. You will find this in China. You will find this in South America. They have created a commercial surveillance apparatus that's unprecedented in our history. It gets more powerful every day, and it's about influence. It's about now, and political groups are using it. Even Bernie is using it. But ultimately, and this I think is the transition and the threat, I believe that only those who have the most resources can use it effectively. And just when you have a chance, take a look at what Facebook and Google say to their major advertisers, because that's the real deal. It's the advertising and marketing and monetization system. It's the ideology behind it, who controls it, and who profits from it, that really determines our political culture and certainly determines our media. So if you go look at Think with Google, I always give my favorite sites, thinkwithgoogle.com, and see how Google tells the biggest advertisers, here's how you target junk food, here's how you target for pharmaceuticals, here's how you target for financial services, here's how you target kids, here's how you target Hispanics, etc. Go to Facebook Studio and look at the special website that Facebook set up for its advertisers, and look at the case studies, and you'll get a glimpse of the system that's in place. So we have a very significant threat, of which privacy is clearly one, and one of the strategies that my organization has done over the last 15 years, because it's kind of one of the only Achilles heels that the big media companies have, is to stop the data flow. So data protection is a key issue, but we also, I think, have an unprecedented opportunity because of the resurgence of young people supporting Bernie Sanders, because of media justice groups and civil rights activists. We have an opportunity and an obligation to change it. And why do I think we have to change it? Why do I think that we have to, A, establish a better baseline for progressives? I also am not sure about the sustainability of independent media unless we develop some strategies around it. Right now we have network neutrality, and this may be unpopular. Let me tell you, one reason we got network neutrality, yes, it was incredible activism on your part and everybody's part. And I worked on that starting in the late 1998. But it benefited Google and Facebook, and they lobbied for it. And when we have to go and get something for ourselves, they won't be here with us, because ultimately they are part of the media industry. It suited Google and Facebook not to have the Comcasts and the Verizons be a gatekeeper, because they want free access. They don't want to share the advertising revenues. Now, by the way, the ISPs have now developed their own system a la Google and Facebook and are collecting huge amounts of data. But we have to create a strategy for sustainable, progressive communications. Also, I think, and I think that's the challenge that Ralph and others have laid before us, is we also have to figure out how do we create a system for civic discourse. We've already heard about, the impact of the tabloid culture creating a Donald Trump, the lack of investigative reporting and journalism. And for many years I disregarded, and I think he's listening, Ralph Nader's urging that we think about the public airwaves as public property, because it was so hard in the 1980s. This is where I started sounding old. In the 1980s, when Reagan was here, things got unregulated, as Nick Johnson talked about. In the 90s, it was very, very difficult with Bill Clinton. It's been hard. It got better, I think, somewhat. But we, as part of a progressive platform, Ralph used to call it the audience network. The spectrum is the public property. And what's happened over the years is it's been turned over to the broadcasters, the over-the-air types, and now it's been auctioned off and sold off. It's our property. It's incredible wealth. Think about what if, in fact, that spectrum went into that fund that people talk about, and it funded local, sustainable news and information outlets. It helped, because we're not just talking about airwaves, we're talking about broadband. We're talking about wireless broadband and wireline broadband. We're talking about they call it the oil of the 21st century. And we have been giving away that oil, all right? And now we have an opportunity to take it back. We have an opportunity to tell Bernie Sanders and the influential progressives, you go to that convention and put in a plank that the public airwaves are ours and the money goes to the people. And here's what it should go for. And you press Bernie to press Hillary for a whole new deal at the FCC around some of these issues, including spectrum. All right, so that's one thing we have to do. I guess since I have a little bit of time, I just want to go back to the system that the industry has created, because it really, it really shows you what the goal is. And the goal is ultimately to commodify and commercialize. So what have they done the last few years? This is the Googles and the Facebooks, but it's also the Kellogg's. You look at any Fortune 1000 company, they've invested in technology that enables them to collect information about you from a variety of sources, regardless of what device you use. They call it identity management. They create this information profile about you. They analyze your likes and the dislikes, your vulnerabilities. They now know your real-time location because we've given it to them. Actually, we really didn't give it to them, but the mobile device and the apps. And when we say, yes, of course I want to find out where the nearest drugstore is or restaurant, they begin collecting your geolocation information in real time and target you. There's been a tremendous investment in neuromarketing. And go look up neuromarketing. Go look up Pepsi in neuromarketing, the Coca-Cola in neuromarketing, or McDonald's in neuromarketing. Not just the junk food companies, but it's something that we do research. And you will see that they're testing these ads for television and online using MRIs. Why? Not only do they want to collect all the data about us, which they're now able to do in such profound ways. I don't know if you know, we are each bought and sold in online auctions that occur in 20 milliseconds to the highest or preferred advertiser bidder before you land on a page on a website or on your mobile device and soon television, right? Your profile is put out to an auction, and advertisers say, I want to buy this person because I know what they do. I don't want to buy this person, right? I'm going to spend more money for this person. You can target by race. You can target by ethnicity. You can target by income. You can target by health concerns. That's the system. And they've used neuromarketing to make sure that the ads also penetrate our unconscious mind. So they've created a hyper-commercialized system that really benefits, the companies and the special interests that have the most resources and are really only interested in commercializing and commodifying and also manipulating the public, I think. And once again, this is all over the world. It'd be different if it was just the United States. We could say it's isolated. It's all over the world. And the term they use, it's called programmatic advertising, and you should look at it because that's the dominant business model for the media industry. So I think we have a tremendous threat ahead of us because as these companies that dominate, and already there's 7 or 8 companies basically control 70 or 80%. I didn't bring the figures with me of the internet advertising market. Look, it's not television anymore. It's not broadcast television. It's not cable television. It's one integrated media system with one new business model that's now able to work across platform, across device, that's incredibly intelligent, whose core is incredibly cynical about manipulating your identity. And because of social media, once again, we participate, this analysis. I don't know if you know about social media surveillance. All the big companies have invested in sentiment mining, tracking what you say and what your friends say on social media, once again, to include that in your profile. That is their vision for the future. It's not public interest, it's not civic discourse, it's not journalism, it's the sell. That's what America does, right? And of course, they're opposed to privacy policies. They have fought privacy policies here in the United States. They tried to kill the privacy policy in the EU. The EU was able to beat them in part because they have a history. They know what happens when there's consolidation of information, even by commercial players here. So I think we have our challenges, and what I'd like to see is a progressive movement develop with strategies where we begin reprogramming our communities, where we figure out how can we get the resources, not all the money that may come from Spectrum. Maybe it's Nichols' idea about the $200 voucher. Maybe that in fact can work. But this is the time to do it, because otherwise I do think our voices will be drowned out. Network neutrality, I think, is an illusion. Because if you look behind the scenes in terms of what Google preferred, take a look at Google preferred, YouTube preferred, Google preferred actually it's called. If you look at what it takes really to distribute on YouTube, and the resources you have to have, right? And the relationships with Google you have to have, and the data you have to have. Yes, there are these incredible stories of people who become huge popular successes, and they're now absorbed into the system. They're called influencers. But as the control expands over the multi-channel system, as the ISPs and the Googles and the Facebooks continue to work together, right now they're still at war, but ultimately they're going to be consolidated and interconnected. They will raise the barriers for us. And our voices, our values, the values which we think can save this country, I think will be, further challenged. So it's time to engage in a great deal of activism. And I think taking back the spectrum is one. Another area what we need to deal with is we need to deal with antitrust. And maybe it's a boring issue, but media antitrust. The EU is investigating Google for its control of the search engine market in the EU. It has a different position. It truly dominates the EU. Here, you could raise questions. But the fact of the matter is the Federal Trade Commission dropped the investigation of Google. Right? These companies have tremendous control over the advertising market, over the flow of information to media, yet have not really gotten the scrutiny it deserves. And so we need to reinvigorate antitrust for the digital age, because the people that control the advertising, control the monetization system, the people that control the business model, control the future of the media. Although I have to say, because I want to be honest, there's contradictions in the sense that the models that Google and Facebook have done are now been replicated, all over. So yes, you're a Fortune 1000 company and you're able to amass all this control, but even smaller companies can also buy huge amounts of data and use it in the marketplace. But we need to look at the role of data collection and consolidation and what it means for diversity and discourse. Privacy. For a variety of reasons, which I actually can't explain, the Federal Communications Commission, which did the right thing on network neutrality, is now considering the most expansive regulation to protect the privacy of Americans that's ever been contemplated here. Unlike the Federal Trade Commission, which its power was taken away back in the 1980s when it tried to regulate industry, the FCC, as you heard, can issue rules. This Friday is the deadline for comments. It's an unprecedented proposal. Even I'm impressed. It would put control of a lot of the information that the ISPs collect back in your hands. And it sets a signal and a new foundation to restrain the media giants. Once again, their power is the seamless ability to collect all this information about you without your really ability to stop it. So I urge you to look at what the FCC is doing in Free Press and Public Knowledge and Consumer Federation of America and many, many other groups are. What you if you go to freepress.org and they have a letter.
.net.
.net. I'm sorry. Go to freepress.net and they put out a letter that you guys can sign. This is incredibly important. So the comment period ends Monday. The reply comments in a few weeks. Here's an opportunity over the summer. For some reason, and once again, it partly fits into the Google and Facebook business model. Frankly, they do. We'll have to see what they do at the end of the day. Here, whether or not they're really going to support a far-reaching proposal to put the control of your information back in your hands, but it's something we need to fight for. It's a major advance. It's broadband privacy rules. I'll try to get you there right now. Broadband privacy rules. Well, look, we also need to have a platform, and this should be part of the Democratic platform, broadband access for low-income people. We have a terrible digital divide, as you know, that's incredibly unfair. I mean, I do worry that what's going to happen is we're going to have these programs with zero rating and all that, where the poorest of the poor are going to have to accept a completely, commercial, data-driven system in order to have access. That needs to be part of our agenda. We need an agenda to make sure that there's true diversity of ownership, equitable ownership, and communities of color own significant parts of the programming system at the local and national level as well. So, look, we have a lot to do. I'm more optimistic than ever before. We have 5 minutes. Should we just?
I've got one anecdote.
He has an anecdote.
And then we could get off.
All right.
All right. One of my anecdotes. You remember when Keith Olbermann departed MSNBC? It was about, I think, January 2011. And so Phil Donahue wasn't the only program that was the most watched on MSNBC when it departed. So was Olbermann. And so a big radio station, one of the biggest talk stations on the West Coast, asked me to talk about Olbermann's departure from MSNBC. And it was just at the time that Comcast was taking over NBC from General Electric. So I was on the air on this show with a host that I knew for years, and I was saying that, look, Olbermann is one of the most powerful voices, one of the few voices on American television that's pushing for net neutrality. And he's had enough trouble with the bosses of General Electric over the years. Now he sees his new boss is going to be Comcast, one of the great foes of network neutrality. Maybe that had something to do with it. And I was saying on the air, and why should Comcast, which, controls the cable, why should they be allowed to own TV channels in the first place? And so I felt I was really being articulate and making, scoring points, and the host was very amenable. And then we have a commercial break. And the top producer comes on the phone, and he says, Jeff, Comcast is one of our biggest advertisers. Can you cut out the Comcast bashing already? To me, it said everything. It's the ownership of the media by big corporations and the advertising big corporations.
And that does remind me about this transition period, a point I did want to make. Okay, so we have the investment in the commercialized sphere, but because you won on network neutrality, they don't have all the control that they will have, I think, in the future. So there is an opportunity to establish or build upon our independent media, our progressive media, and try to get it to flourish before the gatekeeper kind of control reasserts itself, maybe in subtle ways, but it will be there. Thank you so much.
I'm going to pass this out. Round.
Yeah, you do. You absolutely do.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff Cohen, Jeff Chester. It's my real pleasure, this is a reversal of roles here, to introduce Phil Donahue. Phil Donahue started his show in Akron, Ohio in 1967. Then he moved to Chicago, and then he moved to New York. He was the biggest morning and afternoon show in the country. He had audiences of 10, 12 million people, much larger than shows today have, because they're so fractured, among other reasons, and because they don't have the skill in mixing entertainment and serious content that Phil had. Remember, he had to support a show that had to make a profit. And so, as someone once said, he would showcase male strippers one day and then showcase women's rights advocates the next day. And to keep that kind of balance required pretty exquisite skill, because the pressure is always to go to the entertainment part of the show. He was ranked 42nd on TV Guide's 50 greatest TV stars of all time, which is absurd. He's the greatest advocate and practitioner and facilitator of the First Amendment in the United States in the 20th century. Located, deprived, repressed, discriminated group, they got on the Donahue Show, the biggest show in America. Locate an excluded, disrespected sector of humanity, they got on the Donahue Show, the biggest show in America. Locate an issue or a reform that was boycotted by the mass media, whether it's consumer, environment, excuse me, civil rights, excuse me, labor, they got on the Donahue Show, the biggest show in America. Who can say that today? Locate someone who attacked Phil Donahue with the most vituperative language, some pastor or reverend. They got on the Donahue Show, the biggest show in America. Anthony Lewis, the columnist for the New York Times, wrote his last book on civil liberties, and he said, the First Amendment for the thought you hate. He put on people who didn't like what he stood for. He had Jerry Falwell, Reverend Jerry Falwell, on over 24 times. He has much to say. And now he doesn't get on the mass media. I think that tells the story all by itself. And without any further description, because Phil Donahue is res ipsa loquitur, translated from the Latin. He speaks for himself. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. No. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Wait till I tell the kids. You know that my show began in 1967. And we knew we were boring visually. I mean, two talking heads and a group of women, mostly women, seated on folding chairs. And we were up against Monty Hall, who was giving away $5,000 to a woman dressed like a chicken salad sandwich. Come on down, spinning wheels. And here I am with one guest. And we were very concerned of whether we were going to survive in Dayton, Ohio. We were a local show. And we knew the only chance we had was to feature issues about which people cared, issues not normally seen on TV. So my first guest was Madalyn Murray O'Hair, the atheist. And she put her elbows on the table, leaned across, and looked me right in the eye, a 1957 graduate of the University of Notre Dame. And she said, "There is no God, there's no heaven, there's no hell, there are no angels. When you die, you go in the ground, you biodegrade, and you become part of the physical universe." Well, the building fell down in Dayton, Ohio. People in the barbershops didn't leave the barbershop after their hair got cut. And suddenly everybody knew in Dayton that there was this new show on TV. Our third guest was an actual, real live, this is 1967, and we featured a live homosexual right here on our show. Nobody was out in 1967. Mothers thought their children would catch it. Why were we aggrandizing this person by putting him on TV? And of course, I was pretty nervous myself. If people think I'm queer, there's going to be a pretty short lived show. And sure enough, that afternoon, a woman on downtown Dayton came up to me and she said, "Well, who's your friend?" Birds of a feather. Sponsors canceled. But the first rating book that came down had us a 50 share, an unheard of number in our game at that time. And so we had the numbers that somehow gave the courage to the general manager who was answering questions from the flagship station in Cincinnati, run by an Irish Catholic. "What are you doing with our station?" And he was able to hold off sponsors that canceled. He was able to hold off the people that he reported to. And then we put another gay person on. And then another one. And we started, after several months, we realized we were meeting a lot of nice people. And we developed a very positive reputation within the politically active gay community. They knew they were safe if they came to the Donahue show. They knew they were going to take incoming from the audience, but that was okay. The host would have their back. And in the mid-'80s, if you think I'm bragging, I am. This will just take a moment. I received the first GLAAD award, Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, the first media GLAAD award. All right. I'm not kissing a baby here now. I want to make a point. I was at Midtown Manhattan, and it was at the Time Life Hospitality Suite. There were like 12 people there, and I got my picture taken with the plaque. They called me 25 years later, GLAAD did, and they said, "We'd like you to come to our annual banquet. We want honor you on the 25th anniversary of your receiving the first Media GLAAD Award. So off I go to Marquis Marriott Hotel, largest ballroom in the city, wall-to-wall tables, not an empty seat. Around the wall were Fortune 500 logos, IBM, General Electric, American Airlines, Texaco. The red carpet, there were more photographers there than there were people 25 years earlier. Cherry Jones, the actress, gave me my award. And I couldn't help but think of how courageous those first gay guests were, who came out of the closet in the late 60s on television to announce that they were gay and they were proud, and that gayness, homophobia can be lethal. And one of the greatest promoters of homophobia is the Christian church, with the Catholic Church right in the middle of that crowd. Still there, still in the 12th century. But how far we have come, and what a lucky duck I am, because of my show, to have been a small part of this revolution which moved with warp speed. An achievement. You know, people, the right-wing community of our nation is fond of saying that liberals don't like anything about America. I guess we're not liberals anymore, we're progressives. So, excuse you for breathing. Yeah, I mean, really, that's how our name has been so bastardized. We changed it. Liberal is the political idea that dare not speak his name. And I want those people who complain about our absence of patriotism to know some of the experiences that I've had as the blessing of being a talk show host. I mean, I met everybody. People running for office, people going to jail, sometimes the same people. And how much I've come to appreciate, for example, more than ever before, as a result of the wonderful, mind-opening experiences that I've had in my own show, how much I appreciate the vision of the framers. Just a couple of examples. Lawrence v. Texas, speaking of gayness, 2 cops in Lawrence, Texas, parked outside at night because they knew them queers were living right there in that house. And they broke in the house, flashlights, what's going on in here? And they were convicted. Consensual sex between 2 people of the same sex is against the law. This was the beginning of the end of anti-sodomy laws. And the lawyers from the ACLU who carried this appeal from one level of court to the next finally got to the Supremes. Now remember, this was not 9-0. This was not a unanimous decision. 2 members of the Supreme Court at the time, the deceased Scalia and Justice Clarence Thomas, actually believed, presumably Thomas continues to believe today, that if a state wants to pass a law prohibiting consensual sex in the privacy of one's own home between two people of the same sex, it may do so. It may prohibit this behavior. It is constitutionally permissible to prohibit this behavior. What kind of country do you want? And the lawyers who argued for the petitioner, seated in the grand atrium of the Supreme Court, could not breathe as the 9 robed figures entered and took their position behind the bench. And Justice Anthony Kennedy, a Catholic, by the way, read the decision. And when he got to this line, there are some places in a person's life the state may not enter. And with that, the members of the ACLU dropped their heads and softly wept. This is what makes me such a proud American. These are the moments in our history that should be highlighted, that should be part of curriculum of all students, lawyers or not. These are great moments in history, and they justify what we so proudly call exceptionalism. I mean, I think we're exceptional too, but I do think it would probably be better if somebody from another country said that about us. Just one more. Jehovah's Witness. I'm telling you, Jehovah's kids wouldn't salute the flag, prohibited by their faith. And when the whole class would stand and offer their salute, I pledge allegiance to the flag, Jehovah's Witness kids. Little William Gobitis held onto the pocket of his breeches because the teacher kept trying to get him to get that hand up. You little bastard. Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. The Supremes came down in June of 1940 and said, you have to salute. What's wrong with mandating a salute? It imbues young people with a sense of patriotism and faith and democracy and admiration for their country. There were 1,000 injuries following that decision. Somebody burned down their Kingdom Hall, which what they, as you know, they called their house of worship in Kennebunk, Maine. There were over 1,000 injuries. A witness in Iowa was castrated. I talked to Lillian Gobitis 3 years ago, who was a child at the time, or a young girl. And I said, did they really castrate Mrs. Gobitis? She said, yes, and I saw him last week, and he has a high voice, but he's fine. I said, well, thank you for too much information, but 3 years later, and by the way, in the first decision in which the Supremes said you have to salute, concurring in that decision, William O. Douglas, Felix Frankfurter, some of the most brilliant names in the history of the court. Yes, salute. Now the Supremes take it back, 1943, June, 3 years to the month. And Robert Jackson, in one of the great flourishes, this is what attracted me to this story. Here's what he said. if there is any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, may prescribe what shall be orthodox in religion, nationalism, politics, or any other matters of opinion, nor may he force by word or act a belief therein. You can't force an American to believe anything. You can't force an American to believe in the Constitution, which grants the right not to believe in anything. Think of the brilliance of the framers who put that together. Think of the majesty of the evolution of the law. You can burn the flag. And how much faith it puts in the heart of the citizen who is so confident about the rightness and the strength of his own nation that he doesn't need a Gestapo telling people how to think. Fabulous. Now, I mentioned Ralph. Ralph and I go back to Unsafe, the 60s. And in 67, when I got my show, hanging on as I was, local show, I wanted Ralph more than any other guest. I just thought that was the damnedest thing I ever heard. General Motors sending women after him to trap him so they got, holy, what? I was absolutely stunned by this. And I guess you have to say I loved a good story, and this sure was. And I called Ralph. And I'll never forget the receptionist, his secretary. Phil who? I wasn't on in Washington. I wasn't anywhere except Dayton, Ohio. And I couldn't get Ralph. He was the get I couldn't get. And I heard he was coming to Cincinnati to make a speech or wherever. And so I drove to Cincinnati, which is only 60 miles south of Dayton. And I stood at the door as the plane pulled up. Comes down the steps this thin, gaunt figure with the skinny tie and the blue suit and shoes that he bought when he was a junior in high school. And I walked up and I said, "Hi, Ralph, I'm Phil Donahue." And I thought, when I greet him, he's going to say, "You came all the way to Cincinnati, how can I turn you down?" And he looked at me and he said, "You came all the way to Cincinnati, how can I turn you down?" So, wow, I got the biggest get I ever had. And I have no power. And we drove in my 57 Chevy with no seatbelts all the way to Dayton, where I took him to the hotel. And that night, I dreamt I killed Ralph Nader. I had an accident, and he didn't have any seatbelts. The next day, live on Channel 2 in Dayton, Ohio, WLWD, about 150, mostly women, housewives, seated on folding chairs. I remember, we're boring as hell. We're two talking heads. And Ralph starts. I'll never be able to recreate it as it happened. What you have to be alert to, and the reason that we want seatbelts, he began, is because of the second accident, the second crash, the one that takes place inside the car after the car collides with another object outside the car. Your relatives, the people you love, will bounce off a hard dashboard that should be padded. The driver will be impaled on a steering column that does not collapse. And worst of all, the door will fly open and bodies will eject, causing almost certain death. These women couldn't breathe. This was as compelling a television show as they'd ever attended. And it added to the nature of what we were doing. We had a program like no one else on TV. And it was the ability to get people like Ralph to come to Dayton, Ohio. People used to say, oh, the soapbox derby. And I'd say, no, that's Akron. Don't go to Akron. Ralph went on to become the most oft-featured guest in the 29-year history of my television program. Ralph, along with Sid Wolf, who headed Public Citizen, Public Health Research Group. If your mother is falling down, if your grandmother is tripping, look in your medicine cabinet. This is just one of the many words of wisdom that Sid brought to my program. He put out a book, Best Pills, Worst Pills. And I said, and it was fabulous, this book. And I held it up and I said, you know, here, this you can have, they published, the center published it themselves. So they don't have to cut in with any publisher or any, I mean, this was, you know, recycled paper, typical Nader stuff. And I said, $10, you know, it wasn't $9.95, it was, you know, just a one thin green Hamilton. I don't know how many. The office, our office, and the office here in Washington, Ralph's office at Columbus, at DuPont Circle, was swamped. I mean, the lines were jammed. I don't know how many we sold. Maybe he'll tell you later. I don't want to, I'm already bragging too much. But this is just, I mean, I felt so good being, you know, this was a book that saved lives. And it was introduced to the public on a platform that had my name on it. I mean, what do I have to do to impress you people? Here's just I want to show you a video. Here's Ralph, and this is me just shortly after my first communion. This is Ralph on the Donahue Show. I think this is 1980. Roll the tape.
The question, why should we be willing to pay the Arabs, whether it's the Saudis or the Algerians or the Nigerians, $28, $35 a barrel and pay American oil producers $6? Now you tell me what logic there is to this.
Well, it's just, you see, this is an incredible statement. You hear it constantly, Phil, from the oil
It's a
companies.
fact.
In other words, if the foreigners are ripping us off, why not let the U.S. oil companies rip us off too?
John Swearingen, chairman of the board, Standard Oil.
Why Well,
The fact of the matter is that the cost of producing oil in this country is a tiny fraction of what you're getting for new oil because you've hitched your oil price to the OPEC cartel, and the oil companies are working hand in glove. All right, let me ask
you make these assertions
all right,
over and over and over
how much
again,
does it
but
cost
they're
for
absolutely
Indian?
wrong.
All right, let's ask for a
$1.88
public figure. In 1972, what was oil selling for out of Texas and Louisiana per barrel?
In 1972, must have been selling for about $3.50 to $5 a barrel.
How much is that new oil selling today on the market?
New oil selling
Right.
today in West Texas, it must be selling for around $32 to $35 a barrel.
All right, that's almost tenfold. Do you know any industry in this country that has had a tenfold increase in its prices in 8 years and still is not satisfied and wants more?
Well,
I don't know
Mr.
any industry.
Nader,
Do you?
no.
The Vice President of Public Relations for Standard Oil, who suggested that his chairman appear on television with Ralph Nader, was found floating face down in the Chicago River. There were so many other, which of course we do not have time to. Let me share with you a couple of other moments, and you know, probably the most admired president next to Lincoln in our own history was Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was near divine. Ronald Reagan, all you have to do is mention his name. Every candidate always does. Here are two guests on the Donahue Show, each of whom is discussing then President Ronald Reagan.
Paint a very, very grim picture of the sitting President of the United States. You talk about a man who who speaks by 3x5 cards. You tell us about a meeting in which he was reading the wrong 3x5 cards. You tell us about a meeting in which he stared into space and apparently said nothing. And then somebody mentioned Hollywood or something, or baseball, and then suddenly he becomes animated.
Let me just say this. I think he's probably the laziest president I've ever seen. I don't say that he's not talented. I say he doesn't do his homework. He doesn't do his briefing. I say the President of the United States is the most powerful person in the world, and with that power goes responsibility.
Right.
You don't say to somebody, you're going to make the decisions.
There are a few things, maybe 15 or 20, that can only be transferred from an incumbent president to his successor. And I had prepared very greatly for this meeting with then Governor Ronald Reagan. And I had made notes about these things that only a president can tell to his successor. So I started going down the list and explaining them. Some of them were very complicated, and I noticed that he wasn't taking notes and so forth. So I finally said, Governor Reagan, would you like to take some notes? He said, no, I don't need to. I can remember what you're telling me. So in about 2 or 3 more minutes, he finally said, can I have a copy of your notes? And so I called my secretary in, and she went out and made a copy of my notes, and I gave them to him. And then I proceeded with the rest of the items, and still noticed that he didn't write down anything. And I was under the impression that he couldn't retain, I could not have retained all that I was giving him verbally. So I thought it was an interesting encounter and also somewhat revealing.
Is interesting the word we want to go with here? Here's what I would think.
Yeah,
I think you went back to Rosalind and said, holy cow, this guy doesn't seem to give...
That's pretty close.
It's a window onto media, really, journalism especially, at a time when I think American journalism has a lot on its mind and a lot to think about. I mean, just the Iraq War is just one example. You're welcome, sir. By the way, we'll talk about that tomorrow. For some reason known only to Ralph, he has invited me to speak 2 days here at our conference. I started at a radio station in Dayton, Ohio, in Adrian, Michigan. Adrian, Michigan, WABJ, the proverbial 250-watt radio station. I think the signal probably went just about across the street. I was the news director because I was the only person in the news department. I covered my first murder there. I played softball with the police department. I was on the team cultivating my sources. I covered City Hall, and I couldn't get over how powerful I was. I mean, my microphone, I could stop the mayor. I was like 22. I must have looked 12. I covered fires. You know, I'd get to that fire. What did it look like when you got here, Chief? You said it looked like a fire, you idiot. What do you think? And I wondered what happened to WABJ, and I looked up, I Googled WABJ, and I got Washington Area Black Journalists Association. I mean, this is just one of the passing wonderful features of old-time media. I covered the births at the local hospital. I reported them on the air, including the birth of my first child, Adrian, Michigan, 1959. We broadcast football games. I gave high school football scores. I announced the deaths from the coroner's office. The local issues that were so important to the local people. Where do you find that today? Today, radio is a canned, prepared musical puree put together at some foreign location and broadcast from a computer. Nobody works at a radio station anymore. It's just music. And by the way, it's either hard rock, soft rock. Once in a while, you get a classical station. And it's a broadcast format with no personality at all. And certainly no announcement of the local scores of football games or the local auto accidents and who's injured and who went to the hospital. So this is just some of the past landscape that I was I realize now, very privileged to have walked upon simply because of the nature of the work that I was lucky enough to wind up in. Here's now who was more admired than the people from Camelot? Jack Kennedy. What a romantic figure he was. What a handsome figure he cut. Boy, I remember in my Catholic neighborhood, boy, Jack Kennedy could do no wrong. Here is a Donahue show, I think early 80s, featuring Judith Exner. Now, where was the press on this? Now, remember, Monica brought this nation to a halt. Both chambers of Congress for 2 years. All Monica, all the time. Here's Judith Exner agreeing to talk about her relationship with Jack as long as I read the passage from her book that you're about to see. Judith Exner, 1980s.
You are in the Beverly Hilton Hotel, and it is at the moment of the Democratic Convention in this city in 1960. Jack Kennedy is appearing to gather the delegates needed for the nomination, but it is not yet a fait accompli. I believe this is the night before he was nominated. You go to the room where Jack is in the company of a number of people, and you notice a woman circling, as you say, like a bird of prey. These are your words. Jack came over and said, "I'm sorry about the mix-up, but everybody's going now. Just hold on, because I want to spend some time alone with you." Jack took my hand and said, we should say that while this is happening, delegates for Jack Kennedy are coalescing at the convention center. Yes. All the phones are ringing, the backroom stuff, Daley and the Chicago delegates, everybody's getting ready to name Jack Kennedy the Democratic standard bearer. Jack took my hand and said, "Let's go into the other room. I want to talk to you." We went into the bedroom and sat on the end of his bed. As I looked up, I saw the tall, thin woman was standing at the other end of the room. She gave me a little smile and went into the bathroom, closing the door. While I was trying to figure out what she was doing there, I heard Jack say something about the three of us going to bed together. I will never remember his exact words because I just couldn't believe my ears. I think I said something like, "Oh God, Jack, how could you?" He said, "But it's all right, don't be afraid, I know you'll enjoy it." I thought, "Oh Lord, what's wrong with me?" He tried to kiss me and I pulled away. There was an anxious look on his face and I could see that he was puzzled by my rejection. I was crushed, I just couldn't believe it. He never stopped talking. He assured me the girl was safe, that she would never talk about it to a single soul, and there was nothing wrong with a menage a trois, that it was practiced widely and over again, that I would enjoy it. I know you. I know you'll enjoy it. You finally got out of that. You rejected this idea. You stand by this story, however.
Yes.
This makes Gary Hart look like a Boy Scout.
Very possibly because you don't know everything about Gary Hart, you know.
Not necessarily simultaneously. You had at this general time frame, 1960-61, an intimate relationship with Frank Sinatra, Sam Giancana, and Jack Kennedy. In view of, and incidentally, this information is all on the record. There's hardly anything newsworthy about what I'm saying here. The point should be made that at no time did I see any front page story in anybody's newspaper about the events that you have described in your book, and events which incidentally have never been refuted by anybody. So we are left to speculate now in 1988 what we should have known about our candidate in 1960. We're talking about a man after whom Catholic schools were named, not to mention a few airports.
I think that very possibly in some areas the press has overextended their curiosity, but I think that Jack was allowed to really get away with far too much. I didn't know it then, but I was not the only woman in Jack's life. There were numerous women that he was seeing, and I think that does, and this is not, and I don't want it misunderstood because I was a great admirer of his, and I think that it's important that we know a great deal more than we knew about Jack, that we know more about our leaders. And the press, there was a code of silence as far as his conduct was concerned. They did not write about it.
You were a beautiful young woman who was raised in wealth and naturally found yourself surrounded by wealthy and powerful people. But you do appear to have been used, considerably used. And now, 25 years later, you look up to find yourself alone and in grave health. You might be Exhibit A at the feminist convention. If anybody has reason for rage and bitterness, it would seem to be you.
Well, I can agree partially. I don't feel bitter. I'm not proud of the fact that I went with a married man, and I will be held accountable for my actions, and I am perfectly willing to be held accountable for my actions. I think the difficult part has been for me that somehow I'm made accountable for everyone else's actions, for Jack's actions, for Sam's actions, and that part of it, I'm not bitter, but I don't think it's at all fair. And it's part of the reason for my telling the true story. I'd have never, ever let anyone know about my relationship with Jack had the Intelligence Committee not leaked my name. Plus, they were putting me in grave danger. By my not responding and my not making myself available, they were more or less hunting me down. But I really believe that had I told the truth at that time, I wouldn't be alive today. Johnny Roselli appeared before that committee, and he was dead a year later.
John Roselli's body was found in an oil drum in Biscayne Bay, or Dumbfounding Bay, out near Miami. Sam Giancana was shot in the head 7 times as he prepared breakfast in the basement of his Oak Park home for the man who was to be his murderer. And, of course, John F. Kennedy is also dead.
I'm from Boston. I just want to know, you say you're not the type person to have an affair with a married man. Are you the type to have an affair with a mass murderer?
I didn't.
Giancana is the man about whom she speaks.
If you think back, well, you are too young, but in 1960, we didn't know who Sam Giancana was, and I knew him as Sam Flood, and when I finally found out he was Sam Giancana, the name Giancana didn't mean anything to me. It was only later on that I found out exactly who he was, and most of the country. It was later.
Was the president aware that you were seeing Sam Giancana at the same time?
I wasn't seeing Sam Giancana, and that's the misconception. I was meeting with Sam Giancana only for Jack. I was only seeing him to pass the envelopes or the information and to set up meetings. It wasn't until after I was no longer seeing Jack that Sam and I became close friends. And that was only for a matter of a couple of months.
Did you not tell Jack that you were upset that the FBI was all over your house, your driveway,
yes,
and your
yes.
And he said, "Don't worry, what?"
He would say, "Don't worry about it. You've never done anything wrong. You're not doing anything wrong." He said, "Sam works for us."
Sam works for us.
Yes.
You stand by that quote.
Absolutely.
So the President of the United States is saying that the leading mobster in the United States works for him.
Yes.
Well, one of the dilemmas of being a journalist today, especially the TV people, is you have to, in order to succeed, especially on television, you have to be popular. People have to like you. And you often have to report things and interview people in a way that people do not like. And this can often be a career killer. So here I am, Exhibit A. You're about to watch the dismantling of Phil Donahue by none other than William Jefferson Clinton.
I know that the image that many Americans have of me, solely by hearing all these negative things, they know nothing about my life, about the kind of family I grew up in, about my background, about what I've done as governor. I think it's sort of warped. I don't blame anybody for having a negative impression. But I'm telling you, if you're worried about whether you'd have a president and a first lady and a family, committed to their child, committed to the future of this country and other people's children, that is not a worry. Mm-hmm. People shouldn't worry about that.
Right. Part of the Slick Willie problem is caused by what some analysts see as your ability to deflect questions and give answers which really don't speak.
We need the ability in politics to deflect some questions. You folks would kill us if we couldn't.
Well. But that's true. Except that...
Thank you very much.
Except that the deflection makes the problem grow even worse. let me just talk to you for a moment about Jennifer Flowers. Now, here's a woman who gave some very detailed information to the Star about visits to Dallas and numbers of visits to her multiple dwelling apartment, the Quapaw Towers, I think it was called. The man who ran the towers is quoted as saying he saw your car, had to move the state driver because he was in a no parking zone several times.
He didn't say, and they didn't report, did they, that the Quapaw Tower is the main dwelling place for people active in Arkansas politics? That my closest friend and advisor in my administration lives there? That another cabinet member of mine lives there? That 2 other major appointees of mine live there? And it's a huge building.
Mm-hmm. So now.
And, you know, if somebody, he didn't say, and you didn't point out to these people, that I don't want to get into this. I would never even answer this if a year and a half before this occurred, that woman had not hired a lawyer and threatened to sue anybody who claimed that I'd ever had anything to do with her. She hired a lawyer and threatened to sue anybody, even had him draft a complaint to sue a local radio station if they said that. She then took $150,000 and changed her story. Now, you may want to credit that or not. Were it not for that, I would not even have discussed this. My view is, I told you the only facts I think you're entitled to know. Have I ever had any problems in my marriage? Yes. Are we in good shape now? Yes. Did we work them out? Yes.
So,
if I had been divorced, would you even be bringing this up? No. Should people be punished for keeping their marriage together? No. Is that a character question? Not for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's my position on this whole thing. I should point out also that the Los Angeles Times and one other analyst looked at those alleged tapes and said they'd been heavily spliced, and I'll tell you why, because there was talk on there that would have exonerated me. But I can't prove that because I didn't have the clippers, because I don't tape people's private telephone conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I am not going to discuss the details of this any further.
Mm-hmm.
I've said all I've got to say about it. I'm running for president.
So, throwing myself on the media sword here then, and assuming that I will not enjoy the top of your most favored media list, if I were to ask you if you had an intimate relationship with Jennifer Flowers, you would say what?
I'd say what I've always said. I told the truth, and so did she the first time. So I've given you the answer.
So that this is a lie?
Her story is not true. The Jennifer Flowers story is not true. We're living in a world when if somebody says anything about you that's bad, you folks will publish it and worry about whether it's true later. Mm-hmm. Now, that's the truth. Now, but the main thing is, look, way back last fall, before any of this came up, before somebody had to go to the trouble to pay her $150,000, which is probably now well over $200,000 with the subsidiary television appearances and all this sort of stuff, I went to the press corps and I said, if you want somebody who's had a perfect marriage, go find somebody else. Don't vote for me. I said that. I don't believe that I or any other decent human being should have to put up with the kind of questioning you're putting me through now. Once you have been candid, once you've been open, once you have said that. I don't believe that. I think this is debasing our politics. I cannot tell you how many total strangers come up to me on the street and say, I used to believe in public life. I used to want to be in politics. I wouldn't want for office on the bet now, and I don't know how you put up with it. And I'll tell you why. Because believe it or not, Phil, there are people out there with futures that are worth fighting for. There are real problems in this country, and there are people who'd like to hear them discussed. And I've done my best to do it, and it's very difficult because people like you don't want me to.
All right, just so I understand here, are you denying these allegations, or are you saying that it's not fair to ask them?
I have given answers to that specific one. If it were not for the unique facts of that case, I wouldn't discuss any of them. I have given an answer about my life, which is sufficient. And I have been held to a different standard than any previous person in public life, near as I can figure.
Okay.
And now the press even says that I have. you'd have a lot of people that couldn't have served if they'd been put through what I've been through. Would we have been better off without all those presidents?
Well, it's up to you. What kind of media do you want? How much do you want to know about your president? Is character important to you? What does character mean? You know, at least I didn't bring the nation to a halt for 2 years, just about 2 years, and I didn't spend millions of dollars of public money looking up a dress. So we have here a conflict, not only within the journalist, him, herself, but within the citizenry. We are voyeurs. We watched all that Monica stuff. We can't deny that we didn't. And some of us were more leering than others. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to understand the pressure on people who run for public office. This is something that we have to decide what we want. We should have known that Jack Kennedy was dealing with the leading mob figure in the country. We should have known that. We should have known how vulnerable he was to blackmail, and that our president has a responsibility never to place himself in that kind of jeopardy. But getting there is very, very difficult, because we have a press who will take it on the chin if they appear to be harassing a popular president, especially. And, you know, there are millions of Americans who believe that to criticize a president is unpatriotic. We send thousands of young men and women to war to protect our way of life, at the center of which is free speech. And then when we exercise it at a time like, for example, a war, we're told to shut up and sing. So often our patriotism gets in the way of our understanding and the information that we should have to be responsible citizens. I feel obliged to say that Marlo wanted to come and see what y'all look like. But she's heard me speak, and she is otherwise engaged with her responsibilities to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. She's engaged in what she calls the world's second oldest profession, fundraising. And in a way, it's a relief for me to be on the road without her, because people knock me over to get to her. Oh, Marlo, that girl, we just loved it, and Free to Be. Oh, our children wore that record out. I mean, and I'm standing there. So sooner or later, somebody will notice me and they say, oh, and we like you too, Merv. I've enjoyed my time with you, and I hope you have too. Thank you very much.
Oh boy, that's great. So this is actually a moment for a break, and you have a chance to get a commemorative copy of Unsafe at Any Speed, signed by Ralph, as well as other books in the back left outside the hall here. And there's food trucks at 18th and D, so you can get food there. We're going to restart at 12:50, so try to be on time because we're going to start on time. Thank you all very much for coming.
So I was in a taxi cab in Chicago, and the taxi driver asks me, "What do you do?" And I said, "I work for this new news network. Doesn't take corporate funding or government money, doesn't sell advertising." And he said, "Oh, you mean the Real News?" And I knew that was it. That was going to be the name.
Welcome to the Real News Network. I'm Sharmini Peres.
This is Shahrial Tajvidi.
My name is Thomas Hedges.
I'm Barna Noor.
We're here in front of the Greek Parliament where a very large crowd is gathering.
The site of the unrest 1 year ago after Freddie Gray was killed in police custody.
Manchester, New Hampshire for the primaries of the Democratic Party.
Washington, D.C. at the National Press Club. Live from Ferguson, Missouri.
I'm Sharmini Peres coming to you from Athens.
Jessica Devereaux coming to you from Capitol Hill. I'm Kayla Rivara, and this is the Real News of the Day.
In Maryland, 2,100 inmates are serving life with the possibility of parole.
Welcome to Reality asserts itself.
We're not doing the news just to understand. We're doing it because we want to make a difference. We want to make change. We don't want to live in a world of perpetual war and climate disasters and eroding living standards and chronic poverty. And we've realized that if we're going to make that difference, we need to talk to the people who need the change the most. That's working and poor people. That's why we're based in Baltimore.
The main idea of the name The Real News is that there's an objective world where economic interests dominate.
When you look at a police department, their primary mission is to protect wealth and property.
They think that they can do what they want to do, and the citizens have lost confidence.
I want to get back to your
But our role isn't just to report and expose. We go beyond critique and strive to answer the question, what are effective solutions?
When we covered the Baltimore protests against the murder of Freddie Gray and systemic police abuse, we said that the real problem was not just a few racist cops, but the role of police in enforcing laws that perpetuate chronic poverty and mass incarceration. Police act as a buffer between those who own stuff and those who don't. The more you own, the more you are served and protected.
The Real News gave a voice to the people most affected. For example, we hosted a town hall in a parking lot in Gilmore Homes, the community where Freddie Gray grew up.
We decided to have a town hall meeting today.
The little white children be in their neighborhoods. They got skateboard rings, playgrounds, soft cushioned mats on their courts. Our children got the concrete jungle. Then they wonder why they so hard and so disrespectful. They don't have nothing to respect. What the hell do they have? Nothing.
The weakness of independent news sources, including ours, is that they have yet to capture a broad mass audience. Corporate media dominates.
We think the weak link in the corporate media chain exists in certain local markets. For example, the advertising-driven model of Baltimore's local television news leads it to target the mostly white and wealthy audience in Baltimore County. That's why 75% of their on-air talent is white in a city that's 65% black.
Of course, the issue is much deeper than who's on air. In a city where there were 348 murders in 2015, that's as many murders as New York, a city 13 times the size of Baltimore, local news turned tragedy into morbid infotainment. They don't ask questions that might lead to transformative change. They don't challenge those who have real power because they're owned by people who have such power. The nonprofit model of the Real News allows us to take on these issues with imagination and courage. We can win a major share of the Baltimore City audience. And when we do, it's a game changer.
Our plan is to develop news, analysis, and cultural programs that will break through to a Baltimore audience. We will deepen our investigative work and debate solutions in town halls held in our downtown studios. They'll be live streamed and on television. We're producing a daily news and commentary show on local television and developing Real News Radio. We're opening a restaurant event space that features local artists and cultural events that strengthen our ties with the community.
As I seen him on his phone, walking, talking, minding his own. Boom, a shot from my hands where I stood. All I seen flying was a phone in the hood lying there.
We're here in the town of Westminster, Maryland.
We're sending a team to Westminster, a working-class town near Baltimore that's mostly white and supports Trump. This is a long-term project to build a real news audience in a place where right-wing ideas dominate.
We'll be investigating the community's concerns and what real effective solutions look like.
The biggest thing here in Westminster is a lot of drugs, You see a lot of drug guys standing on the corners, selling drugs. You go anywhere in Westminster City and see it.
We're building an institute that's a collaboration of investigative journalists, academics, and frontline workers like teachers and nurses and cops and community activists that will answer the question, if you ran Maryland and Baltimore in the interests of the majority of its people, what policies would you create?
We will strengthen our team in D.C., focusing on the real interests that drive Washington policy and expose the mainstreaming of racism, Islamophobia, and far-right ideologies in American national politics and media. TRNN is one of the few independent news networks accredited on Capitol Hill.
Very importantly, we will expand our Climate Change Bureau and stress the urgency of the environmental crisis, expose the war on science, and report on creative and necessary solutions. We're covering everything from global rising temperatures to toxic waste dumps in Baltimore.
We will increase our coverage of the foreign policy of the 1% and its devastating impacts. We will report on mass movements around the world that are resisting austerity, war, and aggression.
Real News is in the house, building the world house that Martin King and so many others envisioned. Please support Real News.
I'm grateful for the Real News Network for bringing true news to people and communities who need it most.
It's going to be more than news. It's going to be community mobilization, community enlightenment, community morale, and really focus not just on telling people what's going on that's not very good in Baltimore, but telling them what's going on that is good, all the way to solutions for a better life for the people in this big city.
We know that this is an ambitious plan, but the time's quite out for it. We believe that if significant resources are brought to bear in Baltimore, it would have great national significance. Please help us make real news.
Closed toward a mission yet unclear, advancing pole by pole. Fortune breathed into my ear, obey this simple code. When road was paved in gold. Just wanna play along? There's no real big monitor situation, but it just would be fun. You just come in with it. Where do you come in? Okay. Sorry. Fortune breathed into my ear. Oh, sorry. Okay. Fortune breathed into my ear. Obey the simple code. When road was paved in gold. When road was just a road. Am I Blakey in year? Such a woeful schism. The pain in our existence was not as I envisioned. It's fine, right? What? What? The only other one we're doing is Grateful. Let's just, but we'll be fine. I'll just try to play harder. Is this in the PA or anything, the guitar? Okay. I just couldn't hear anything. Okay, that's all right. Ours is just another skin, simply slips away. You can rise above it, it will shed easily. It all will come out fine. I've learned it line by line. One common wire, one silver thread. Sounds fine. Just remember that I'll be following you. If you're the lead. Yeah, so you just play as if you play, and I'll adjust to you. I'm playing such simple stuff that. I know. Okay. Can somebody take the guitar? All right. Want to try Dream? I can sort of tilt the monitor a little. Yeah, so maybe she can, yeah. In the morning when I wake up and listen to the sound of the birds outside on the roof, I try not to read what the papers say. I try not to hear all the news. And I'll hold you if you have a bad dream, and hope it never comes true. 'Cause you and I've been through so many things together, and the sun shines over the roof. It's a dream, only a dream, and it's fading now, fading, fading away. Only a dream, just a memory without anywhere to stay. Sounds good, right? Sounds great. I'm going to just do a little people, and we'll keep it upbeat, okay? You don't want to do it? All right, fine. No, I agree. Any other song we should go over? Like Pissing, Can't Help Falling, Pissing. Pissing in a river, watching it rise. Tattoo fingers shy away from me. Voices, voices mesmerize. Voices, voices beckon and see. Come, 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 come back, come back, come back, come, come back. Spoke of a wheel, tip of a spoon. Good. Sounds great, Jesse. Piano's nice. Can you hear a little bit from there? Just enough to... I know. Okay. Fine, thank you. It sounds really great. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. Give her my love. I will. She adores
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Ladies and gentlemen, it is currently 12:31 on a Tuesday. And then it never. Okay. We can mute this mic though now.
Still coming back. Here you go. What do you think? Susan, I'll get you this one. Oh yeah, it's getting close. Is Patty over there? Yeah.
Good afternoon. We have a real treat this afternoon. Patty Smith, arguably the most versatile artist in America today. She's internationally adored in Asia and Europe and elsewhere. She's not only a musician of note, she's an author of the book Just Kids, which won the National Book Award. Only one book, nonfiction book, wins the National Book Award. And an artist, a thinker, a doer. She has been at many civic action rallies. I shared a stage with her in Albany at the worst moment in the Iraq War, where we exchanged representations of that criminal war of aggression. She composed a special song called Radio Baghdad, actually a poem, and that's on a DVD on the tables out there if you want to pick a copy up. More specifically, she is a member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I guess it started with her 1975 debut album, Horses. She was called the Punk Poet Laureate, fusing rock and poetry in her work. And she also became more widely recognized with the song Because the Night, which was co-written with Bruce Springsteen. She's got some interesting awards. In 2005, Patti Smith was named the Commander of the Order of the Arts and Letters by the French Ministry of Culture. And she received in 2011 the Polar Music Prize. But she's really unlike any other artist I've met, and you'll see what I mean, not only in her compositions, accompanied by her daughter Jessie, an accomplished musician in her own right, but also by the way she says things and keeps her priorities in ways that make her a full human being. Thank you. Patti Smith. And
thank you, everybody. My daughter Jessie and I are very happy to be here, and it's wonderful to hear Ralph speak, even if it's just about myself, which seems amazing to me, especially because I learned about Ralph Nader through my late father. When I was a young girl, my father always voted for Ralph. Through the 60s, when every presidential election, he wrote in Ralph Nader. And I asked him, I was too young to vote, and I asked him why he did that, and he said he was the only man in America that he trusted for the job. The other thing my father always said about Ralph was, if the government was hiding a can of worms, Ralph, the human can opener, would open it up and fight every worm. So, in any event, grateful to be here. My daughter Jessie and I came from New York by train, and I was reading a book, and just by chance, there was a quote in the book that really made me think of him. To us, a single act of injustice, cheating in business, exploitation of the poor, can be slight. To the prophet, a disaster. To us, injustice is injurious to the welfare of the people. To the prophet, it is a death blow to existence. To us, an episode. To them, a catastrophe, a threat to the world. We're very grateful to Ralph for serving us his whole life. And this little song is called Grateful. Oops, wrong way. This way. Thank you, Matt. I'm grateful also to Nick, who I think it was Nick who lent me his guitar because I was half asleep when we left this morning. We left around 5:45 and forgot my guitar. So even though I've been prepared for months, so doesn't really matter because I'm not much of a player anyway. But this little song is called Grateful. It's for Ralph. Ours is just another skin, simply slips away. You can rise above it, it was shared easily. It all will come out fine. I've learned it line by line. One common wire, one silver thread, all that you desire rolls on ahead. Like a ship in a bottle, held up to the sun. Sails ain't going nowhere. You can count everyone until it crashes onto the earth. Simply slips away. You can hide in the open or just disappear. It all will come out fine. I've learned it line by line. One common wire, one silver thread, all that you desire rolls on ahead. Ours is just a craving and a twist of the wrist. We'll undo the stopper, the abrupt tenderness. Time little sparrow and awake singing. It all will come out fine. I've learned it line by line. One common wire, one silver thread, all that you desire rolls on ahead. Grateful. So I imagine that in these few days, that all of the speakers and all of you, and certainly spearheaded by Ralph, there will be many new ideas in how to build new infrastructure
for change and communication in our future. And you know, these things, you know, at first, you know, for my generation or someone like me, a bit daunting. You know, all of the technology, all of the social media, some of it seems somewhat overwhelming, even negative, but there's also so many positive uses of our technology in a way to bring so many people together, to get people motivated at the same moment. There's a lot of exciting things. It's a pioneering time, a time of transition, but I still think simultaneously we must cherish the things that are beautiful, our parents' time, our grandparents' time, history, all of history, because history is part of what makes us who we are. And as we advance into this new time, this technological age, we can't forget how we, you know, what brought us here, all the people that fought to get us to this point. So I'd like to do a little song. The song is called Dream. It's by Neil Young. It's a very nostalgic song, somewhat different than some of Neil Young's songs. For my generation, Neil Young was very important in bringing some of the most difficult aspects of our time to the forefront with songs like Ohio, after the Kent State killings of these young students who were gathering for peace and to end the war in Vietnam. This is a very different little song, and it's called Dream.
Try not to read
as I said, Jesse and I came on a train this morning from New York City, where we live, and I wanted to mention that because Jesse and I travel so much, it seems like we live in a million places, but our home is in New York City, and we're going to read a little poem that Walt Whitman wrote for New York City, because it was also his home. And Walt Whitman has much residence in Washington. He served, and he was a nurse to soldiers during the Civil War. He was Abraham Lincoln's favorite poet, even though Whitman was quite controversial, often censored, and for his openly embracing his homosexuality. And that courage, and I'm sure it took a lot of courage in the 19th century, inspired many other artists and poets, in particular Allen Ginsberg, who followed his path as an activist and as a poet of the people. So we'd like to read his homage to New York City, a city built on the shoulders of immigrants, something that we should not forget. Sorry. Mannahatta. I was looking for something specific and perfect for my city, a certain name, whereupon lo, up sprang the aboriginal name, Mannahatta. Now I see what there is in a name, a word, liquid, sane, unruly, musical, self-sufficient. I see that the word of my city is that word up there, Mannahatta. Because I see that word nested in nets of water bays, superb, with tall and wonderful spires, rich, hemmed, thick all around with sail ships and steamships, an island, 16 miles long, solid founded, numberless crowded streets, high growth of iron, slender, strong, light, splendidly uprising toward clear skies, tides swift and ample, well loved by me towards sundown. The flowing sea currents, the little islands, larger adjoining islands, the heights, the villas, the countless masts, the white shore steamers, the lighters, the ferry boats, the Black Sea steamers, all well modeled, the downtown streets, the jobbers' house of business, the houses of business of the ship merchants and money brokers, and the river streets. Immigrants arriving, 15 or 20,000 in a week, the carts hauling goods, the manly race of drivers of horses, the brown-faced sailors, the summer air, the bright sun shining, and the sailing clouds aloft, the winter snows, the sleigh bells, the broken ice in the river, passing along up and down with the blood and the flood tide and the ebb tide, the mechanics of the city, the masters, well-formed, beautiful faces, looking you straight in the eyes, the trotters, the vehicles, Broadway, the women, the shops, the shows, the parades, the processions, the bugles playing, the flags flying, drums beating, a million people, manners free and superb, open voices, hospitality, courageous and friendly, the free city, no slaves, no owners of slaves, the beautiful city, the city of the hurried and sparkling waters, the city of spires, the city of mass, the city nested in bays, Mannahatta, my city. This is a little song called My Blakean Year. And I wrote this song in honor of William Blake at a time when I imagined that I was going through a great period of strife. But one's strife is never as great as another's. All you have to do is read the news or look at your neighbor and see that your strife is manageable in compared to others. And William Blake, as an artist in the late 18th century, early 19th century, he was an activist, fought for women's rights, fought for children's rights, really lobbied against the idea of having children labor in factories, sometimes till midnight, chimney sweeps. And little children, a chimney sweep in the time of William Blake had about a lifespan of about 12 years old. And he voiced all of these things. And in fact, he actually just escaped hanging for using his voice too loud. And it was William Blake who, when he heard the English were after him, told Thomas Paine he better get out of town because they were coming for him, and Thomas Paine skipped to Paris. But William Blake, in his lifetime, an artist, a visionary, a poet, was hardly appreciated in his lifetime, and died poverty-stricken, but always filled with enthusiasm for his work, for his visions, for his political ideals, for his art. And I always think of him whenever I feel a little down or unappreciated. No matter how unappreciated I feel, I'll never be as unappreciated as William Blake. So anyway, a little song for him. In my Blakean year, I was so disposed for the mission yet unclear, advancing pole by pole, marching breathed into my ear, obey this simple code. When road was paved in gold, when road was just a road. In my Blakean year, such a woeful schism, the pain in our existence was not as I envisioned. Roots that train from track to track, worn down to the discussion of censorship, I was thinking this is something, of course, that artists have been, dealing with, fighting, for centuries. And in my own experience, I've had quite a few songs censored. This particular song that we were going to do, the record company wanted it as a single because they thought it would be popular, but they objected to a word in it, so they bleeped it. So when you heard the song, went bleep, ba-da-da-da, and it was ludicrous, really. And they kept saying, couldn't you change that word to swimming or, wading? And I said, no, it's not about swimming. So, because swimming is more smooth sailing. Anyway, I didn't change it, and it was a failure. And that was okay. I didn't mind that at all, because I did it the way I wanted to do it. And I'm still doing it. But I think there's something even worse than censorship, and that's being ignored. And I think that we have to be very careful of what our media and social media is doing. I mean, we always had to be careful, but now it's not just media, it's social media. It's the whole conglomerate, which is massive, sometimes overwhelming and quite insidious. And sometimes we don't even realize how it's shaping our opinion. I think that my worst for myself, as a, just a citizen, when we knew that the Bush administration were planning to go into Iraq in March, in January, we organized, some of us organized 2 massive gatherings here, and we, I think there was about 150,000, 100,000. It was a sizable and honorable gathering of people who were opposed to the Bush administration going into Iraq. And we were, well, I'd like to clap about that, but I also went to Italy, where there was at least 1.2 million, in France, where there was several 100,000, and also in London. I went to several countries, and we had the smallest showing in America, but we did have a strong showing. And we were promised by CNN, by Wolf Blitzer actually, that we could speak for, maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes, however many minutes, and about the rally, about this, the importance of it, and what our feelings about the Bush administration going into Iraq were. We came in early, a couple days early, and we were canceled. We were canceled because there, of course, was the terrible incident of the sniper, and which was a real incident, but not an incident that needed 24 hours of coverage. We only wanted a few minutes, and we waited, and so we were, first it was breaking news, and then the next day there was more breaking news, and then we were promised again, and then they were, I'm sorry to relive this, and talk so inarticulately, but I'm sort of inarticulate anyway. It's part of my MO. It's how I make a living. But in any event, they caught the sniper, and it was a terrible thing, but they caught him. And then we were canceled because they needed to discuss that for 24 hours on CNN. And so then we said, well, will you at least say something on the band that goes at the bottom, saying, for anyone who doesn't know about it, or anyone who wants to come, or just to let people know that we are doing this, that those across America are being represented, but they didn't have any room for that. So in any event, being ignored is sometimes worse than being censored. With censored, at least if you're censored, there's some kind of public outcry. Sometimes there's people know about it and there's a dialogue. There's some kind of communication. But when you're just completely ignored, no one, it's like you don't exist. But we do exist. We existed then, we exist now. And each of us are a thorn. And we will use our little thorn, we'll poke them and poke them and poke them until they bleed. We are not giving up. You know what I mean? Swimming in a river just wouldn't have been right, you know? Just didn't have the same It's funny, I always think, whether I say anything or not, I always think of our great activists when I sing that song, because all over the world, I meet people who are, sometimes people say something nice to me, like I do some kind of activist work. To me, no. There are real activists who really spend their whole life in service to the people. And it's like one of the most beautiful and thankless tasks you can imagine. And I remember when my daughter and I were touring with Ralph and going to rallies and going from town to town with Ralph. And one of the things that he said to us, which I'll never forget, is when you're in this kind of active duty, you can't just be ready to win, win, win. You have to be ready to lose, 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 and keep fighting. Get up and keep fighting. We'll win. This is just a little song. It's just a little song dedicated to all the things that Ralph and all of us cherish, whether it's social justice, our earth, our water, our air, and all of it under the beautiful blanket of truth. Sorry, I forgot what I was supposed to do. Like a river flows slowly to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand. Elvis. Thank you. You've been really nice. I know I didn't really have any specific talk or anything, and it's probably a good thing because I can be quite the rambler. So, so this is, you know, it's like Phil. We watched, and it was like being at his show. So this is this is our little show, right? The Patty Jesse show for you. So. This last song that we're going to do, this was, my father really hated rock and roll, and he did like the car I bought him, but he really hated rock and roll, except for this song. It was his favorite thing that I ever did, and of course I didn't do it alone. I wrote this song with Jesse's father, and Jesse's father, Fred Sonic Smith, was very active, a very strong revolutionary leader in the 60s, a great thinker, and he wanted to write a song that all people across the world could use to inspire them and incite them to action. He never lived long enough to see that happen, but I have. I have seen people sing this song for all just a bevy of important causes all over the world, in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, for Vote for Change. Just recently in Paris, U2 sang it after the massacre in the Bataclan, and I think that he would have loved all of this, and I know that he would have loved also that it was a theme song of sorts for Ralph when we campaigned with him. So I think of three men. I think of Fred, who wrote the music and came and had the concept of the song. I think of my father, who loved it, and Ralph, who lives it.
It was broken, but my dream
do twice. Where there were deserts, I saw fountains, and like cream, the waters rise, and we strove there together, with none to laugh or criticize, and then the leopard and the lamb that lay together, a true bound. Well, I was hoping in my hoping to recall what I found. I was dreaming in my dreaming, God knows, a pure view. But I surrender into my sleeping. I commit my dream to you. People have the power. Well, you know what? We have the power to get back. Because you're supposed to sing "People of the Power" because I have another part. So, let's. How's it go? People. Well, I'm sorry. People have the power to dream, to vote, to strike, to live, the power to dream, to rule, to wrestle the world from fools. It's decreed the people rule. Well, it's decreed the people rule. Listen, I believe everything we dream can come to pass through a union. We can turn the world around. We can turn the earth's revolution. We have the power. People have the power. The people have the power. People have the power. Don't forget it. Use your voice. Jesse Smith. Thank you, everybody. Now see, there is a little metaphor there. The song fell apart. I messed it up. It fell apart. But then we all came together and we brought it back and made it better. So we can do that in life all the time. We just like pick up and keep going. Anyway, have a great days. And thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Boy, that was so sweet. We do have the power. Patty, people have the power. Smith reminded us. Thank you all very much for joining in and singing and clapping. That's what we need to do. It's all together. Our next speaker, Mark Green, was New York City's first public advocate. He's currently host of a nationally syndicated radio show, Both Sides Now. And this month he published his 23rd book, Bright Infinite Future. Please welcome Mark Green.
Oh my God. For those of you who are hoping that Jim Hightower would speak next, I came in disguise. I'm the Hightower of Manhattan. Jim, thank you. I should be so lucky. Kevin, thank you for your introduction. Thank you, Patty, for being the most multi-talented boomer of the 60s generation. She's awesome. Let's give her more applause. And that comes out of my time. Thank you, Ralph and John, for your citizen summons to me and you to celebrate the last 50 years, but especially to organize for the next 50. Who doesn't blame the media when things go wrong? The right wing talks about the lamestream media to such an extent that entire careers and incomes see Brent Bozell and Bernard Goldberg, are built on the self-evident fiction that companies owned by big corporations are biased to the left. Progressives, in turn, blame the corporate media when their candidate or cause fails. Both can't be right. Everyone loves and quotes Thomas Jefferson's encomium that if he had to choose a government without the press, you know it, or a press without the government, he'd go with the press, which is understandable hyperbole from our founding. Remember that the Federalist was serialized in New York, I don't know if you personally remember, was serialized by New York papers in 1787, providing the cornerstone of a country and very presciently an award-winning play 230 years later. In 1860, Lincoln's speeches, especially at Cooper Union, were reprinted around the country and read by as high a percentage or higher than today are on Facebook. Hence, he wins the nomination and the presidency. In 1953, Edward R. Murrow stirred the nation to finally go after McCarthy. And I'm not going to be partisan, but that raises the question, where is 2016's Murrow defrocking you-know-who? Notwithstanding the phenomenal rise of social media, which is great as it is a largely, for now, self-selecting process. Today, the distribution is different from the Federalist to Murrow. It's filtered through a handful of major corporations who have a dog in the fight. News Corp, Time Warner, Comcast, Reuters, Bloomberg, Disney, Viacom, Hachette. They control what most Americans read. Not all, but most. This is precisely what Lewis Powell suggested and intended in his now famous Powell Memo of 1971, targeting Ralph and all critics of business. He correctly, sadly, but correctly saw that the corporate media was to be an instrument of corporate power. This is not what the founders intended. Bill Moyers, who, in my view, with Ralph Nader, is one of the two great progressive public intellectuals of our era, said, quote, "The First Amendment is the first for a reason, to hold our representatives accountable and to arm the powerless with information, to stand up to the tyranny of the elite, political or economic. The founders, however, did not count on the rise of the mega media," close quote. So instead of information flowing freely and without bias, news now, in the phrase of James Hamilton of Duke University, is, quote, "a commodity, not a mirror image of reality," close quote. But private mega media firms curating public information has its own bias, just as we don't allow batters to call balls and strikes. It's timely that Breaking Through Power dedicates a full day on the media. Preliminarily, let's me acknowledge what we all sort of know. There's no such thing as, Sarah Palin's epithets notwithstanding, the media. That piñata includes Breitbart to The Nation, Fox to the New York Times, and thousands of others, big and small. Still, it's reasonable and factual to make some observations on how well the media in general has performed during the crises affecting our economy and our democracy. Here's one measure of the failure at the risk of playing up to my friend and our host. How could it be that one person, a no-name lawyer out of Connecticut, who metastasized into thousands of Ralph Naders, was the one to blow the whistle on scores of subjects, not just auto safety, over the past 50 years, from food safety to pension rights, educational testing, antitrust, regulation, and nuclear safety. Let's examine three assertions concerning the mass media to understand why we cannot depend on it to give it to us straight. Axiom one, the media, of course, is biased to the left. It's almost axiomatic, right? Without need of evidence. I'm sure that amuses and is news to Rupert Murdoch, who, unlike me so far, owns the New York Post, the Wall Street Journal, Fox, and assorted others. I'm sure it's news to the 80% of newspapers that endorse Reagan, Bush 41, Bush 43, and Mitt Romney, you know, the liberals in those races. I'm sure it's news, given how the major media for decades have operated almost entirely around the conservative paradigm that trade is always good, that we always need lower taxes, debt is awful, if accumulated by Democrats, and federal spending, of course, correlates with higher inflation. This was thought as the dominating only paradigm until September 17th, help me, 2001, when Occupy Wall Street occupied not only a space, but the mental space in America, and we're still living with it, happily, in the politics of 2016. If anything, there's a bias toward corporate conservatism. The threat or the reality of pulled advertising, make sure a publication and journalists know who butters their bread as if they didn't. Advertising has its privileges. When a journalist, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist for the LA Times in 2006, wrote a piece that the heads of the auto companies should be brought up on impeachment charges, GM, as is its legal financial right, pulled a promised $3 million in advertising from the LA Times. Message delivered. Ownership has its privileges. We all remember A.J. Liebling's comment that everyone's entitled to freedom of the press, especially if they own one. Ask Sheldon Adelson in Las Vegas. Of course, who hires and fires? Who decides on the editorial board, editorial head of the page, editorials, not the union, if there is one, not readers, not activists. Of course, it's management and the owners. Some examples, Phil Donahue at MSNBC in 2003 during the run-up and the launch of the Iraq invasion and occupation was told, look, you're such a big liberal, you have to have on 2 conservatives every time there's 1 liberal because you count as 2 liberals. And he saw the handwriting on the wall when Tucker Carlson, the bow tie, was hired. And eventually it was quite clear that this MSNBC then thought he was too unpatriotic, that is, not pro-Bush enough, and he was eased off the air, except, notwithstanding, that he was the highest-rated show then on MSNBC. And it would be funny, if it weren't tragic at the same time, that Newsweek exposed Colin Powell's falsehoods about WMD before the UN. Then the Bush administration attacked Newsweek for using anonymous sources. Of course, the war was launched by an anonymous source, this is his name, called Curveball, who made it up and is the basis of all the essential justification for going into Iraq. A lot of this traces back to the syndrome that Mark Herstegaard wrote about a decade before under Ronald Reagan, on bended knee. How supine the White House corralled press corps is, every day having to be spun by and speak in front of the president and his people. Now, it is probably true that most journalists voted for Obama, then Romney, for Kerry over Bush. That doesn't mean that they tilt the news. Everybody has beliefs. Maybe they do tilt the news. Maybe others tilt the news. But that has not been shown. And I believe in the magic of the marketplace. If people want to go into journalism, they had better be people who have an inclination toward open-mindedness, accuracy, and evidence, not catechism and shibboleths. So if more people are attracted to journalism because they're, as I stipulate, more open-minded, don't be surprised at the result. Is that prejudicial and self-satisfying? I believe I'd win an argument that one side in this conversation is tolerant and fact-based, maybe wrong, but tolerant and fact-based, and the other side reverses the scientific method. So instead of facts leading to conclusions, conclusions lead to facts. As you know, believing is seeing. Notwithstanding these facts, sad to report, the right wing both has an undue influence over the mainstream media and at the same time has won the public argument that the media is liberal. This is nice work if you can do it, and they have so far. It shows that if you say something untrue often and loudly and consistently enough, Fox, fair and balanced, you can create your own reality for a while. But in the long term, if truth has the same space and ground as error, wrote Franklin, truth will prevail. The problem, though, is advertisers and owners work the refs, R-E-F-S. That is Eric Alterman's very insightful metaphor and analysis in his best-selling book, What Liberal Media? And so if the right wing is constantly yelling at the over-the-air major media, the people who run that can get nervous. For example, see This Week with George Stephanopoulos on Sunday mornings. They have had as a regular Bill Kristol, who has been called, when it comes to politics and facts, a reverse Geiger counter. If something is true, you know it if he says the opposite. And the examples are too long, and it would take the rest of the afternoon, and because it certainly can't be his charming electronic personality that gets him on. CBS has two examples of this, which I discuss in my book. They pulled the documentary with major actors called The Reagans in 2002 because it wasn't all puffery. It discussed how they ignored and pulled their punches until 20,000 Americans had died of AIDS. I think no Americans have yet died of Ebola here. And of course, there was a tremendous sky is falling panic. 20,000, not a word. Second, of course, the Dan Rather story on Bush and the Air Force and being AWOL was true, had a major source that was compromised, mistake, and it was true. And of course, the victim was not Bush, but rather, as the movie Truth with Robert Redford conveyed. Axiom 2, right-wing talk radio is popular because they're just better at it. I will tell you, Rush Limbaugh is very good at what he does is unlike television when you're at home and the kids are yelling and you're cooking and you're talking. And when you're in a car listening to radio, it's the speaker and you. He's talking to you. I don't know how many of you have seen, but I recommend you get it on Amazon. Who Brainwashed My Dad? Jen Senko, S-E-N-K-O. Who? I wish the media would same time fact check Donald Trump. I had just been fact checked, and the title of the film, I was completely wrong. The Brainwashing of My Dad. Okay. I saw it, it's very good, and to summarize, this director and producer had a father who was a loving, normal guy, like the Kennedys. Suddenly she was watching how he was getting cranky, attacking feminazis, liberals control the media, and they finally figured out To and from his commute to work, he would listen on the radio for hours on end, cumulatively, to Rush Limbaugh. There are entire stretches of America where you can only listen to Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Michael Savage, all the Savages. 9 out of the top 10 talkers are right-wing. Partly, it's here the consolidation I mentioned before is pronounced. Clear Channel, Cumulus, Sinclair, Salem own some 90% of all programs distributed in America. Let me say, Clear Channel, which became Premier, which is now called iHeartRadio, is trying. And to balance, they do distribute Rush, Sean, and Glenn Beck. They do distribute both sides now on weekends, which is a rounding error in Rush Limbaugh's royalties, but they're trying. Now, this happened after, causally or coincidentally, but it happened after Ronald Reagan ended the Fairness Doctrine in 1988 on the understanding that while you can't regulate the price of haircuts, I like A, I like B, I wait longer, I do it myself, public information over the public airwaves is, as indicated, essential to a functioning democracy. Imagine if the publicly owned highways allowed only conservative HOV lanes and the minorities had to go on side roads. That would be a joke, but it's what's happening. Air America. I was involved in the rise and then later in the descent. I was its last president of Air America Radio. And for what? First of all, Limbaugh people say, oh, that he's just more talented. Let me tell you, as a legacy, was there a more talented combination of people since Jefferson dined alone at the White House than Rachel Maddow, Al Franken, and Mark Maron? Think about that lineup. FYI, I'm constantly asked, why did it fail when right-wing works? When you start with a deep pocket like Rupert Murdoch to sustain you during the lean years until you find your audience, that's good. Air America didn't have one. The older white guys who run ad agencies, GM, for example, advertising, they kind of don't like anti-war liberals, I found out painfully. 3, a lot of large companies and networks have no-buy lists, no, B-U-Y, lists, where they, and I have the memos, they send it to advertisers and stations saying, you are not to run advertising on Air America stations. And finally, and this is interpretive, but I really believe it, I don't know how many of you saw Jonathan Haidt's book, The Righteous, one second, what was the name of it, miss? Righteous People, oh, The Righteous Mind. He said that it's almost chromosomal or genetic. Some people have a chemistry that they just like. Hierarchy, the army, the clergy, ditto heads, and other people embody what Robert Frost once joked as the definition of a liberal is someone who won't take his own side in a debate. The combination is then that talk radio is completely dominated by one side of the ideological framework. Axiom 3, Fox TV, again, they're just more entertaining with better graphics than the competition. Well, that could be true. Let me talk about Fox in the 3 minutes and 6 seconds I have remaining, and then the conclusion. Bear with me. During the spring of 2011, Harold Camping, an octogenarian preacher and Christian broadcaster, grabbed headlines for pinpointing the precise date of the rapture, May 21st, 2011. His followers quit their jobs and donated their savings to spread the word on thousands of billboards, and some even retreated into the mountains to await the day. But when it passed and the earth remained intact, a humbled Camping threw in the towel. I mean, there was the evidence, and announced he would no longer be in the business of prophecy. This is not a story that worries Fox News. For while camping finally acknowledged that truth has consequences, the cable channel has rewritten Love Story's famous 70s axiom, Fox means never having to say you're sorry, close quote. So whenever anything happens, and Fox has 100 segments on Benghazi is Obama's Watergate, Hurricane Sandy is Obama's Watergate, Ebola is Obama's Watergate. When nothing happens to sustain that, they move on and say, oh, did you see that Michelle spent $200 million on a trip with her daughters to Southeast Asia? That was a big narrative for a while. Equally untrue. I don't have to educate you about Fox, but let me give you just two very personal examples. The last time I was on Bill O'Reilly, he once a year has a thing, a war on Christmas. He means war on Christians, but okay, he calls it a war on Christmas. And so he had me on, and I knew what to expect. He thought this Jew would say, we don't want creches in public places because it's separation of church and state, but it's okay to have a menorah. He asked me the question, and I go, it's okay to have neither. Because you don't, a menorah may be a secular object, but it's sort of emblematic of the Jewish holiday. And so he should have neither. The next day, he went on his show and said, quote, I thought Mark Green was a good guy, but what a hypocrite. He said we shouldn't allow creches, but we should allow menorahs. I contacted the producer. I said, he has to correct this. And then he said, well, Bill had a different interpretation of what you said. I said, like, no is yes? What kind of interpretation is that? Next, right after Sandy Hook, I said, gee, if we have registries of sexual predators, we should have registries of gun ownership. Who has a gun permit? Quickly, I got called by Hannity's producer to go on. I knew what to expect. He said, are you equating sexual predators with gun owners? I said, no. One has committed a crime, and the other is doing something lawful. But don't you want to know if Adam Lanza is living next to you, who's a bit strange, has access to a gun? And he went into a big thing about, did you know, Mark, that George Washington said that rifles and pistols are equally indispensable, quote, they deserve a place of honor with all that's good, close quote. In that instant, I didn't know that because Washington never said it. A Washington scholar said it's a made-up quote. So when it turns out, when Frank Rich raised an interesting issue, why are we spending our time on the left attacking Fox? Not even another minute and a half. When they just 3 million listeners tops in a country of 320 million, the answer is they poison the well of democracy. They make Republican candidates lurch to the right, be it local or for president. With the huge impact, they have made it more likely that the House and the Senate are Republican. Gerrymandering, Wyoming has as many senators as California because of the original Connecticut Compromise. But less likely, 5 out of 6 of the last presidential popular votes, have gone against the Republican nominee. So Fox, be careful what you wish for. 3 conclusions in a few sentences. One, the most important people in American journalism are not Chuck Todd or Arthur Sulzberger. It's the no-name producer at the evening news shows who decides what gets on. And as the Fox people run 100 segments that Hillary will be indicted, or whatever it is, that Michelle spent $200 million, she or he has to decide to let it break into the mainstream media or keep it isolated on the right. We're going to see that about whether the Clintons killed Vince Foster again this week, which the Republican nominee has implied. Second, and this is not a partisan comment, Bernie Sanders, along with Elizabeth Warren and Ralph Nader and a lot of other people, are showing there is a natural progressive majority in America. You wouldn't know it by reading the mainstream media. The reality, which we're going to see this November again for the 6th of 7 presidential elections, is the center is liberal. It's not split 50-50. Chris Matthews is wrong. It's not a 45-45 country. It's a 50-45 country if you count voter registration and counting leaners and looking at recent votes and looking at the demography of it. So I've had it with the ethic that, of course, Ann Coulter's books get an audience, but not Bob Kuttner's. And finally, I look to John Nichols, who's speaking later today, who knows more about this than I do. What solutions are? There's no solution like letting 18-year-olds vote. There's nothing that simple. The big solution is better education. Because if you're dumb about issues or uneducated, you're going to buy some of the stuff that's being sent. The fairness doctrine could be recalibrated and reintroduced, tougher cross-media ownership. The FEC could require a rule requiring the source of financing of ads so the public can judge who is spinning them. And I want to thank Ralph Nader and et cetera for this citizen summons. And so you all should go home and summons the top people at your TV, radio stations, and newspapers to answer why there's a tilt against local news or any political bias. See who shows up. But I have good news. If you are a believer in the marketplace, millennials voted 3-1 for Obama. They're nearly 2-1 registering as Democrats. They're much more liberal than others. And as they mature and read and learn on their tablets rather than newsprint, I hope that the people who run the media, who want to treat it as a commodity, go where their readers are. We are entering a more progressive era, and I hope the major media act on it. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we have a panel of 3 really excellent guests. First, Eugene Jarecki, who is one of the top documentary filmmakers in the country. He's covered a wide variety of issues, Henry Kissinger, Ronald Reagan, the drug war, military wars, and they're all excellent. If you ever get a chance to see a Jarecki film, make sure you do. Laura Flanders of The Laura Flanders Show, which you can see anytime on lauraflanders.com. She does in-depth interviews of people who are working on these kinds of issues, the kind of interviews that we don't get enough of in the media, and she's been doing it for quite a while, and she's quite good at that. So visit thelauraflandersshow.com to follow her work. And finally, Jim Narekis, who has, since 1990, been writing and editing the bi-weekly newsletter Extra, which comes from Fairness and Accurate Reporting, and it's a newsletter that's a criticism of the media. So after you have this conference, subscribe to that so you can stay on top of this issue, because we have a lot of work to do going forward. Please, let's have all of our speakers come out, and you can all welcome them.
Thank you. Well, we decided that Jim would go first. Is that all right with you still?
We drew straws.
All right, very good.
I got the short one.
That's right.
Hi, Jim Narekis. The idea that democracy is threatened by a mass media owned by for-profit corporations and mostly funded by corporate advertisers is not a new concern. It goes back before the beginning of broadcasting, Jepton Sinclair's 1919 press expose, The Brass Check, if not earlier. When radio was just getting started, there were concerns that commercialism and control by wealthy owners would limit the information and ideas available to the citizenry. And when television arose as an even more powerful medium, the plea was redoubled that there ought to be, at the least, a parallel system that was not controlled by what we did not yet call the 1%, that was not beholden for its resources to giant corporations who see programming mainly as scaffolding for their billboards. And thus was born the American system of public broadcasting, what we've come to know as PBS for television and NPR for radio, though of course there are other institutions involved. This system was formed, in the words of the Carnegie Commission that provided the blueprint, to provide a voice for groups in the community that may otherwise be unheard, serve as a forum for controversy and debate, and to help us see America whole in all its diversity. It was a great idea, and if it had succeeded, it's an open question as to whether any of us would be here today if there really were a robust, truly public media in the United States to cover what's not being covered, to ask the questions that media conglomerates and the corporate advertisers don't want to ask. Would there really be a need for a national conference to break through to the media? Unfortunately, that kind of public media is not what we got, and the promise went unfulfilled by design. It was understood from the beginning that what public media needed to be truly independent was independent financing, a flow of resources that could not be turned off by either corporate or government elites. But because such independence was feared, public broadcasting was prevented from getting a dedicated, untouchable funding mechanism. Instead, public broadcasting was to be funded through the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which had to return regularly to Congress to ask for money. Its board is appointed by the US president, providing another mechanism for political control. While in theory, it's supposed to act as a heat shield, protecting public stations and programmers from political pressure, from the very beginning it played the opposite role, with Richard Nixon stacking the deck with loyalists who at one point voted to cut off all funding for PBS News and public affairs programming. Over the years, pressure from Congress and from the White House via CPB appointees has alternated as the chief mechanism for keeping public broadcasting in line. Scrutiny of every broadcast that can be read as a challenge to official orthodoxy became a ritual of CPB reauthorization. Deficit-cutting zealots would threaten to zero out funding for public broadcasting, met with demands to save Big Bird, and fervent promises from public broadcasting executives not to air any programming that would offend right-wing Congress members' sense of fairness and balance. As James Ledbetter wrote in his History of Public Broadcasting, the taxpayer subsidy has repeatedly been used as a club. Like a dog that has learned to flinch at the mere pantomime of its master's lashing, public broadcasters know how to avoid topics and methods of criticism that might bring down the hand of rebuke. Opponents of independent public broadcasting were never really going to cut off funding entirely. They knew that the government leash was much too valuable as a tool of control. But they also knew that the government leash was not sufficient to ensure ideological safety, which is why they made sure that the government subsidy would never be enough to allow public broadcasting to operate without additional income from corporate sponsors, who in the world of public TV and radio are generally referred to by the euphemism underwriters. Now, the party line from the public broadcasting establishment is that this corporate money would never ever affect their programming. They never seemed to notice that this claim, taken seriously, would negate the central rationale for setting aside part of the broadcast spectrum for non-commercial broadcasting in the first place. The fact is, if anything, sponsors have more power at so-called public TV than at the for-profit networks, because it's very difficult to get anything on the air on public TV unless a corporation is willing to not only put up the money for it, but also allow its brand to be identified with it. This is a big part of the reason that there's a nightly business report on public TV, produced by CNBC, which is to say Comcast, but no nightly labor report, no nightly consumer report, no nightly environmental report, nothing in short that would be likely to produce a sustained critical look at corporate America. Another reason for that is that public broadcasting stations, TV and radio, in enthusiastic pursuit of getting the largest amount of money from the smallest number of people, have basically been putting seats on their board up for sale. Since the boards legally control the stations, this is in effect public broadcasting putting itself up for sale. And the sale is virtually complete. A 2014 FAIR study of the boards of major public TV stations found that 84% of board members had corporate backgrounds, either working as executives for elite businesses or on the board by virtue of a corporate family fortune. A follow-up study in 2015 revealed that 75% of board members of leading public radio stations likewise belong to the corporate world. The result of all this is a public broadcasting system that functions more as a public relations vehicle for corporate America. That's why PBS Nova can air a program on the wonders of drone technology that's paid for by Lockheed Martin, a major drone manufacturer, and why Public Radio International can air a program on how great natural gas is. Natural gas will do everything we want it to do, is a direct quote. That was funded by Qatar, a major exporter of liquefied natural gas. And why it's okay for NPR's Morning Edition to cover the passage of Fast Track, paving the way for the TPP and TTIP, by interviewing 3 corporate lobbyists and no one else. But apart from the specific services that public broadcasting provides to particular corporate interests, the broader PR role it plays is for the corporate media system itself. Are you unsatisfied with the news and debate you're getting from the handful of media conglomerates that control our public discourse? Well, here's a totally different system that happens to be funded by the same corporations, managed by the same corporate elite, beholden to the same government officials, whose agendas are promoted by commercial media. But other than that, it's totally different. The primary function of public broadcasting as it currently exists is to serve as a decoy media, to distract people from our anti-democratic media by providing the illusion of an alternative. Public media is a great idea, and we still ought to try it sometime. But in the meantime, we've got to build our own network of truly independent media, community radio stations, alternative magazines, web-based news sites to do the job public broadcasting was created to do, to provide a voice for the voiceless, and to reflect America in all its diversity.
Thank you, Jim, how many of you subscribe to Extra? Now, how many of you are going to subscribe to Extra now that you've heard the kind of great stuff that's in it? How many of you support your local independent media outlet, whether it's a community radio station or a Pacifica station or something like that? How many of you subscribe to a podcast and actually contribute money? Good for you. What's wrong with the rest of you? All right, just asking. I want to say it's a great honor to be here and to be participating in this great event. And I want to celebrate and give thanks for the women who have sung in this room. Patti Smith, who has the power. And also remember one woman who was not allowed to sing in this room, Marian Anderson. We have come a bit of a way. We have made some distance, some journey. I do a program that I hope helps to fill the vacuum that Jim has so brilliantly identified. And I think I can do nothing more sort of succinct than to play a quick promo reel of that show to give you a sense of what the Laura Flanders Show is. You can find it online at lauraflanders.com, also at Link TV, Free Speech TV, and as a podcast. It's available at Telesur. Let's roll the tape. It's only 2.5 minutes long.
Too many media outlets turn away the most important stories. I started the Laura Flanders Show because we need a different sort of media. What would our world look like if our news showed us as much collaboration as it does competition? What if we got to meet people making change right here, right now, in all sorts of ways we're usually told are impossible?
What does structural racism look like in this country?
So much of how we've been socialized to be human is to resist change, to try to create these institutions, to take over everything.
People are now beginning to question our entire system.
We don't have the state, we don't have the prisons, we don't have the cops, thank God. What we do have is the wild, queer feminists of color, decolonial imagination.
Each week on the Laura Flanders Show, I get to sit down with the smartest thinkers and doers of our time. Forward-thinking people you know, and others you'll want to know. I'm interested in what's going wrong and also what's going right. Meet the people and the movements who are pioneering better ways of living in tune with our ecosystem and each other, and find out how you can help.
Modern capitalist enterprise is the negation of democracy.
Climate change changes everything. We are in for dramatic physical change to our world, one way or another.
We have to see this as a global movement. We can't see our issues as just domestic issues.
The Laura Flanders Show also features exclusive investigative reporting.
What are the systemic issues that result in a young man being murdered?
We want our community to be reinvested in, but we want to be at the table. We want to be decision makers.
I knew what Katrina did here was a result of a natural disaster. What I saw out there was a man-made disaster.
There's all kinds of amazing prison abolitionist work going on, and divestment is just one part of that.
We young, we strong, we march all day long. It's one tactic that's a part of a much broader movement. You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution!
And provocative commentary.
And I think women are in the forefront of the struggle against sacrifice zones because women know a thing or two about being sacrificed.
The Laura Flanders Show, weekly on Telesur, Link TV, MNN, and Free Speech TV. Our podcast is available in audio and video at lauraflanders.com. Join us.
This year will be the year that we do what we've been waiting for. This year will be the year that we stop knocking and kick down that door.
It's gonna be ending with us winning, you already know. This time we get it and go get 'em off their body, baby. This time we're gonna bust the ceiling.
Thank you. I saw a sign as I was leaving today, also traveling by train. I wish I'd been in the same carriage as Patti Smith. It was an advertisement for a new series that apparently is coming to television. It has something to do with the apocalypse, I think. But the slogan was, or the advertising line was, "The beginning is nigh." And I thought, that is the most systematically excluded story of our time. Not the apocalypse part, but the beginning part. I happen to believe that one of the most consistent facets or functions of our money media is to keep us from the good news. We get a certain amount of the bad news. What we don't hear is the change that is being made. And when we do see or get confronted with obvious examples of people doing things we were told they couldn't possibly do, Like someone like Bernie Sanders getting 7 million votes. We're kind of told, well, this is a phenomenon that's happening on the right, it's happening on the left, it's all equivalent. You know, Ralph may have 30,000 people at his, Bernie, as Ralph did, may have 30,000 people at his rallies, but Trump has big rallies too. There are 5,000 people at many of Trump's rallies that have gotten more coverage than Bernie. Outside of the question of the kinds of grassroots change that we cover on our program, because another message that we get from our media is that the only politics that matters is electoral politics, and that simply isn't true when you look at what changes things in America. The other message that we get is that progressives and people on the left don't really care about electoral politics or aren't good at it, and that the electoral system is ossified and unchangeable. Well, if you look across, and the final message that we get is that we live in an isolated island separate from the rest of the world. That what is happening in Greece and Spain and France and Ireland and England and Italy couldn't possibly have any relationship to what is happening here. But if you look around the world, you see on the left not just the rise of insurgent candidates within established parties like Bernie Sanders or Jeremy Corbyn in the Labour Party in England, but you see in the last 5 or 6 years the creation of something like 5 left parties. Political parties, some like Syriza that have taken power, some like Podemos in Spain that are poised to take power, some like the Five Star movement in Italy that has made a major difference to this debate, if not the policies coming out of that country, and some like where I just was in Ireland, an anti-austerity alliance that is electing people to some of the most ossified bodies of government you can find. There were 2 candidates for the anti-austerity alliance elected to the Northern Irish Assembly just a few weeks ago. Did you hear any of that news? No. So I think when we talk about what is systematically ignored, we need to realize that, yes, the bad news is underreported, but the good news is barely reported at all. And while the beginning, I think, may be taking a long while in coming, and we have a long while still to go, what if we lived, as Patti Smith would have us live, with the sense that we could be at a beginning that is nigh, that we could have power to make the kind of change that Ralph Nader has shown us that we can make. Think of what happens every election year. We're told once every 4 years that we can make a difference, right? We're told that our vote counts, that we can change our environment, we can change the way our communities are organized. We're told we can do that through voting. And then we are told to sit back and let our elected officials represent us for the next 4 or 8 years. We need to turn that around and say, as Jean-Bertrand Aristide of Haiti said, that democracy elections aren't a sign of democracy, they just take the temperature of democracy. What is democracy is what happens all year round. And we need media that cover movements that put people in the picture of our change making, not once every 4 years as they vote for somebody else and cast their eyes upward praying for a leader that will save them, but every day can make changes in their communities and make the kind of change that has brought us to a situation where we can have this forum here today in the very hall that Marian Anderson was excluded from half a century ago. I think the beginning is maybe on its way. I think even better than that, I think we're in the middle of it. We need a media that reflects that. And unfortunately, it's not going to be paid for by the people and the corporations that bring us the way things are now. It's going to be paid for by us who want to see this change. So if you haven't paid your pledge to the media that supports you, please do it now. Thanks.
It's a pleasure to be here and a huge honor to be at anything Ralph tells me to do, I do, because I think we understand that despite the malignant efforts of the Democratic Party to pretend away their own shortcomings as having had anything to do with Ralph Nader is a hero in American life. There are 1 or 2 people in our minds that come anywhere close, and in very trying times, his capacity to gather us is of such beautiful value, and I'm thrilled to be able to think out loud with everybody here, I confess to being at a time of my life where the questions are outstripping the answers for me. The volume of everyday life, the new issues that we take on every day. Ralph brought to my attention some years ago the idea that in the modern era, one of the great vulnerabilities we have in a busier and busier time is just the sheer volume of obscenity that's thrown at us, sheer volume of transgressions against human dignity, regressive steps away from the Enlightenment. They come at us in battalion, not as spies, and it keeps you juggling to keep up. And so I confess to a certain measure of confusion at the world in front of me as a media maker, but I'll do my best at least to share some of the fragments of my thinking as I look at both the national life as it relates to the global life, and then also the media life as it relates to those two. I think it's a seismic time we're living in, and I think we have to recognize that we've gone almost sleepwalking into the future in a way. We walked from a past in which it had taken centuries and centuries to fashion standardized norms about conduct, particularly about governance and about the relationship between systems of power and people. And it took quite a lot to get to the place we got to, and the Enlightenment bears an enormous honor in having sort of been the pinnacle of that process. We now find ourselves hearing more and more very anti-Enlightenment thinking. And I think what's happening there is that as we spent all that time to get to that place, which was ever a work in progress, this country was broken from the start by genocide and by slavery and by the oppression of a wide range of rights of those who weren't white males. We still were a work in progress. Somebody said to me a few days ago, oh, it was always crappy. I don't know where you get the idea that it was once so great. And I said, well, I don't know if it was once so great, because I'm well aware of the genocide and the slavery and the oppression, but I'm aware that the trajectory, that arc of history that King talked about, it was directed toward progress. We are seeing a process that did begin with global slavery, and while we will hear that there are more slaves in the world today than at any other time in human history, the idea of slavery was made pariah. It is unthinkable now that a woman would be dragged by her hair. It's unthinkable. So many things that once couldn't happen are now a reality, down to having a person of dark complexion in the White House. And so I have to say back to the cynic, yes, it was broken, but it was a work in progress. Where you reach a problem is where you start to see regressive steps backward, not toward progress. Where generations of Americans look ahead to their children being less well off than they, from a socioeconomic standpoint. But what about from a human dignity standpoint, where you're really asking yourselves, are we on a path toward greater democracy, or are we on a path toward greater concentration of power away from democracy? And that's where I'm given pause and where I'm made confused by current events. So as a media maker, I look at the situation and I see that we took the natural state of things, the bank, the school, the post office, the follies. We took that town square that we thought of, if you imagine sort of It's a Wonderful Life, Bedford Falls. And what's happened is it's been transformed now into a digital commons. Okay, so now you go to online banking, you get your news online, you get your entertainment digitally. The shopping you do, it's not the general store, it's an online set of factors. All of these conversions are happening. And yet it doesn't seem to me that we're carrying the regulatory instruments that it took centuries to develop with us into that digital future. So I interviewed Julian Assange a year or two ago. I broke him out of the embassy in London. I don't know if you know, but yes, I didn't break contemporary law, but I broke future law, because I broke him out of the embassy pixel by pixel. We took him as a hologram to the island of Nantucket, where they were doing one of those TED Talk type things, and we brought Julian in full body, sitting there with me. You can watch it online, and you can watch Jimmy Fallon make fun of us because we tried to high five in cyberspace, which was embarrassing at best. When I got him out, I said to him, you know, what do you think of the digital commons? You know, they say the digital world, it's like a Wild West. And he went, in cyberspace. He said, you know, if what you mean by that is it's a lawless place where anything goes, the cyber world, he says, that's nonsense. It's one of the most tight law enforcement nets in the world. What it is a frontier only in the respect that there's no provision of rights for you. There's a tremendous, he says, if you get a traffic ticket in Albuquerque, they're going to know about it in Tallahassee moments later. Make no mistake. So the law enforcement aspect, the centralization of power, the centralization of local, state, federal, international power, that's doing just fine. It's actually more robust than ever. What hasn't come is the provision of an architecture of rights, the Magna Carta's child of today. And so I'm terribly frightened by most of the conversations that go on around us because they aren't systemic, while the change we're experiencing is systemic. And I'm perfectly of the same mind that it is about doing it yourselves. It is about podcasts. It is about supporting local media. It is about local everything. It is about starting inside yourself with mindfulness and then letting that radiate outward into choices you make in your small community, larger circle, largest orbit, and ultimately the world. But we will get nowhere until we start to demand that, we now live in a world where we accept that we used to lick an envelope and close it, and we could assume that if it got to the other end and seemed closed, that nobody had read it. There isn't a person in this room today who won't send an email in the next day or so, and that email will be read. So we have just sleepwalked into a future in which it's okay to read our mail. When privacy is the cornerstone of democracy, how can you possibly have democracy? How can you possibly have protest or the effort to hold a system to account if the system can see you coming? How would we possibly have broken off from England? How would the South Africans possibly have had a revolution, the French and so forth, without secrecy? And so now privacy is gone? What next? And how do we possibly trim the fruit and the weeds away from this tree without getting down to the root system, which is being systemically, seismically altered in ways that I think we need to talk about as much as we need to talk about our own activities in the local space, which are of utmost importance. But simultaneous to that, how can we not be holding public officials to account who are, for example, antagonistic to whistleblowing? Can you imagine that a person shares information with the public of an unbelievable public sensitivity, and a politician like Ms. Clinton, for example, can want to put Edward Snowden in jail, and she can survive public scrutiny with that in mind? A public that is saying, I'd rather not know. I'd rather sleepwalk into that future without regulatory instruments that assure that I have the information I need to make democratic decisions. So I think seismically we need to think. We need to think where they're fracking the democracy.
We still have 6 minutes. Are we allowed to take a question or two? No. No?
Well, somebody can talk loud if somebody has a question.
Yeah,
we'll hear
come on.
them. Yes.
Wait. Here, the white shirt.
With all due respect, they franked democracy on 9/11. Thank you. And all the press has gotten it wrong. I'm talking to 30 years of college experience.
We want a question.
I want a question. I want to know, would somebody debate somebody who knows something about me, for example?
Okay.
Would anybody debate me about the question of whether there was high government officials involved in that act?
All right, question number one. We're going to get 2 more questions. 2 more questions. 2 more over here. Another question on a different topic? Yep. Question? Okay, that sounds like a question for the organizers. Last question here, different topic.
Could you talk about DRE voting machines?
That's like the black box, digital? Yeah. So 3 questions having to do with our democracy, really. 1, could this organization connect with the Whistleblower Summit? 2, would we on our programs or our various platforms engage in this discussion about 9/11? And 3, what about the authenticity of our voting systems? Yeah, the black box electronic voting. You've been making films about this kind of undermining of democracy that speak in a way to some of this.
Sure. I mean, look at the, for every question that we have, there's validity. Of course, there's validity to talking about what was known and what was engineered about 9/11. You'd have to be foolish to know the history of false flag operations from the Reichstag to Tonkin to elsewhere to imagine that 9/11 is an absolute shock and surprise, and you'd have to be naive to imagine that. To get into how deeply government officials were involved needs to be done so surgically so that it's worth its time, so that it doesn't get marginalized by just sort of having more heat than light. But it's a conversation that's beautiful to have because the public saw in that day whatever they saw, and they then watched an extraordinarily perverse manipulation of what happened into wars that have cost trillions in treasure and priceless in lives. And so I think the public more than ever understands, well, we don't just do everything right. And if we don't just do everything right, more than ever, I think conversations about what happened then are worth reaching back to and making the public rethink. Otherwise, that scab kind of covers over and it never really gets addressed. I think in terms of black box voting, I think I'm out of my expertise. The manipulation of voting is the same part of walking into a digital space unarmed by the protections of the past. You know, I'd like to have some licking of envelopes until we know how to make digital envelope sealage happen. And I think that's clearly not happening. And so we're just letting ourselves be vulnerable.
And I would add to that, one of the challenges, and it relates to the whistleblower story as well, one of the underreported stories that I think deserves more attention is the way that cross-sectoral movements are coming together, whether it is multiracial groups finally focusing on violence against people of color at the hands of police under the Black Lives Matter movement, whether it's the public union representatives supporting the Occupy movement. I think that when it comes to the question of black box voting, we have still to see that cross-sectoral connection between those worried about the electronic aspect of it and those worried about the denying voting rights aspect. There are two ways that our democracy are being undermined. In certain places, I think in Ohio, we saw some connecting. We saw both a challenge over voting rights and a challenge over the integrity of the vote in the digital form. But that's the sort of media that we need that would challenge people. Okay, well, you care about black box voting. Do you care about the voter exclusion laws? You care about the ID laws? Do you care about the electronics? And bring some of the science into the studio to talk about it. So that's sort of my very brief response. And I think unless you have a response, Jim, we might be out of time.
I'll tell you one thing about the woman who asked about the whistleblower conference. I think everybody should go to whistleblower conferences. Everything should be done to do two things about whistleblowing. It's in two stages. We have whistleblowers here, we have Kriyaku here, we have Binny here, we have Lawrence Wilkerson here, the extraordinary hero, Lawrence Wilkerson. It is so crucial that two things happen. The first step with the whistleblower is to make a hero of the whistleblower and make it known that it is the most elemental form of righteousness to blow a whistle on an unfair, illegal order, on an illegal law. But the second thing is to make whistleblowing no longer heroic, but simply normal, the normal thing that anyone would do, so that all of us in our walks of life that may be predatory, the ways in which we use products that hurt people, the way in which we are wearing clothing made by slaves, the way in which we are running power that is made on wars and on the backs of other smaller, less defended societies, all of that is stuff where we ourselves must whistleblow on ourselves, on our own lives. It ought to become normal to apply morality to the conduct of modern life. So start with heroes and then let's make us all normal.
And I think if Winona LaDuke was here, and I'm very sorry that she isn't, she would be saying that Native Americans and indigenous people are our original whistleblowers, and honor them. So thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, well, it's great to hear those questions, by the way. You know, I worked on the electronic voting issue, the paperless voting issue, and this year, for the first time, Maryland, since after the 2000 election, voted on paper ballots that were fed through machine for reading, which still has its problems. And we had the most screwed up election in Baltimore in years. people were getting multiple ballots. They weren't trained in how to deal with it. It was amazing how bad it was. So even when we go back to paper ballots, there's still going to be problems. We got to do elections right, and it's not easy. So I appreciate that question. And also from the last questions, one of the questions was about the Whistleblower Summit. Our next speaker, Mickey Huff from Project Censored, is part of organizing that summit. So you'll get more information about that with our next speaker. But his major work is as the director of Project Censored, which tracks stories that are not covered, that are, I guess you'd say, informally censored for the most part, the uncovered stories. And he's done 7 volumes now of their censored book, and the Project Censored is going into its 40th year. So this is a real expert on censorship in the media. He's also a professor of social science and history, and so please welcome Mickey Huff.
Hello, everybody. It's good to hear from you. Hello, everybody. Hi again. It's an honor to be here, and I have my professorial issues going on here, right? Books and stuff and things. I'd like to thank Ralph Nader, first and foremost, for putting this together, and everybody at the Center for the Study of Responsive Law, all the civic engagement groups that are here and that work on key social justice issues. I also, of course, want to thank the Real News Network people that are here streaming this, covering it, and making it available. Big round of applause for the Real News Network, the Real News Network. I'd also, of course, like to thank everyone I work with at Project Censored, the Media Freedom Foundation, my great friend and professional mentor, Dr. Peter Phillips, who was the previous director of the project, my associate director. Yes, I'd like to see a round of applause for Peter. My associate director, Dr. Andy Lee Roth, he and I are actually writing the Censored 2017 book now. I had to take a 20-minute break for the talk, but it's got to be done next month. I'd like to thank Nolan Higdon, who's here with us as an affiliate professor, Abby Martin, who's on our board that has a fantastic show on Telesur called The Empire Files. Susan Rahman, another faculty member, so many people that we work with. We're on 20 campuses now around the United States. And our big issue is critical media literacy. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the importance of education in all of sort of the narrative of things going on this week with breaking through power and breaking through media. So Nicholas Johnson was here this morning. And it is a great honor to hear Nick speak. He wrote the foreword to our Censored 2016 book this year. And Nicholas Johnson was friends with the founder of Project Censored, Dr. Carl Jensen, who passed away last year at 85. And Nick Johnson has been a Project Censored national judge for 40 years. He's been with us from the beginning. And it was very fitting for him to write a fantastic foreword. We have books out on the table there, and even if you just come by to pick one up, I would argue it's well worth picking up just to read Nick Johnson's fantastic foreword. It's really poignant and important and kind of wraps up the importance of education in all of the struggles we face. Over a decade ago, another great media scholar, Robert McChesney, recalled a pointed insight of Nick Johnson's regarding why the state of journalism ought to be everyone's concern. Noting that the corporate news media are set up to maximize profit for a relative handful of large companies, McChesney, writing about Johnson, says the system works very well for them, but it's a disaster for the communications needs of a healthy and self-governing society. So if we want to change the content and logic of the media, we have to change the system. As former Federal Communications Commission member Nicholas Johnson likes to put it, whatever your first issue of concern, media had better be your second. Because without change in the media, progress in your primary area is far less likely. And it is fitting here, too, that we're on day 2 of breaking through power, so it is our second priority, right? Better be the media. Johnson's point, paraphrased by McChesney, explains a crucial role of the free press in maintaining all of our liberties, and why censorship, broadly defined, must be a central domain of shared concern. A free press that is resistant to censorship in all its diverse forms is necessary if, as Robert McChesney wrote, we are going to have a viable self-governing society and transform this country for the better. And that is what Project Censored has fought to achieve through education and celebrating independent journalism for 40 years. In order to maintain a truly free press, we need to understand the architecture of censorship and propaganda and promote critical media literacy education. Since 1976, again, this is what Project Censored continues to do, and here is how we defined censorship 40 years ago. Carl Jensen, the founder of the project, said, "When I started Project Censored, I developed an alternative definition of censorship, and rather than starting with the source of censorship as traditionally defined with the obligation of an elite to protect the masses, right, the classic, we know what's best for the people, right, and they might be better off without this information, right, says people at the CIA that accidentally deleted the torture report. I know who has a copy of it. I think it might be the NSA. At any rate, Jensen goes on to say his definition of censorship starts at the other end, meaning with the failure of information to reach the people. And he said that for the purposes of this project, Project Censored, censorship is defined as the suppression of information, whether purposeful or not, by any method including bias, omission, underreporting, or self-censorship, which prevents the public from fully knowing what is happening in the world. And 40 years later, our definition of Project Censored hasn't morphed much. As Andy Roth and I write in our books every year, censorship is anything that interferes with the free flow of information in a society that purports to have free press principles. And that is where we have to begin when we understand how censorship works, how pervasive it is, and how propaganda is a form of censorship. And we need to begin to really address those problems. And I know I say censorship in America, right? I get sometimes people, say to me, they say, in America? What, really? What planet are you on? I'm like, well, one of the planets I live on is called reality. And, whether it's election fraud, that's still going on, right? You don't have to just go back and, the past to see it. It's going on as we speak. There are many problems afoot. By the way, if you're Lee Camp, who's great, has a great show, funny show on RT, he's on it lampooning the idiocy of the news, right? But it's funny, right? So when Lee talked about a recent case on election fraud, key distinction, election fraud, not voter fraud, election fraud, it's again sort of like, oh, well, we'll lampoon this, and it's, well, not funny, but funny. But if you're Mark Crispin Miller at New York University and write books about election fraud, you stop getting invited on the corporate news media. Right? So again, there's censorship. It's quite pervasive. In fact, the extent of the surveillance, post 9/11 surveillance, Penn writers have now been talking, and writers around the world are now talking about how government spying has chilled their sense of what they can write and what they can say. There are, of course, other censored issues, the myriad CIA warnings prior to 9/11, not just the presidential daily briefing, but months prior to that, there were so many other warnings that were just not heeded, not listened to in any real way. How about the millions dead from wars for empire that never seem to get coverage, right? We never seem to cover those victims. We don't. The corporate press don't cover those. In fact, at the beginning of the madness that is the so-called war on terror, the Pentagon came right out and said, well, Tommy Franks, we don't do body counts. We learned that in Vietnam. We're not going to count anybody. That's telling about what they think about human life, anyone's. That's also quite censored. The grim realities of climate change, again, corporate media's been very slow to that. How about the capture of science by big money, big agriculture, big pharma, big energy? More like big boondoggles and big corruption is what this is, right? And they have captured the field of science such that Exxon knew, right, about their products and global warming and their process, and they just sat on it for a while like the guys over in the asbestos industry did for several decades. This is a real problem, and I know I just mentioned a lot of negative things, but there's also a lot of good news that the corporate news media don't cover, right? I'm wondering if they're covering breaking through power. But there's a lot of good news and social justice stories that don't get covered either, including the Next System Project, publications dedicated to telling good news of community engagements and problem solving like Sarah Van Gelder and the people at Yes Magazine, professors like Ken Burrows that work with us at San Francisco State University that works on positive stories and stories that are of people changing the world for the better. Those exist. But remember, censorship it's a thing here, right? We shouldn't be in these arguments with people like having to prove that it exists. It's asking the fish about the water, I guess. Ask Christina Borgeson, ask Gary Webb, about censorship, right? I'm getting there, but I won't be shooting the messenger. but I'm getting to that riff, shooting the messenger. Well, let's go back a little bit. This isn't a new problem. And to show you the extent of it, here's a quote from the 1920s. The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. And this is Edward Bernays in a book called Propaganda, published in 1928. He's basically saying there's an unseen mechanism. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind. And back in the day, that's before propaganda was considered a dirty word, right? Now we use words like public diplomacy or public relations, right? But this is the same thing. Here's another quote coming up through the 70s. Actually, this was written in the 40s, but it's, see if you're familiar with this. Another thing highlighting the problems of censorship that we have long faced. See if you know who this is. Unpopular ideas can be silenced and inconvenient facts kept dark without the need for any official ban. Anyone who's lived long in a foreign country will know the instances of sensational items of news, things which on their own merits would get big headlines being kept right out of this is the British press at the time, that's the hint, not because the government intervened, but because of a general tacit agreement that it wouldn't do to mention that particular fact, right? Or wouldn't do to say it. It's not just or right or proper to say certain things in public, apparently, right? That's where this is going. Well, the quote continues that at any given moment, there's an orthodoxy, a body of ideas which it is assumed that all right-thinking people will accept without question. It's not forbidden to say this, that, or the other, per se, but it's not done to say it. And anyone who challenges the prevailing orthodoxy finds him or herself silenced with surprising effectiveness. A genuinely unfashionable opinion is almost never given a fair hearing, either in the popular press or in the highbrow periodicals. That is George Orwell in a proposed introduction to Animal Farm. It was published in 1972 in the Times Literary Supplement. So these problems were known and talked about for a long time, and Project Censored was founded right around the time that this essay was published in the literary supplement, the Orwell piece. And this is also, of course, around the same time as Watergate. This is around the same time as the Church Committee. This is around the same time, and then we laud the press, saying, oh, the press is bringing down the Nixon White House. There's other historiographic narratives there that I don't have time to get into. But that certainly was something that was saying, well, look at how important that this is, and we're finding out all these horrible things that are going on in the CIA and the FBI and COINTELPRO and all these things. Well, guess what? Bernstein went on to write the following year a really interesting piece, The CIA and the Media, How America's Most Powerful News Media Worked Hand in Glove with the Central Intelligence Agency and Why the Church Committee Covered It Up. And in part of what may not be totally covered up, but part of what we don't talk about when we talk about censorship, it seems to me, is that we don't talk about things like Operation Mockingbird anymore, as if it doesn't exist. We don't talk about COINTELPRO in the same way, even though we know the FBI manufactures a majority of terror plots in this country. This is something that is censored information for most people. We surely don't talk about the weaponization of information in CIA Memo 1035-960 that uses the term conspiracy theorist as a weapon to challenge anyone that criticizes the corporate state. That is censorship. Notice I'm talking about the corporate deep state media here, right? Peter Dale Scott, Mike Lofgren, the work of understanding the deep state, the powers that be, the machinations behind the curtains that make things happen, right? Well, the corporate deep state media, this is the PR arm of the plutocratic transnational capitalist class. This is the next iteration of C. Wright Mills' power elite. These are the people that tend to dominate what goes on around the globe. And I want to point out that this corporate deep state media is not mainstream. So we don't use the term mainstream media at Project Censored. We call it what it is. Because there's nothing mainstream about 6 corporations and other intelligence agencies and groups and PR firms that control 90% of everything you hear and see. So let's hear it for honesty. Right? Call it what it is. At any rate, at Project Censored, we've worked on these issues for a very long time, and of course, have met with some criticism. But I need to say that, what we need here are, we're facing, Mike Lofgren put it this way, the twin idols of national security and corporate power are outworn dogmas, and they don't have anything to offer we the people. And Lofgren was a former Republican staff member in Congress, believe it or not. What we need here is a people's movement for real democracy that requires support of independent journalists and media, which we celebrate. And what we're up against is nothing less than a war from the 0.0001% on the rest of the world on democracy, and we must work together if we are to prevail in a truly free world. That there has been a war on journalists the world over is not surprising, sad, but not surprising. And in the US, the war on whistleblowers, from Ellsberg to Chelsea Manning and Snowden, Assange, and many others, this is shooting the messenger, and this is censorship. We should celebrate whistleblowers and journalists and truth tellers, not chide, punish, or attack them. What we have in the United States is a systemic assault on communications and education as a means of squelching democracy movements. And as George Seldes once said, the job of journalists is to tell the people what's really going on, and that's the spirit that Project Censored continues to do our work. 40 years later, we've taught thousands of students. We work with hundreds of professors over 20 colleges around the United States and in a half a dozen countries around the world. We validate independent news and teach critical media literacy. We talk about what the media tend to do more often than cover real stories. Junk food news is what our founder, Carl Jensen, called it, kind of even riffing a little bit on Newton Minow, another FCC person from the 60s, called television a vast wasteland, right? It's a lot of possibility, but not under the current parameters and controls. This is why we need to be the media. Neil Postman once said we were the best entertained, least informed society in the world, and that was 30-some years ago in a fantastic book called Amusing Ourselves to Death, and it seems like we are continuing that trajectory. And, some of you may be familiar, Les Moonves over at CBS recently remarked about Donald Trump's candidacy, and he said, "It may not be good for America, but it's damn good for CBS." Right? And of course, this is him speaking at a media telecom conference in San Francisco, so he feels like he's in the right crowd there, even though they're calling it a circus and these kind of things. Moonves goes on to say, "I've never seen anything like it. It's going to be a very good year for us." Again, it's very telling who they're serving, right? Well, what we do at Project Censored is we try to get this kind of media literacy angle to students and people around the country. We're really big on youth outreach. And we are really big on having students go out and cover the stories and cover the things that are happening in their community, whether it's Black Lives Matter, Occupy, Democracy Spring, LGBTQ rights, the Dreamers movement, climate change, any social justice. Go back to Nick Johnson. If you're in any of these movements and the second priority isn't media and reform, you're likely to gain little ground in your first area. And this is what we try to impart to people. This is why we say that really, we don't believe millennials are apathetic, and we believe that the young are changing the world. And sometimes we older folks, I'm counting myself among that group now, maybe it's that we just don't listen, and maybe we don't reach out, and maybe we need to do more crossing divides and working across races and creeds and genders and all of these isms and things, and we need to work together to make these things possible. And education is the core of this. Critical media education is a very significant thing that teaches people how to interpret and understand power, how to understand messages, and how to catapult their voices into that maelstrom and make real changes for real people. And at Project Censored, we're now teamed up with the Action Coalition of Media Education. We're working with the graduate program in media literacy and digital culture at Sacred Heart University in Connecticut for something called the Global Critical Media Literacy Project. And we are very, very hopeful that we are able to change things as we move forward. As a closing quote, I have from Carl Jensen, our founder: "Since we all will benefit from a more responsible media, we really should help bring it about. To do this, the corporate media owners should start to earn their unique First Amendment privileges. Editors should rethink their news judgment. Journalists should persevere in going after the hard stories. Journalism professors should emphasize the ethics and critical analysis and turn out more muckrakers and fewer buckrakers. The judicial system should defend the freedom of the press provision of the First Amendment with far more vigor, and the public should show the media it is more concerned with the high crimes and misdemeanors of its political and corporate leaders than it is with the crimes and gossip of celebrities. The effort will be well worth it, and I look forward to doing that more with you all together. Please come see us at the Project Censored table. Thank you very much for being here.
So we're going to switch a little bit, and we're going to hear from a Pulitzer Prize-winning political cartoonist about how political cartoons can break through power. Matt Worker is the staff cartoonist for Politico. Please welcome him. Matt.
Okay, greetings. I offer you salutations from the all-powerful mainstream media. Resistance is futile. Yes, the mainstream media, or as Donald Trump likes to call us, the pack of lying scumbags. Everybody seems to hate us these days, but don't hate me. I started out doing lots of cartoons for Public Citizen back in the 1980s. I've done some Project Censored covers back in the 1980s. Multinational Monitor, Robert Weissman's great magazine, and the Hightower Lowdown. But now I work for Politico, and I'm trying to figure out how to survive in this new media landscape. So, and the silly hat, besides trying to impress you and intimidate you, is also to help convey my main point today, and that is, even though you all may be very serious about very serious work, don't forget a little humor often helps. Bringing a little levity to the fight is a good thing. Peter Ustinov put it this way: comedy is simply a funny way of being serious. I had the great good fortune to work for my good buddy as staff artiste for Jim Hightower's Lowdown for nearly 10 years. And back when I was also doing regular cartoons and illustrations for Public Citizen, Hightower was kind enough to write an introduction for a book of mine, and it makes the best case to always remember Mr. Humor. So I want to read a little bit from Hightower's introduction to the book. This is from the sort of middle of his argument. Yes, working for social change is serious business, and yes, indeed, it's a grim world out there. But hey, nobody likes a grouch. Whether your humor is broad, boisterous, and bodacious, or sly, wry, and petite, whatever you've got to turn that sucker loose. Mr. Humor is not our enemy. Indeed, he is our friend. So be not afraid of Mr. Humor. He's there to keep us sane and also to open doors. When he arrives in your head, do not reject Mr. Humor. He's there to help. So I've got basically three main points that I want to leave you with today. So as not to embarrass myself like Texas Governor Rick Perry, I borrowed a brilliant idea from Sarah Palin. So, feel free to write these down on your own hands so you can take them home and think about them. Point one again, I'll set this up at the beginning and then I'll show you some cartoons and hopefully this will illustrate what I'm talking about. Point one, remember using humor. Bringing levity to your argument is always a good idea. Point two, the media landscape is changing fast. We're well into what I would call the brave new short attention span media age. Point three, this new media age is to be found in our pockets, online. People are getting their information and forming their opinions on little screens in a visual. The important thing to know about the online media, and everything seems to be going online, is that it's fundamentally a visual medium. Point four, in this mostly visual environment and short attention span age, nothing communicates better than that rich, chewy nugget of enlightenment known as the political cartoon. I know this is the same as having a barber tell you that the world would be better if everyone just got a haircut. But it's true. So hear me out. I'm going to make my case with some cartoons. We're living in this short attention span age where we're full of distractions and there's a million different platforms and publications vying for our attention, especially during a political season like we've got now. And one of the main features over the last 10 years is, as problematic as the big bad mainstream media may be, a lot of the big bad mainstream media is actually dying out. I've been working in the newspaper business going back to the 1970s, and the newspaper business is going away, and it's being replaced by a lot of other things. Since the onset of the recession in 2007, 2008, the statistic of the number of full-time, fully employed journalists who've lost their jobs, I mean, these are positions that have been eliminated, is about 40,000. And those are hardworking reporters reporting what's going on in City Hall, in state government, in federal government. If you go over here to the National Press Club in Washington, where there used to be dozens of newspaper bureaus covering what's going on in Washington for the local people, albeit for the corporately owned or family-owned daily newspaper, at least they were covering the news. Those people are going away. It's like the big serious lion tamers at the circus are losing their jobs and their platform. People are not paying for that kind of journalism, and it's being replaced by opinion journalism and this crazy sideshow. And then there's the social media, which is a whole other thing that we're starting to grapple with. And Twitter, you know, Twitter is a very interesting place to go, but this is a cartoon I just did last week. And Twitter is a place where, you know, idealistically, one would hope that there'd be great civic discourse, but most of the time, it's just people trolling each other. So the little Twitter bird is turning into the angry birds. In this landscape exist these archaic creatures like myself, political cartoonists. And for some reason, we don't go away, and for some reason, we cause more trouble than we should, especially given how archaic we are. And this is because our craft goes way, way back. And we operate in a particularly odd place in the media. For some reason, we rile people's feathers. This is a cartoon that Tom Tolles did back in 2004. And it generated can you read the caption? I can read it for you. It's Rumsfeld saying, "I'm listing your condition as battle-hardened." This cartoon generated a letter signed by the entire Joint Chiefs of Staff who demanded that Tolles be fired. You know, lots of other people wrote listing things, but there was something about this that required a response from the Joint Chiefs. Then, of course, there's Barry Blitz's famous cover in 2008 that a lot of people misinterpreted on both sides of the political spectrum, and everybody was out for Mr. Blitz's head. Ali Ferzat, a very brave Syrian cartoonist who was nearly killed by Assad's thugs, again, singling out the cartoonist. This goes all the way back to the beginning of political cartooning. I mean, political cartooning goes back to Ben Franklin, the Revolutionary era here and abroad. In France, this is a famous cartoon that Daumier did of the King of France as a pear. And for this, he was thrown in jail, and along with his publisher. I'm going to move right along here since we're tight on time. And then, of course, there's Thomas Nast, the granddaddy of American editorial cartooning, who gave us elephants and donkeys, as well as sort of the contemporary notion of Santa Claus. And Nast was famous for taking on Tammany Hall in New York, a horribly corrupt administration that controlled the city and was emptying the city coffers. And he went after them head on in the newspaper in New York, and eventually toppled the administration. And Boss Tweed, who's pictured here after the toppling, uttered the famous line. He came into the publisher's office furious about what Nast was drawing about him and his henchmen, and he uttered the famous line, "I don't care what you write in your damn newspapers, my constituents don't read, but stop the damn pictures." And the end of the story, which is wonderful, is Tweed ran off to Spain and to evade arrest, and he was spotted on a Spanish boat by a crew member who recognized him from Nast cartoons, and he was arrested. And then, of course, the most contemporary example of the strange staying power of cartoons is the Danish cartoon controversy that unfortunately bleeds into the Charlie Hebdo tragedy. And it speaks to this sort of strange power of a cartoon, this thing where you combine a political message with a little bit of humor and some drawing, and you put it into this form. It's not like a tweet. In fact, the old saw about a picture is worth 1,000 words must mean that a cartoon is worth about 8.5 tweets or something like that. But the magic of it is that it communicates with other nonverbal parts of your brain. And for some reason, that seems to enrage people in a way that the verbal enragement doesn't. There are different theories I have about this. And one of them is the evolutionary theory, which goes back to the fact that we were pre-language for many, many thousands of years. And during that time, my theory is that the first people that were dealing with the world of media were cartoonists. And so the birth of cartooning corresponds with the birth of civilization. And so we had for millions of years only people reading cartoons, and there weren't even captions. And then we've stuck around, but we've had to share that space now with all these other communicators who use these strange things like the written word and now broadcast media and stuff like that. So here we are in the present day, and surviving as a cartoonist, I worked for a bunch of different newspapers and magazines as a freelancer, and then I started 10 years ago with Politico here in Washington, and it's been very interesting working in a big newsroom in DC and trying to figure out how you survive and how you break through the noise. And again, to keep boosting for cartoons, there's something that touches certain parts of the brain about a cartoon. The word caricature, I just learned this recently, comes from the Italian word caricare, which means to load, as in loading a vessel or loading a weapon, which I just love. So a caricature has this powerful metaphorical ability to cut through the noise. And back to this notion of the short attention span age that we're living in, my son, who's in his 20s, and most of his friends, they don't read conventional media. They don't read newspapers. They don't watch television. Most of the news that they get comes from social media, if they get it at all. We're into this post, in a certain sense, a post-news, post-Fourth Estate era in the media. This is a cartoon I did back when the LA Times first was sold to Sam Zell. Yay for the LA Times, yeah. They're still for sale. No one wants to buy it. But working as a cartoonist, I really firmly believe that there are ways you can, even though the deck is stacked against you, if you're clever, if you're funny, if you're visual, there are ways to break through the noise. We live in an age of all sorts of gridlock, and I think that we need to become creative and artistic and witty and put stuff out there, and we can compete in the social media space with good stuff. And it's not, again, it's to quote my good friend Jim Hightower, it's a matter of don't forget about Mr. Humor. So thank you very much.
Okay, now we're talking about overcoming the gatekeepers. We're going to stick a little bit with humor, as Jim Hightower will be one of the panelists on this. People know him probably from yesterday. He was emceeing, and they probably know him also from his writing, articles and books, and his radio commentary, which are on a daily basis. His website, jimhightower.com, is where to follow him, and I'm sure he'll use his combination of commentary, humor, sarcasm, and his other tools to advocate on behalf of those of us who really have no voice in Washington, which he's been doing now for decades. We're also going to see a return of one of our previous speakers, Jim Chester from the Center for Digital Democracy. And I'm sorry, Jeff Chester thank you very much, you're quick. Jeff Chester for the Center for Digital Democracy. Please welcome Jeff and Jim.
All right, here we go. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
We want to sit. Want to sit here?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's all right. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, we got the seating arrangement settled. I'm to your left, and I'm to Chester's right. That's the way it should be, I think. I've noticed a disturbing pattern of hat envy taking place here this afternoon. I expect Ralph to come out in a fez just a little bit later. So we'll all look forward to that. Well, we have a very short time to cover this matter of how we get past the gatekeepers so that the people's media can come through. First of all, we have been, as others have been saying here, establishing quite a bit of independent media for the last several years. I know some people say, well, yeah, but what are the odds of that achieving anything big? I thought of Fred Harris, former senator from Oklahoma. I was out with him. He now lives in Albuquerque. Out there with him, and he was telling me about a group of guys having coffee and at a cafe there, and got to talking about baseball, and the name Lou Gehrig came up. And one of the younger members of the group said, Lou Gehrig, who is Lou Gehrig? I said, well, the New York Yankee, the Hall of Fame player, tragically died young of Lou Gehrig disease. And the guy said, he died of Lou Gehrig disease? What are the odds of that? So you can overcome the odds, even in disappointing ways. Well, in fact, we are blessed with a full range of independent mediaites, folks who found their way around the corporate blockage. We've got better than 120 alternative weeklies, which are now, in many cases, larger than the dailies in the cities where they exist. My friend John Weiss is here in the audience somewhere. He's in Colorado Springs, a major force in a city thought to be as right-wing as he can possibly get, yet his newspaper and his efforts in politics there have created a whole new dynamic in that city, and I think his paper is probably bigger than the Colorado Springs daily that is there. But we have also, obviously, the Nation, the progressive, in these times, Mother Jones, progressive populist, fair, et cetera, et cetera. We've got free speech TV, and now this is becoming bigger and bigger. It's been around for quite a while, but a guy named Ron Williams has taken it over. And Laura Flanders is on that, Tom Hartman is on that, Amy Goodman, et cetera. A major TV network is developing in our very presence. And now with the decentralization, that's not quite the word, but anyway, of the cable TV possibility, this TV can become our new progressive network now that MSNBC is shrinking back, owned by Comcast, and is going to become just a regular middle-of-the-road corporate network. Free speech TV can be ours. It's already reaching more than 1 million listeners, regular viewers on that channel. And now they're adding other people to it, getting a new studio here in Washington and expanding. So we have to create our own media is all I'm saying. And then we've got the hundreds of community radio stations. We've got voices like Tom Hartman, Amy Goodman, Laura Flanders, Ralph Nader, et cetera. And then cartoonists like Matt Worker and Tom Tomorrow, Jen Sorensen, Brian Duffy, Tom Tolles, et cetera. I hate cartoonists because they get it. They, in very limited space, they present the whole case, and then they draw you a picture of it. We have no talent that can achieve anything like that. I can give an endless speech or do 100 commentaries, and they do it in a flash. And then we've got hundreds of thousands of young video makers, hundreds of thousands more social media journalists. They've become a huge force, I think the force for the future, though it will, the powers that be, of course, are trying to capture it, but they haven't captured it yet. The Bernie Sanders campaign would not exist except for social media. He came to Austin, gave 17 hours notice to the local campaign. They had 10,000 people at that location the next morning. They began lining up at 6 a.m. That was done by social media. So we do have our own media outreach, and when the establishment media ignores Bernie, which is just every single day of the week, then social media is spreading the word of what he's saying. So we're not without media power, is all I'm saying. So, and I'm going to offer two suggestions for our media future as more of us move into this. That aside from connecting more people to these independent media outlets, I think there's two things that indie media needs to work on. One, our presentations need less statistics and more storytelling. Facts are good, despite what the right-wing freak show that's running over there on the Republican primary with the Donald and the Cruz and Fiorina and Sleepy, Sneezy, Dopey, Curly and Moe. But facts are good, but as punctuation points, not as the whole text. There is a reason that the first 4 letters in numbers spells numb. You know, you can overdo that. We need to rather relate to people through stories, which is how they have historically, as Matt Worker was just indicating, understood big concepts and big stories. You know, Van Jones, our friend, I was with him on a program once, and he was chastising the liberals for dumping just loads, wheelbarrows of statistics on an audience. And he pointed out that Martin Luther King Jr. at the Lincoln Memorial over here in 1963 did not say, "I have a position paper." He said, "I have a dream." And then he painted that dream, and we need more of that. My friend Deanna Zant, who's on the board of the Hightower Lowdown and is our social media guru, she's a powerhouse in that whole world. And when the right wing went after Planned Parenthood, there was a response by women's groups all around the country saying, "Send money to Planned Parenthood." But Deanna thought, well, what about people who don't have money to send to Planned Parenthood, or much money at least? So she started a social media platform called Planned Parenthood Saved My Life, and just invited people to tell stories. And they got 5 million new emails out of that at Planned Parenthood because of the stories that came across. That was a powerful force for the people who told the stories and then those who received those stories. So our treasure trove of progressive media sources needs to do one other thing, and that is to connect more, coordinate a little bit, cooperate, collude even on occasion. The right wing does this all the time. The point is we could amplify our message if instead of, say, a story on Barack Obama is submitting his Trans-Pacific Partnership tomorrow. So somebody will do a story on that, Amy Goodman will do a show, and you know, and that'll be it. It'll be a little scattered thing. But what if instead of that, 40 of these independent weeklies ran a story tying it to local actions? What if Amy Goodman and Tom Hartman and Laura Flanders and et cetera, did in the same week broadcasts on that, maybe several broadcasts on that? What if the cartoonists ran cartoons, you know, on their own? They, you know, nobody's going to direct their drawing, but do their own take on it. What if the national magazines ran stories on this same thing? Community radio stations did interviews with local people involved in this fight, and connecting all of it to social media action and just physical action, what you can do about it. That story then would echo across the land. People would hear about it for the first time, not from one source or this source, but they would say, well, something big is going on here. So my basic message to you is that this is an effort that is worthy of us, because we're not just trying to build an independent media, we're building democracy. That's right. Without the media, you're not going to have democracy. So that's the fight we're involved in. I'll leave you with this. When I first moved to Austin, Texas in '76, there was a moving company there not one of these big chain things, but I think it's two big guys with a truck, you know. I think they're called Skeeter and Booger, you know. And Skeeter and Booger's moving company, but they had a big attitude. And so they had an ad in the Yellow Pages that said, if we can get it loose, we can move it. That's what we're talking about. Get it loose at the grassroots movement, and the people will move it for themselves. Thank you very much. Jeff Chester.
Hi, I'm Jeff Chester, Center for Digital Democracy. I share Jim's vision. For those that didn't hear me this morning, just very briefly, why this is a critical moment, why this is an incredibly important opportunity, which is what Ralph must have had in mind, is that we're in a global transition period for the business economics and the format, the creation of the content and how it interacts with individuals. We're in a global transition, and that's that cross-device commercial surveillance system where the technology allows for individuals and groups to be constantly tracked, surveilled, analyzed, profiled, scored, so you can be targeted with interactive advertising and other forms of micro-persuasion. Now as I said, Google and Facebook are kind of the dominant forms here in the United States and in many places around the world, but companies all over the world, media companies all over the world, are using these new big data digital technologies, and Fortune 1000 companies now recognize there are no more barriers for them to distribute their branded content. They can create, and they have created their own channels, their own social media platforms. They're engaged in huge forms of social media surveillance through sentiment mining. So the corporations, I think, even though there's a lot of good news, I tend to kind of look at, based on the business practices, what do we have to be worried about? And I think we need to be worried because it's a very powerful form designed principally for commercial intent, but it works best for those that have the most money. And special interest groups on the left and right are beginning to use it, but I think our voices for a just democracy will be marginalized. We have other, unless we intervene. So we have other challenges too. We have opportunity. We have the growth of the progressive movement, particularly the Sanders campaign and Black Lives Matter, that I think gives us the kind of political weight that frankly media activists like myself haven't seen in a long, long time. And we know we have the decline of civic discourse and journalism and a tabloid culture. Okay, so what can we do? And I'm always inspired by Ralph, as we all seem to be, and it was great to see him on the Donahue show, and what a fighter he has been. And in trying to think about what we can do, and I said this morning, I actually think that one of the goals should be, and for the first time I think we can actually do it, we should try to take back the public spectrum. You know, they gave it to the broadcasters, they're auctioning it off, it's a huge amount of wealth and private property. And it seems to me that we're at a moment when people are concerned about corporate giveaways and corporate control, that we actually could put this issue in play and figure out a way, maybe it's John Nichols, was it $20 or $200 voucher, but figure out a way that in fact we can change the broadcast spectrum policy. So instead of allowing the media companies to profit from this property, it creates a funding mechanism for public interest discourse. I don't think it's out of the question. So look, here's an idea. And it's probably been proposed many, many times. But I think that Ralph should create the digital media big data era raters on a fast track to identify the challenges, the opportunities, to provide the effective critique like they did in the 1960s, like Mark Green and others did that helped revitalize the Federal Trade Commission, bring in the Sanders people, bring in Black Lives Matter. Let's make this about equity and diversity and social justice. But come up with short-term plans connected to a political strategy around the spectrum. I think we should try to get people, and I know there are groups here and activists here, to get Bernie to put in the Democratic platform that the spectrum is public property. We're going to stop auctioning it off, and the money is going to go to the people. We should put that issue in play. It could possibly work. I don't think it's been able to be possible over these last 30 years, even though Ralph has talked about it. I think it's possible now. We need to challenge the business practices. We need somebody out there saying, no, this commercial surveillance system that Google and Facebook and Coca-Cola and others have created is wrong, and here's what we have to do to protect privacy. As I said this morning, it's because of Google and Facebook and their powerful lobby that we don't have privacy legislation in the United States. They tried to derail the European one. That just went through, and they'll have a great one in 2 years. We need to protect privacy here, and by the way, the Federal Communications Commission, for whatever reason, is following up on its network neutrality initiative. Hopefully you'll be getting an email soon from Free Press. We have a real opportunity for privacy for the ISPs. We need ideas for ownership, for programmatic opportunity and diversity. How do we see, the big data model is going to affect the streaming system too. It's already in play. As I mentioned this morning, it's called programmatic advertising. It's the collection of data, the profiling, and the delivery of the video content. I'm concerned that we even get frozen out, except for those people who can pay. So what does the new ownership patterns look like to bring diversity? What can we do about non-commercial media? We should let that go. What can we do about journalism? What needs to be done about journalism? The same big data-driven system operating in the commercial media overall is in fact shaping the future of journalism. Some people are worth more to advertisers. Some content will be different based on what you're worth. Some people are, in the words of the industry, considered waste. Do you know what the advertisers call us when they put us up for 20 millisecond auctions in real time to sell us to advertisers? We're inventory. We're not people. We're inventory. Well, that journalism is taking on that kind of perspective as well. We need to try to figure out what we can do around elections and ads and campaigns. That also raises privacy issues and other issues, but they have so much digital information. All the political campaigns, including Bernie, are using these very powerful big data tactics to identify people, to get them to vote. But that also means that money in politics, in terms of the digital delivery system of advertising, because remember, it's cross-platform now. We just don't have television, and the mobile device, and the gaming device, and television's now increasingly a part of it. You need to program across device, but you're now able to target and follow that individual, regardless of what device they're on, and regardless of when it is, because they have your geolocation information. I'm concerned about the impact of digital advertising in the political process, because it's an individual message, and what does that truly mean? And just kind of finally, because people talked about this today, it is a global movement. These trends that I talk about are happening all over the world. A lot of it is precipitated by American companies, by Google and Facebook, that have brought their business models elsewhere. But there are a lot of alliances to be made. And I didn't mention it this morning, but one of my concerns about this hyper-commercialism model, when you see it at work in China, for example, where they're sending out, like they send out here, billions and billions of ads, it's about consumption without any limit, without any constraint, with no differentiation about buying a car or buying junk food or buying anything. That's their vision of the world, and we need to link with global activists and create a more just media system. And I think that's basically it for me.
That's it for me.
And we have 1 minute and 30 seconds. You want to say something?
Well, I would just say, just as young people have completely revolutionized politics, it's not through by any means, but clearly that's what's underway. I mean, even the question of whether political parties are necessary has now been raised with this Bernie campaign. They're going to do this, and so my advice to Ralph, if you want to say we need Ralph's raters on this media, I agree with that, but what he needs is 47 people who are 18 to 21 years of age and say, what should we do, basically? Because I think that's where the power is.
I agree with you. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yes.
So this will be the last time I'm up here today, I think, unless something unusual happens. So 2 things I want to do. I want to thank the people who are doing this great job at sign translation. Wow. I don't know if you've been watching them. But they are doing an amazing job, and it's a long conference, so that's really incredible. The second thing is I was giving a card from Ron Suarez. Is he out here? There he is. Okay, so you know who he is. He's organized a get-together after this event, Froggy Bottom Pub at 2021st K Street Northwest. Froggy Bottom Pub at 2021st K Street. Just people get 2021 K Street, and they're getting together to talk and to drink and to eat. And so if you want to get together with other people who attended this conference, see him or just meet them at 2021 K Street, the Froggy Bottom Pub. I don't know the rules. I think you can go but not drink. Where people are allowed to come to bars if they're under 21 in D.C. I know some cities, like in states like Seattle, doesn't allow that, but here you can. Okay, now we had a little talk about commercial intelligence in the last panel. Now we're going to go into the big boogeyman in the United States, which is government intelligence. And we have two people who played a key role in exposing the reality of the depth of the intelligence gathering of various federal agencies. They've had high-level intelligence roles. They've received awards from intelligence communities for combined probably about 60 years they have experience working in U.S. intelligence. And they have now a very different view of what the intelligence agencies do. They travel the country and the world telling people about U.S. agencies are doing on intelligence gathering. And so please welcome these two really heroes who have taken the risk and done it in such a smart way that they have still not been prosecuted. So please welcome Kirk Wiebe and William Benny.
All right. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Well, thank you, and thanks for inviting us here. We're trying to spread the word, and this is certainly part of one of the mechanisms we have to do that, because we've had very difficult time getting our story out. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about what we've experienced, so you can understand some of the difficulties. Some of it was misuse of government agencies. Some of it was misuse of the law and the FBI. But a lot of it was also because of investigative journalism and the mainstream media not actually getting involved and doing their job under the Constitution to find out what the government's really doing. So they've been a party indirectly by not investigating and being, I guess you can understand that they don't want to lose access to power or information. So that's sort of a motivator for them, so they can stay on top of news stories. But when you do that, you only get one side, and that's the narrative out of the government. And that means that's all you hear. Now, this has been typical of dictatorial states down through history, and any historian will tell you that the process that they've adopted of collecting data on everybody on the planet, first starting in the United States, is a totalitarian process. It goes back to Caesar Augustus and back into the Egyptian days. I mean, anyone in power wanted to stay in power. That meant you have to know what your population's doing so you can control it, attack certain segments if they're not doing what you want them to do. So in our story, Kirk and I were together in what we called the SIGINT Automation Research Center. We were automating the analysis of data, which is something they can't do today. And it's the main reason they continually fail to stop terrorist attacks or anything else. I mean, they're good at entrapping people, but otherwise, and they're good at collecting data, but they're not very good at all at understanding what they've collected. And they demonstrate that year after year, like in Paris or Brussels or Boston or 9/11 or any of the other, even in the Garland, Texas case. In that case, I use it as a typical, as the one to show what they should be doing, and which then they're not. The Garland police were tipped off 2 days in advance that attack was coming by a member of Anonymous. Now that member of Anonymous was looking at a social network, focusing, and looking at specific people who were threatening to take some action, violent action, and they watched them, which is the job our police and intelligence agencies are supposed to do. But neither of our side, for which we pay a little over $100 billion a year for intelligence, all right, not counting police, we got no alert from them that this attack was coming, but from this member of Anonymous, we did. Why? Because the member of Anonymous focused. They had a disciplined, focused attack on a target that was threatening something. These people in our intelligence agencies, they already knew these people too, but they didn't focus. Why? Because they're collecting so much data on everybody on the planet that you can't see the threat coming. That's the real problem. That's why I said originally years ago that they basically traded the security of the people of the United States and the free world for money. Because it was all about money, because to collect everything, it takes an awful lot of money. Yeah. They've spent almost $1 trillion of our tax money on intelligence since 9/11. That's how much money it's all about. That's why we knew when we put together our program to do it smartly in a targeted, focused way. We knew from staffers in the House Intelligence Committee that the companies that wanted to feed off all this money were in Congress lobbying against us to get our program canceled because it was a threat to the feeding process. And of course, NSA management bought into that, of course. They have to have an industrialized solution, you know, and that's the way they took it. So that meant that they killed our program even before 9/11. But you see, what we had done in our program was to be able to handle fiber optic rates and very massive amounts of data. They had no other program like that in NSA. So when it came time after 9/11 to start spying on everybody, they had to take the components we put together, remove all the filtering and monitoring and privacy protections software that we had in that code, and then just use it to collect everything and just store it and build graphs of social relationships of everybody on the planet. But first we started with US citizens. I first heard about that in the second week of October of 2001. And when they told me that, it was obvious to me that the highest levels of government approved this, and that's where they were heading, toward a totalitarian state. And this is a direct violation of the First, Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Amendments of the Constitution, and any number of other laws, including those governing FCC regulations and so on. So I went immediately to the House Intelligence Committee, and Kirk and I went there, and we talked about this and said, this is what they're doing. This is a direct violation of everything we're supposed to stand for. And from there on, we were complaining internally, and the staffers inside the House were taking it to Porter Goss and Nancy Pelosi, trying to argue the case that this is a direct violation of Constitution and laws. And that went nowhere. Why? Because those two members of the House were already approved the program on the 4th of October of 2001. So they had already bought into the program. And the whole idea from that point on was to keep it as secret as possible. Don't even tell members of Congress or the other members of the intelligence committees or any of the courts except for the senior judge on the FISA court. And it stayed that way up until, I think, the New York Times article came out in 2005. Then, of course, it was exposed and everybody knew that they weren't being told the truth. Well, you're still not being told the truth because they're capturing massive amounts of content of our communications, of voice, email, and so on. They're still not addressing that. Now, in the UK, they are, but over here, they're not. So we attempted to get that voice out. Kirk and I both went to the Inspector Generals of the Department of Defense and the Department of Justice. And, of course, along the line, we got too noticed by our government, so they sent the FBI at us. So they raided us, took all our material, basically threatened my family with guns drawn. They didn't do it to Kirk's family. But then after that, in order to keep us quiet and off balance, they sent the Department of Justice at us, and they 3 separate times between 2007 and 2010, they attempted to indict us under espionage acts. So they wanted to put us away like they did with Chelsea Manning, or like they want to do with Julian Assange, put you away for at least 35 years. And they were fabricating evidence because they didn't have any. We weren't involved in anything that the New York Times published or any of that, but that's what they accused us of. Yeah, and so From that, I was starting to assemble all the evidence I could of malicious prosecution on the part of the Department of Justice of the United States. And the third time they did that, the third time they attempted to indict us all, I had all this evidence assembled, and so I called Tom Drake, assuming his phone was tapped by the FBI, and that they would report to the Department of Justice everything I told him. I said, Tom, our lawyer said that they're now going to indict us on this charge about we had a meeting in a Turf Valley Club in Maryland. And he said, I said, now I haven't talked to my lawyer yet, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to accuse them of malicious prosecution, and here's all the evidence I've assembled, and I read it off on the phone to him. So I was trying to I wanted to let the FBI guy get to know where all the evidence was. And I said, and Tom, tell your lawyer, because I'm going to charge them with malicious prosecution when they charge us and take us to court. So I had the goods on them, and it was pretty obvious. I mean, it was clearly something that was provable in a court of law. So after that, 1 month later, Kirk and I got letters of immunity, unsolicited, from the Department of Justice. And it's even worse than that, because shortly after that, well, about maybe a year later or so, someone in the Department of Justice, not everybody there is bad or evil, felt very bad about what they were trying to do to us. So they sent us a copy of their draft indictment on us. So we have all the lies that they were assembling in their draft indictment. They even had Ed Loomis at the meeting, and he wasn't there. So, you know, it wasn't hard to figure out who they were talking about. So that was the story we had. Then at that point it was where basically we decided that this is not acceptable in this country. That this government is so evil that it has to be publicly addressed. And at that point we went public. And at the first one we met with Jane Mayer in 2011. She wrote an article. Then Jim Bamford did one in Wired, and 60 Minutes did a program. And then Democracy Now! And a little bit on Fox, a couple programs on Fox. Then it kind of died off. And they're only basically regurgitating the iterations out of the White House and the agencies now, and they're not getting a balanced view of what's really been going on. So it's been hard to get the information out, because mainstream media is the vector you would hope. According to the Constitution, we have a free press, so they're supposed to report what the government's doing, but they're not really effectively doing that job now. So that's really basically our story. And we're still fighting now. I mean, we're talking to different members of parliaments of different European countries, and we had like 3 separate lawsuits in the federal and the appeals courts, one in the Second Circuit, one in the Third, one in the 11th, all challenging the constitutionality. This is what the government's so afraid of. They're afraid of a challenge to constitutionality because they know it's not. I mean, that's why that bulk collection of commercial records was illegal. I mean, the Second Circuit ruled that, because it's collecting data on U.S. citizens in bulk with, I mean, they're supposed to list the names of everybody they're after, all the data they're after, and the reason they're after, probable cause. Well, when you issue like that general warrant to Verizon, give me all the records of 110 million U.S. citizens that are also customers of you, and all the things they've been doing, well, they should name everybody and list all the probable cause as to why they're doing that, and that's what they're not doing. That's the Fourth Amendment. So in my view, when they asked me, and I'll turn it over to Kirk in a minute. So in my view, when I asked me what on USA Today in 2013, they asked me, what do I think should happen to Edward Snowden? You know, Edward did what he did because, you know, what happened to us and Tom Drake. I said I thought that Edward Snowden should be indicted for stealing government property. But that the laws should be applied equally and in the chronological sequence of the crimes committed. So that meant we had to first go against Bush, Cheney, Hayden, Tenet, all the attorney generals, all the members of the intelligence committees, all the members of the FISA court, and all those in the OLC's office and the DOJ, plus all the other senior lawyers involved, and all the senior personnel at NSA, CIA, FBI. Involved. And then after we do the Bush administration, we do the same people in the Obama administration, then we do Snowden.
Well, just to follow up, Ralph Nader told us the thrust of this series of days here was to break through power. And this particular day is supposed to deal with how do we get the truth? How do we get to the truth? How do we get the press to tell the truth? And I'm going to tell you, I don't have an answer to that. But I do know a little bit about what the nature of the problem is. Let me tell you a brief story to illustrate. You heard that some years back, a few years back, the case of James Risen of Fox News, who had his phone tapped by the government. And you heard a blurb that 100 reporters that work for Associated Press had their phones tapped. Now that's just the tip of the iceberg. I can tell you with an extreme amount of confidence that the powers that be in this nation are monitoring the actions of reporters and their sources of information to such an extent that the major media are sensitive to that, and it is making the major media reluctant to tell you, the audience, anything that could upset your view of our government. This is a real concern. You know, I spent most of my life, and so did this man here, studying the Soviet Union, trying to protect this nation against any actions against this nation by the Soviet Union. And we got to be experts after a while, and I can tell you some of the behavior I now see in the US government is exactly what we saw when studied the Soviet Union. Exactly. I will also tell you that because of what Bill mentioned a few minutes ago, it's unnecessary. We know of a way to monitor communications en masse without disrupting the privacy of innocent people. NSA doesn't want to hear it. The Congress ought to subpoena us in front of the intelligence committees or in front of a larger body, all of Congress for all I care, and have us tell them what we're talking about, because they don't want to hear it. There's too many money interests involved. The status quo is what they're trying to hold on to. They wouldn't be able to defend it had we had a day in court, so to speak. But it's absolutely, there's absolutely no reason to trade privacy for security based on the software solution that we know how to implement on a grand scale for the entire government and put this constitutional crisis to bed. Now, let me tell you a story about the press. About 3 years ago, maybe it was 4, as I get older, time passes so quickly. I received a phone call from Catherine Herridge of Fox News. And this has not been published anywhere, so consider it a first heard by this audience. Catherine said, Kirk, Fox wants to do 2 things. They want to do a documentary about you and Bill and Ed Loomis and Tom Drake and Diane Rourke. But they also want to do some shorter snippets that they could embellish Brett Baer's special report with on the evening news at 6. So what we'd like to do is to each of your homes, and she was asking me to communicate this to the rest of the folks, the rest of the whistleblowers. What we'd like to do is come out with a full film crew, film you extensively in interviews and around the house, and so that the audience can kind of get to know each of you, and then go to air with it. And we all agreed to do it, all of us. And Fox must have spent 3 to 4 hours at each of our homes, so that's times 5. Lots of film involved and so forth. And they brought 2 producers, one to worry about the documentary, one to worry about the shorter clips for the special report. And they came, they did their thing, we went through makeup, the whole 9 yards, Bill and I did, and Tom and Diane, all of us, and they went away. And we heard absolutely nothing. So I called one day and I said, Catherine, what's happened to the documentary? What's happened to the evening news clips? And she said, there's been a change. I don't know who's responsible for making it, but I don't know. I don't really have a good answer for you. And so I said, okay, we'll leave it at that and see what happens. Nothing did happen, and the whole matter was buried. About a year later, I got a phone call in my car on my cell from Catherine Herridge. She said, Kirk, you're not going to believe it. Now I'm curious already, because normally reporters don't call you with information. They call you asking questions. And she said, you're not going to believe this, but do you remember the producer for the documentary piece? And I said, I sure do. And I remembered her name. Catherine said she now works for the National Security Agency. Now,
it takes about a year to get there.
Yeah, that's right. That about floored me, because it certainly confirms suspicions that the United States intelligence infrastructure, meaning all the various organizations, is in the business of trying to manipulate the news. They are actively doing it. They're not just listening in. I think they're putting plants in the major media. The major media know it. They're intimidated. They're frightened. And so I pose to you this: if the major media cannot tell us the truth, the only thing you're left with is smaller outlets like the Real News Network carrying this broadcast and whistleblowers. That's it. No textbook, no source, no font of knowledge is going to enlighten you with truth. This nation is at a crisis point, and if we don't fix it, we're going to lose the constitutional republic we once put together over 200 years ago. Thank all of you.
Okay. Thanks. I did want to add just one little thing. When Kirk was talking about our program to be able to do a focused, disciplined, professional job, to get data and give everybody privacy at the same time, Congress, of course, didn't call us down to testify, which we were hoping for. But when I was testifying to the Bundestag in Germany, the German parliament, the congressional committee sent representatives to go listen. And I said, well, I'm only 20 miles up the road. You know, I can come down any time. But, you know, so our government has rejected our approach because doesn't cost enough money, and it doesn't add a perpetual problem. You know, it solves the problem. So they didn't want to hear about it, so we're putting it on the web for everybody in the world to read. The website is agoodamerican.org, and it's based on a movie about me primarily, but Kirk's in it, as are the others. It's called A Good American. I thought it should. It's about my history at NSA. Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Well, it's done very simply. It's like everybody, the policing organizations are supposed to have a probable cause to go after you, which means they have to have some behavioral property to say, I'm going to target you, or I'm going to stop you, or whatever. So it's all based on deductive, inductive, and abductive logic, based on behavioral properties in data and how people communicate, who they communicate with. For example, the movie explains it pretty well, I think. It explains how you graph the relationships of everybody on the planet, and how you can pick out terrorists and see their social networks and focus only on the terrorists and their close proximity social network, which means you have a high probability of people involved. So those are the people who fall into the zone of suspicion around the terrorists. That doesn't mean they're guilty, it means you have to look at them. So there's behavioral properties that means you look at them. It has nothing to do with profiling, just that property. That's the deductive approach. Inductive is when you look at websites that advocate pedophilia, or that advocate terrorism or jihad or things like that, and you watch who visits those sites. So you're looking at the properties of people looking at that particular activity, implying they become suspicious, they need to be looked at. So that's the probable cause for that. Then abductively, you look in a general sense about networks around the world, one of the ways of doing it, and you look at countries where the terrorism is high probability, like in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and so on. And then you look at the social networks and see if just they randomly distribute that way. I mean, you can tell everybody on the worldwide network in real time as the data is passing by, simply because, for example, in the phone numbering system, every number of every phone is unique in the world. So you know, first of all, if they're fixed, where they are, if they're mobile, where they came from, or you can look at GPS and see where they are that time. Or in the internet world, it's the IP address, IPv4, 6. It's a numbering scheme again, dividing the world up into zones. And the same is true with the machine access codes and things like that. Identifiers that are clear that can be used to say this is where this social network is distributed. Well, if you look at things that are distributed primarily in zones where terrorism is prevalent, then that means you need to look at that network because based on that distribution behavior, okay? So we have reasons for doing things, not just scooping up everybody. And all the rest of the data on everybody on the planet passes right by. And you can make these decisions online without any, that's what we were doing in real time. Is that what? No, Britain's doing everything that NSA is doing, collecting everything. In fact, I testified to the House of Lords that bulk acquisition means people die first and then you clean up the mess afterward because you can't get to the data to discover the threat. And they said, you mean to tell me that all of the members of the House, or not the House, but the Parliament and the agencies that have come through here testifying to us up to now have been lying? I said, yes, I guess I am.
No. That's the last question we have time for. Go ahead and answer it.
There's no way. I mean, they just have too much money and too much access, too much power. With the companies, with the ISP servers, with the providers, with the networks, they're tapping all the networks. I mean, Fairview is the main network they used to tap the United States. Go on the web and Google NSA space Fairview, one word, and you'll see the map of about 100 taps, 80 to 100 taps inside the fiber network with the United States. If they were after foreigners, they'd only be along the coast, but this is distributed right with the population. So you know you are the target.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kurt Weavey and Bill Binney and Thomas Drake and John Kiriakou and many others. These are the silent patriots who are silent no more. Very ethical, dynamic whistleblowers, something our country can use a lot more of. I want to describe briefly what I'd like to come out of this conference, and a lot of people would like to come out, and that is a new organization which we would call Voices, and we'd like the support of authors, publishers, writers, musicians, documentary filmmakers. Everybody wants more voice, wants more readers, wants more listeners and participants in a robust democracy. And describing Voices, and I will give some rather specific illustrations of what we would do. Its purpose is simple. It's to push for enlarging and enhancing space for serious content in all forms of media. We have to have a serious society here. We have a hedonistic industry. We have an entertainment, a sports society. We have to have a serious society, if only to survive for a hedonistic society, and an entertainment society, and a sports society. Voices would be staffed by writers, traditional and social media specialists, organizers, public interest lawyers. It will advance long neglected standards in the 1934 Communications Act, which contains the imperative that broadcasters meet the public interest, convenience, and necessity, and other laws under the jurisdiction of the FCC. The Voices staff will make the case again and again for much more airtime on TV, radio, and space, and print publications by a multitude of subject matter, issues, and activities that are now excluded or censored routinely as an entertainment industry can only do. That is driven by maximum profit at all times. It would also involve a return of the public airways for a specified amount of time every day to an audience network by people who believe in a media democracy. And it would be funded by charging the broadcasters rent. See, they use our public airways, our public property, free. It just so happens that in today's Washington Post is a page 1 article that says, for Beijing, censorship is working. So censorship is working in China, all right? So the government is basically saying to the forces of openness and communication, you're not going to be open, you're not going to be communication. It's only what the government says. Now I ask you, if Beijing was here and ordered the censorship by the mass media of these 4 days breaking through power, could they have come close to the efficient blackout of these days by the mass media, censoring itself for maximum profit? Frederick Douglass said it for all ages. The great abolitionist said in the 19th century, quote, power concedes nothing without a demand. Never did, never will, end quote. We've got to start demanding. And we can demand that these monetized minds who run the mass media and who hardly help themselves at the top, where they count money, and the power of the monetized mind of the owners and the CEOs filters down to restrict the freedom of the writers, restrict the freedom of the producers, restrict the freedom of the editors, restrict the freedom of the reporters. Those are our allies. They're being muzzled too. We once had a press conference about 10 years ago in Washington. We had a modest content analysis of the 4 evening news local stations. And after it was over, it didn't get any coverage. They came actually, but they didn't cover it. They went back to cover it, you know, a rare critique of the local evening news, and they were told, junk the tape. But before they left the press conference, one of the people who came in the media by the stations themselves says, you know, whispering, he says, you know, there are a lot of times after the local evening news is done, I feel like going into the toilet and vomiting. And take a look at the local evening news. This is what Voices will attend to with help from people all over the country. Look at it. First of all, they just give us 30 minutes and then 30 minutes. What's in between? Entertainment, sports, low-level comedy that Jim Hightower would be ashamed of. That's what they give us. Well, it's 30 minutes. Well, here's the 30-minute evening news. It's 9-minute ads, 4 minutes sports, 4 minutes endless weather in 4 segments. It's about 2 minutes on local street crime or fires, a half a minute on spontaneous contrived chit-chat between the 2 anchors, and it may have 3 minutes of real news. The weather is an obsession, and they've turned it into a line of commerce. They tease you. They show you, you know, the 5-day forecast, and they show you the whole area, like 15 suburbs. It's 48 degrees here, but it's 47 degrees there. After they tell you what happened in Bemidji, Minnesota, in terms of some snowflakes. It's absurd. What's going on in the city here? What's going on in cities all over America? We wouldn't know. There are no longer any local civic celebrities that arose to some sort of initiative and impact beneficially on their communities in the 60s and 70s, but they used to get on the local evening news. We have also to look at the public Airways and the cable franchises. Why do we give them these cable franchise agreements without any reciprocity? Reciprocity is the key. Every time we give away a public good, we should say, what's the reciprocity? What do we get back in return? There are 650 cable channels and counting, 650 cable channels, and we give them the franchise. Is there a cable channel devoted to workers? Is there a cable channel devoted to students? Is there a cable channel devoted to consumers? Is there a cable channel devoted to veterans? Is there a cable channel devoted to any sector of our society that needs a voice, that needs expression, that needs to learn, that needs to do? No. Here's what it's all about. Once in a while, I turn on the Saturday network TV to see how our property is misused. And one Saturday, I turned it on. And by the way, this is the best. This isn't even cable. This is over the air. I wouldn't even want to bore you with the cable. You wouldn't believe it. Okay, here's what I saw. Saturday afternoon, Poppycat, Tree Foo Tom, Astroblast, The Chica Show, World of Adventure, Sports, Action Sports, Track and Field Championships, Infomercials, Golf, U.S. Senior Open, 5 hours on Fox, Infomercials, 2.5 hours on ABC, World of X Games, ESPN Sports Sunday, Into the Wild and Exploration, Infomercials, The Insider, PGS Tour Golf. God, just pushing a ball into a hole. A fairly typical Saturday afternoon on TV USA. Hello. Is that all there is for America? And who decides that our common property is only for commercial entertainment and second-class entertainment at that, garnished by relentless advertisements and mind-numbing infomercials? Isn't there anything else going on in this country that people may wish to see in order to better learn, aspire, judge, act, and connect with others? That's what I mean by raising our expectation level. We all know that the mass media is in very concentrated norm now. About 6 giant conglomerates control most of it. And we also know that the cable franchises, of which there are countless numbers, have almost no duties whatsoever. They don't even have to obey the 1934 Communications Act. What we need to do is again ask ourselves, what's the concentration inside these TV, radio, and other stations, where the bosses at the top stifle people at the bottom, where they discharge 40,000 reporters just like that for the bottom line, where in Fargo, North Dakota, there's no live radio. It's all push-button radio from some central conglomerate that controls the radio stations. So we have to have sympathy with the reporters and the editors and the producers who are trying to do a better job, but they can't without our backbone, without our support, without our surrounding these 2-3-story television buildings around the country just before local news time, with hundreds of people demanding more serious content. Wouldn't that be something? Let them ignore that one, looking out the window. Corporate commercial hedonism for maximum profit is a far more effective source of censorship of the media than tyrannical governments who eventually get overthrown, who eventually produce an underground media of freedom. But corporate hedonism, it's hard to see how it's going to be overthrown because of its insidiousness, because of the way it entraps the mind, because of the way it lowers expectations, because of the way it excludes most people who want to change it because they can't bear looking at it, so they don't know how bad it is anymore. So let me end on this note here. What happens when you have a media, commercial media like this, that can't even cover the largest gathering of accomplished citizen action groups? covering the largest number of redirections and reforms in our country and its impact on the world. They can't even cover something like this. You know what the message is to young people? The only way you're ever going to get coverage for serious topics is to break the law, smash windows, block traffic, disgrace yourself, get dragged off by police. That's the only way they seem to be waiting for. Now that, to me, is the end game. When you have to resort to that kind of behavior on serious matters in order to get covered by the tenants who control our public property. And so now you're going to see, if the mass media wants more evidence, you're going to see 9 narratives, pre-videoed, on 9 major areas that the media should be paying attention to. They either have ignored it for years and then come around to pay some attention to it, like minimum wage restoration, or they have continued to ignore it, continued to fear big national security state government, and continue to appeal to their maximum profits, and they're engaging in conscious parallelism with one another in a race to the bottom. You can see that on the Sunday news. They're all looking at one another to see who can be more flamboyantly provocative of Donald Trump, who's going to pretty soon name the GOP the Trump dump. And I urge you to look at these because they are narrated by people who have worked many, many years here. And they have many, many experiences of being shut out, including mass rallies in Washington that are almost never covered short of a photograph on a weekend, or completely not covered. How many of us have participated in all that? And so we'll turn it over now to the voices who will narrate stories that the media should plunge into, stories that they should report on, stories that should not make things worse by not reporting on it for year after year after year, like the restoration of the minimum wage for 30 million workers. Thank you very much.
Today's so-called trade agreements, as of course Ralph was ahead of the curve in figuring out, aren't really about trade anymore. Instead, they've become basically like a Trojan horse vehicle to deliver a whole additional corporate agenda, including a lot of stuff that could not get through the open process in Congress or state legislatures, would be flunked by our courts, wouldn't get through our regulatory agencies. And basically with the 1988 US-Canada Free Trade Agreement, Ralph was on to that. He wrote a book, one of many. By the time NAFTA was happening, public citizens started to pay attention to the fact that unlike our past trade agreements that were about tariffs and quotas, these agreements instead basically were an enforceable system of global governance, but written by, for, and of a very limited set of large commercial interests. The rules are literally created in a system that has 500 official corporate trade advisors to the US Trade Representative's office. And trade agreement texts are so secretive, they literally have started classifying them to make sure that you simply cannot get anything out through FOIA. So what we have now is basically a slow motion coup d'etat on both the practice of democracy, open, accountable policymaking on the record, but then the result is a lot of very retrograde non-trade policies, then attached to some very backward trade policies, and all that gets branded free trade agreement. So here's the thing. Sounds really rotten, right? Kind of thing that if you exposed it, you wouldn't get very far with it. So how the heck have we managed to get NAFTA, CAFTA, China PNTR, WTO, and now we have lurking, the biggest and worst of them all, the Trans-Pacific Partnership? A huge reason of how this has been possible is the press has not, the mainstream press, has not been willing to really cover this issue During NAFTA and WTO, there was coverage. It was really lopsided. There were some classic studies about how biased, not just on the editorial front, but also in the frame of the news coverage. But actually, since then, coverage has just fallen off altogether. Now, part of this is the consolidation of the news media. There were, when I started working on Fast Track in 1991, literally a trade reporter full-time with every, even B-tier outlet, to say nothing of all the national outlets. At this point, there really is, but for, say, the Wall Street Journal, a handful of publications, there is no one who does trade. There are some behind the paywall, very useful, very detailed technical trade for subscription publications, some of which are even handed, some of which basically are doing the trade coverage for the advertisers. And then there's just a lot of nothing. And certainly not the content that we would need to be an informed electorate. So how is it possible that we have trade agreements that have the crazy investor-state dispute settlement system? I mean, it sounds like a science fiction novel. And in fact, focus groups and polling show most Americans don't believe this is possible or true because there's been no exposure of it to speak of in the mainstream media. So here you have trade agreements that literally, formally prioritize corporate power over the government's ability to regulate in the public interest. You have individual corporations elevated to the same power and stature as a national government so that the individual investor can privately enforce a public treaty by suing a national government outside and around their courts in an international tribunal staffed by 3 private sector attorneys who rotate between suing governments for the corporations and being the judges. They bill by the hour, they don't have a salary, so they want the cases to go on forever. And even when the tribunal rules for the country, which doesn't happen very often, the country has to pay the costs. So there's a chilling effect in just bringing the cases, but the tribunals can raid the US Treasury, any country's treasury, for any amount they want, not just actual losses, by a policy, could be non-discriminatory, that a country puts in place they don't like, but also their future expected profits as if the policy had never happened. Incredibly scandalous. You can think of the stories like, well, right now, the XL pipeline folks, TransCanada, are demanding $15 billion using that tribunal system in NAFTA because President Obama made a political decision not to have the pipeline go forward. So if you think of stories like that simply are not exposed, what the trade agreements mean for importing unsafe food that's going to affect all of our families, the record of the trade agreements killing jobs, pushing down wages, we'd be having a very different debate about the TPP after its 7 years of secret negotiations if the mainstream media had really dug in. Now, thank God, Democracy Now! And a couple other progressive outlets have really taken on the subject, but their footprint isn't as big. And as a result, we've got a situation now where polling shows the vast majority of Americans simply do not know what TPP is, even though it would affect their everyday life in an incredibly dramatic way. And this largely is the failing of the mainstream media.
There isn't a parent who hasn't gone to the medicine cabinet to find something because their children is feeling poorly. And when Lisa Reckes, 7 years old at the time, was running a fever, her father went to the medicine cabinet, pulled out some children's Motrin, read the label, and decided that this was an appropriate way to help reduce her fever and sent her to bed. But she woke up and she was still not feeling well. In fact, she was starting to get some redness on her face. And so he gave her a little bit more children's Motrin. It was within the dosage recommended. And she went back to bed. But she woke up very violently sick with blisters at this time. He called up her pediatrician. Her pediatrician, also aware that the fever was something that needed to be treated, gave her more children's Motrin because it was not contraindicated by any warning that he had. So the result was that when further blisters appeared on her body, in fact, her body became covered entirely with blisters, they transferred her to the hospital. And the hospital, as a matter of course, gave her more children's Motrin. No one had recognized that it was the Motrin that was causing her further disease. But when she was transferred to a second hospital, they recognized this, and they ended up having to put her into an induced coma for 6 months. Blisters all over her body. Today she is underweight, blind in both eyes, and trying to live as close to a normal life as possible, but not a normal life by any means that we would recognize. So let's take a couple steps backwards. When Johnson & Johnson came out with children's Motrin, they came up with their recommended warnings. And these warnings had nothing about redness or blisters or any particular diseases. It was a petition by citizens that told the FDA that they're missing some of the warnings that they needed to do by scientists and other citizens. And when the FDA reviewed that, they said, well, we're not going to insist that you put the diseases on. The diseases won't be recognized by the average parent. They won't know what it means and they won't do anything because of that. But they did insist on redness and blisters. But all this happened after Lisa Reckes had taken the children's Motrin and got injured. And so as a result, neither she nor her physicians knew about this possible result of taking children's Motrin and did not stop in time. She brought a case in the Massachusetts courts against Johnson & Johnson to try to get compensation so that she could do as much as she could to get the medical treatment she needs and to lead the life that she needs to live with the assistance she needs. A jury in Massachusetts ruled in her favor and gave her a significant verdict. The Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court upheld that verdict. But Johnson & Johnson still wanted to avoid any responsibility here, as they have in other cases around the country involving children's Motrin. So they tried to take the case to the U.S. Supreme Court and asked for review of this decision. That's when I came into the case. I became their counsel before the U.S. Supreme Court. We argued that there was no clear evidence that anyone had prohibited Johnson & Johnson from putting on this warning about redness and blisters that now appears on this label. In fact, the FDA had ordered them to do precisely that, and that's all that Lisa Reckes had asked was Johnson & Johnson's failure, and that is what caused their liability. The Supreme Court luckily agreed with us, but the morning that the Supreme Court met in conference to decide what they were doing in the Reckes case, the Wall Street Journal ran an editorial headlined by these words: guilty for following the feds. They basically bought Johnson & Johnson's argument hook, line, and sinker, even though they could have checked the facts and known that that was not the case. And this is too common. This is too common that the corporate line about why they should avoid accountability for their mistakes, for their decisions not to warn people about the dangerousness of their drugs, not to warn people about all sorts of other products that can be dangerous when used as instructed, and seek some sort of get out of jail free card from the Supreme Court. And the media often buys this. They don't tell the stories of the Lisa Reckeses, and that's the stories that need to be told.
You know, people talk sometimes about empire, about that being the best description of what the role is that the U.S. plays in the world, and I think it's a pretty good description. But what it really means in the real world is war, permanent war. We have a permanent war economy, we have a permanent war military, we have a permanent war society. And it's a huge problem, partly because of all the moral issues about the job of the military, of course, is to kill people and break things. It's what any military does. But beyond that, it's also a problem because it fails. It fails to do the things that people like to claim that war is all about. So it doesn't bring freedom and democracy to poor, benighted people around the world. It doesn't stop poor, innocent civilians from being killed by terrorists. It doesn't stop terrorists like ISIS from claiming land. It's failing. Now, in the US, we have been at war with terrorism for 15 years, and terrorism is doing just fine. Terrorism is doing great. It's people that are not. Because you can't kill terrorism with a bomb. You can't bomb terrorism. You can bomb cities, you can bomb people, but you can't bomb terrorism out of existence. Sometimes you might get lucky. You might bomb a terrorist or even a gang of them. But that doesn't stop terrorism either. All it does is spread it around, bring it on to the new generation, make sure that it continues. So the question has to come back, what do we do? What do we do differently? And ironically, President Obama, who has led around a whole new war, the drone war is very much his signature foreign policy issue, much more than the victories of diplomacy over war in places like Cuba and the Iran nuclear deal, which are huge accomplishments. But aside from that, his drone war is still, I think, going to be his signature, the signature thing we remember in his legacy. And in that context, he's talking about there is no military solution. Well, okay, if there's no military solution, why are you escalating the drone war? Why are you sending soldiers back to Iraq? Why are you sending more special forces to Syria? When you know this doesn't work, why are you even considering sending forces to Libya? Look at what it did the last time around. Weapons that appeared all over the continent, all over Africa, all over the Middle East. The crisis in Mali was all driven by the crisis in Mali was all driven by Libyan weapons. The crisis in Yemen that was started and is continued by our great ally, the Saudis. We're also seeing weapons there. It's a disaster. Using war against terrorism doesn't work. And when that's the nature of your empire, that plus military bases, we have a whole empire of bases around the world, more than 1,000 of them. The military says, we want to get rid of 1/3 of them, and Congress says, no, we don't think so. It's a crazy situation. And it's driven partly by the media. It's driven by the fact that we have what we used to call CNN moments. Sometimes maybe now we should call them Twitter moments, the Twitter factor. But what happens when there's a particularly egregious attack, a huge human rights crisis somewhere, and for all the right reasons, people across the United States start saying, we've got to do something. Please do something. The problem is usually that something is defined as a military something, and it more often than not makes everything worse. So the media at that point starts cheerleading, not for just responding, we should do something, but responding militarily. We saw it around Libya when there was a debate, a very public debate, in fact, in the United States about whether or not to engage militarily in Libya. So one side was, and in fact, President Obama was on this side, was saying a military engagement is going to make everything worse. On the other side, you had the cabal of Hillary Clinton, Samantha Power, and Susan Rice in the State Department who were cheerleading for a war. She was supposed to be the world's leading diplomat, and instead she's calling for what was supposed to be a, quote, no-fly zone, but of course immediately morphed into a full-scale war, a full-scale regime change war. Everything got worse. And in that kind of a context, the media was in there cheerleading for war and saying, clearly there's going to be a genocide right away, immediately. It was both imminent and inevitable. Well, it turned out that it wasn't either imminent or inevitable. The first attacks by the US-NATO alliance, it was French warplanes attacking tanks of the Gaddafi regime. It hit those tanks out in the desert outside of Benghazi because they had been driven out by local people. But it was never pulled back from the press. Nobody ever came back and said, actually, you know, maybe we were wrong about this. Maybe it wasn't either inevitable or urgent and immediate. But what we have is a media that follows the blood. As long as it's not American blood, they'll follow that too, but nobody's talking about large-scale American casualties. That's kind of a rule these days. You have to change the color of the corpses. It was the great lesson Nixon learned in Vietnam. That's what Vietnamization was all about. Change the color of the corpses, and you cover it differently. You cover it differently when it's other people that are dying. So we don't hear a daily body count of the drone war, of the special forces wars that are being waged in Syria, in Iraq, the US-backed Saudi war in Yemen. We don't hear a daily body count there. The media doesn't cover the lives that are being destroyed by those wars. The women, the children, the old people that are having their lives destroyed, the houses that are being destroyed. We heard the media cheer when the US-backed forces took back Ramadi from ISIS. Well, that's a good thing. Nobody wants to have people living under the cruel realities of ISIS. But what they didn't say very much was that there was also the destruction of the city. Ramadi is essentially no more. So those 350,000 people don't get to go back to their homes because their homes were demolished not by ISIS, but by US bombs. And the media doesn't cover that. We need something different. We need an independent media. We need a media that doesn't embed with US troops, but embeds with people on the ground who are the subject of US policies. We've got to change those policies, and we need a media that makes clear what those policies have done. It's been the policies of empire. We need something different.
The National Family Farm Coalition represents family farmers, fishers, and ranchers who care deeply about the land, care about their ability for themselves, their families, people in their community to make a decent living. And since the coalition's creation in the late 80s, we've been fighting to try and change federal policies so that farmers themselves, ranchers, fishers, can get paid a fair price for what they produce and be in a situation that they're able to stay on the farm, pass on the farm, and really make a living. We're up against corporate control, we're up against corporate influence from the kind of contracts that growers face, the kind of land purchases that are being fueled by major investments, but also the corporate media that really distorts what's actually happening for family farmers. It distorts it both in the way that it describes the difference between who's being impacted by farms. There's a kind of merging of the issues. People often look to Farm Bureau and the commodity groups and describe them as representing farmers, when in fact, family farmers on the land care deeply about what they're doing in this country. Our farmer members care deeply about what's happening to farmers and peasants globally. And it's been through that work over the last 25 years that we've been heavily invested and involved in the fight for fair trade. Fair trade, whether it's in this country or globally. And in that work over the last 20 to 30 years, we've seen a shift in how media looks at some of those issues. Some of that work has been with Public Citizen, with labor, with environmental groups, being really clear that here in the US, everyone isn't just supporting a free trade agenda that's based on exports and dumping and exporting really failed policy here in the US. Part of what's really important, and it's happening right now in the US, is a sense that trade policy itself is supported here in this country, when in fact, we know very clearly that there's a lot of disagreement and there's a lot of critique. And that's part of what we've done to help lift up what many of those issues are. It's been a major issue when we've discussed biotechnology, when there's a sense that farmers want to feed the world. Well, the farmers we work with want to feed their communities, want to feed their families, want to have safe food, and don't necessarily want to be producing at an excessive level and exploiting both the land that they live on, the land that that is in their community, but also the workers throughout the whole food system. When we think about what kind of media there's been certainly a lot of documentaries, there's been Food Inc., there's been Fresh, there's been profiles of many of our farmer members, but on the day-to-day press, it really is very hard to get these messages across. What we're dealing with just now, right, as Congress is hopefully going to be acting on some issues this last couple weeks, is an issue that last year, just about a year ago, John Oliver did a piece about chicken and about corporate influence in unfair contracts. And that one show had more of an impact for members of Congress starting to care and understand that the public was looking in at what they were doing. They used footage from the ag appropriations that had Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur and Shelley Pingree. It aired nationally and on the internet and all the ways that those kind of shows air. And we had a briefing that we had 60 or 70 congressional offices appear. A year before, we had 7 or 8, and the speakers were the same. So the fact is we have an opportunity to make sure that people understand more about what's happening to family farmers, to fishers, and that there's an issue of fairness and an issue that really deals with exposing the corporate influence around food and around farmers and around fishers. And part of that, in our view, means a connection and an understanding that people deserve to be paid fairly. They deserve to be paid similar to a living wage, one that really reflects the input costs of what they're producing. So within the National Family Farm Coalition, Our member groups across the country have continued to fight these fights at a state level. There's been efforts to expose the excessive control, both of the media and of the commodity groups and of people who advertise on these issues, in many cases against the interests of family farmers. And those are the issues that we care about and that we come together and fight for. Our organization itself is a coalition. We're part of other coalitions, and these are issues that are deep at the heart of who controls our food supply. We've been using the term food sovereignty over the last couple years. It's a global term that means a lot about control, who owns the land, who makes the decisions, who really will impact who farms and fishes in the future. So I thank you for the opportunity to share our voice in this conversation, and the voices of farmers and fishers are the voices that we work to elevate in the national and international debate. Thank you.
Well, this won't be the most high-tech video you'll see today, but that's all right. I'm Janine Jackson from FAIR, the Media Watch Group. News media aren't about fancy technology. They're about getting the information we need individually and as a society to make decisions, some pretty difficult decisions about the way we want to live and how to get from here to there. And while there's much excellent journalism out there, there's much to concern us about the media system that we currently have. There's its corporate commercial nature that pressures reporters to protect the interest of owners and sponsors, and the sort of pretense of neutrality that leads many reporters to insist unhelpfully that they represent no point of view at all. But most pernicious for me is corporate media's top-down bias. And that means not just all the celebratory coverage we see of wealthy people, no matter how they got that way, or the near invisibility of the poor, even in stories about their lives and motivations. It's also the difficulty that anti-racist or peace or labor groups have in getting to set the narrative in media stories rather than just reacting. And it's really the failure to do what we most need journalism to do, which is to seriously challenge powerful state and corporate actors on our behalf, to honestly engage the enormous wrongs that those powerful actors have done and are doing. And with that, it's a failure to challenge or provide a platform for those who would challenge the worldview that insists that the current power relationships are natural. How many times have you seen a story about a fatal fire in a sweatshop that is maybe a hard-hitting story, empathetic to the workers, describes their conditions and maybe even the high profit margin that the people whose clothes they make take away. But then at the end of the story, you'll see something like representatives from clothing company X decline to comment. Forget dialogue or debate, powerful people often get away without even answering any questions in the media. The BP Deepwater Horizon explosion killed 11 people, spilled untold amounts of oil in the Gulf of Mexico. And in the ruling, the judge said that it wasn't really a one-off accident. It was an indictment of the industry's headlong pursuit of profit and government's inability or refusal to check it. In other words, business as usual will lead to more disasters. Did news media cover that? Yes, they did. Just like they will cover the next oil spill and the one after that. And just like they will cover the next act of police brutality or the next war. But to take these things seriously would mean facilitating a public conversation aimed at preventing them. That conversation would mean challenging the decline to comment class. Media outlets would lose advertising dollars and the political support that the industry relies on. So to have the conversation we need new kinds of structures. And we're getting those structures, we're building them, we're building those spaces. We have people ready to move forward with that humanistic, forward-looking conversation that we need to have and that people are hungry for on energy policy or on anything else. And in fact, every issue that corporate media present as an intractable problem, they could be covering as a solution. We could be hearing stories every day about people who are reducing homelessness by building housing, who are fueling cities on alternative energy, running successful businesses as worker cooperatives, using alternatives to school discipline and to incarceration that work, and growing the civil society remedies that could help us prevent what we're told is unavoidable, endless war. Everywhere, people are doing things that corporate media tell us are impossible. So would centering those stories and those voices make journalists advocates? Yes, advocates for humanity. It's really too late for anything else.
Hi, my name is Rena Steinzer, and I teach law at the University of Maryland in Baltimore. I've spent 40 years dealing with issues of regulatory efforts to protect public health, worker and consumer safety, and the environment, both inside the Beltway and in Maryland. As a public interest activist with very limited resources, I have always believed that the media must be our top priority. That conviction has been underscored by my realization that we suffer right now from an underfunded, overly timid, and really failing in many areas government agencies. So the Food and Drug Administration, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, even the EPA, which is the most ferocious of them all, are struggling against a tide of deregulatory attacks by big business. I decided, after watching this for such a long time and in so much detail, that I would start to advocate the actual indictment of corporate executives who cause these kinds of grievous harms. And I wrote a book, Why Not Jail? Industrial Catastrophes, Corporate Malfeasance, and Government Inaction. And it's drawing from that book that I'm going to make a suggestion about how best to deal with the whole issue of media and reforming and attracting, mostly attracting media. Donald Trump, for all the other things that he has done, has reminded us that free media is very powerful. He has spent relatively little money. He's also paid a price. He's gotten a lot of free media attention by saying outrageous things. And the trick for us is to make sure that we don't go to the crazy side, but do manage to be very exciting and interesting and tell a story, and most important of all, connect the dots. Why is it that an agency has failed to protect the public health? What are the implications? And why are other institutions having difficulty in dealing with these urgent problems? So I'm going to use as an example the New England Compounding Center. You may remember that back in 2012, steroid injections were shipped from a small compounding pharmacy in Massachusetts, and they were contaminated with fungal meningitis, largely because the so-called clean room where they were manufactured was so poorly operated that they turned off the air conditioning at night, so fungal matter was growing everywhere, and they were so busy putting together vials of drugs that they never addressed the problem, even though they were warned several times. In the end, 64 people died and 751 people became ill. Many of those people have meningitis in such a serious form they are still sick and are debilitated completely. Now, if somebody had walked into a public place and killed 64 people with guns, we would still be talking about it. But this story has dropped beneath the waves of public attention. It has been covered to a certain extent by the Boston Globe, but follow-up has been very weak, even though the following things have happened. First of all, the employees at this place, the 2 chief pharmacists, were indicted for second-degree murder by the federal government. They still have not gone to trial 4 years later. Why is that? What's going on with that trial? Secondly, Congress passed a law that allows compounding pharmacies to volunteer to be regulated. If they don't want to be regulated, they don't have to be regulated. The result has been very scant registration, some improvement in state oversight of these pharmacies, but still serious problems in their operation. And I would predict we're actually cruising for a bruising, waiting for the next outbreak to happen. How this all came about, what it means for the American public, why it's a story of influence inside the Beltway with the compounding pharmacies lobbying Congress and shrieking their way to a lax regulatory regime is a very exciting, interesting story. And there still are outlets that would do that. We have far fewer investigative reporters, especially for regional and local papers. But we do have foundation-funded organizations like ProPublica and the Center for Public Integrity. We have big papers like the New York Times and the Washington Post, NPR, the PBS NewsHour, and we have some very striking regional examples, the Houston Chronicle on chemical plant safety, and the Charleston Gazette in West Virginia, which recently covered the trial of Don Blankenship, also indicted and convicted, and hopefully soon on his way to jail for causing rampant violations of safety requirements that led to the collapse of a mine, killing 29 miners. So the upshot is, I think, that before we start doing the inside the Beltway game and talking technical details with friendly congressional staff who have an ever harder time getting things done, we really need to think about telling stories to the media in a way that will convince them to tell those stories to the American public. I'd be happy to talk to anyone who's interested, especially the criminal aspects of this, and I appreciate your time and attention. Thanks.
So if you watched the Democratic debate, you would think that the minimum wage has always been a huge issue and Democrats have always been fighting for a high minimum wage. But that wasn't always the case. In 2012, 4 years ago, when Time for a Raise started as an organization to secure a respectable minimum wage for 30 million American workers who make less than $10 an hour, it wasn't that way. Hardly any Democrat was talking about the issue. If they were fighting for a tepid $1 or $2 an hour increase, and Republicans were way off the deep end saying we should repeal the minimum wage altogether. And some groups decided to fight for more. That's how it started to change. Time for a Raise with Representative Jesse Jackson Jr. put forth a $10 an hour minimum wage bill in Congress in 2012. And in November of that year, hundreds of fast food workers walked off the job to fight for what would eventually become the fight for $15 an hour. And when this happened, when these first rumbles of the people started occurring, it was in spite of the press, not with the help of the press. You know, when the New York Times first covered Jesse Jackson Jr.'s fight, they only interviewed one worker who was making double minimum wage and said, you know, he didn't want higher wages. They were interviewing economists that were not saying that the majority of economic studies have shown that there's zero effect on moderate increases in the minimum wage. They were quoting business interest economists that were saying it was going to hurt jobs. And they were saying this was a pie-in-the-sky pipe dream that wouldn't work because a Republican Congress was in power. And the fast food workers were considered way out there fighting for $15 an hour, a pie-in-the-sky pipe dream. But slowly over time, the people didn't listen to the media, and we kept pushing. At Time for a Raise, we started needling specific congressmen to hold them to account for them saying they were for raising the minimum wage before and were not for it now, despite the fact that inflation was pushing the value of the minimum wage down. But we weren't getting any help from the major newspapers to help get into the weeds of pressuring specific congressmen. And when local newspapers are dying, you can hardly get this coverage of specific congresspeople in their own districts to help inspire the people to hold their congresspersons to account. And you can see an example of this on a national scale when finally President Obama came around for a $9 minimum wage. He included it in his State of the Union. And when newspapers covered it, for example, the New York Times, they said it was divisive. But at the time, the polling on a $9 minimum wage was way out of the park. You know, a majority of conservatives, a majority of Republicans, and a huge majority of all Americans were for a $9 minimum wage, and many were for way more. So why did the media call it a divisive proposal? It's because they weren't referring to it being divisive among the people. They were referring to it being divisive among the powerful. And when you only interview the powerful, you start seeing and framing issues in the eyes of the powerful. So for example, Fair and Accuracy in Reporting did a study of the major newspapers and news programs after that State of the Union. And there were 80 or so sources that were consulted on those news pieces. And business interests outnumbered worker interests 5-to-1 in the sources that were interviewed. So as soon as a minimum wage increase happened, oh, let's talk to businesses about how it will affect them. Not, let's talk to the 30 million workers who are scraping by to see how excited they were that finally something in the government was fighting for them. And this changes the debate. And you can see this as super important with regard to the election. So for example, when we first proposed that bill in 2012 and 2013, $10 an hour, eventually $10.50, Hillary Clinton was silent. When the fight for 15 was happening, Hillary Clinton was silent. When we wrote Hillary Clinton a letter saying, you have all these connections to Walmart. You were the first female board member of Walmart. Alice Walton has donated thousands of dollars to your campaign. You've hosted the CEO at your house. Couldn't you help end Walmart's poverty wage regime, which disproportionately affects poor women? Hillary Clinton was silent. And when the Democratic primary campaign happened, it wasn't the press that was holding her to account, as they should, about not standing and fighting for workers. It had to be a candidate himself that did that. But he shouldn't have had to do that. It should have been the press that was asking her these hard questions. And so it's really important that the media represents the voices of the people, because what the media represents is what we start to value and respect in society. If the media says the economy is all about innovators in Silicon Valley and not about the workers that are the foundation of the institutions that make America work, you start respecting innovation over high wages and benefits and saying, oh, who cares what the workers think? Let's just do what the entrepreneurs think. If you start listening to business leaders instead of labor leaders when you have questions about the future of economic policy, you start thinking that that's all that matters, and if you are just an allegedly good businessman, then that means that you could run the country, and we can see what happens when that happens. And so, in conclusion, you know, as we look towards a new century of how we're going to fight economic inequality, how we're going to earn worker respect, how we're going to build some labor victories in the service economy like we did in the factory economy 100 years ago. It's very important that the media plays a role. The media should be the voice of the many and not the few.
I've been studying Russia and American-Russian relations for 40 years now. And today I bring you very, very bad news. We are again in a Cold War with Russia. Still worse, a Cold War that is becoming more dangerous than was the preceding 40-year Cold War. Part of the reason is, of course, that the new Cold War has its political epicenter right on Russia's borders, from Ukraine to the Baltic states. But there's another reason, and that's because in this Cold War, unlike the preceding one, there is absolutely no anti-Cold War, pro-détente opposition in our own country, in the United States. A primary reason for this are the American mainstream media. Now, we can mean different things by the mainstream establishment media, but I have in mind the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal. I have in mind their internet would-be counterparts like Politico, and I certainly mean also the television broadcast ranging from PBS and MSNBC to Fox News. These media for more than 3 years have adhered to a very, very rigid orthodox narrative that asserts that Russia alone, and particularly the surreally demonized Vladimir Putin, are solely responsible for the new Cold War, and that Washington policy, past or current, has and does play no role whatsoever. How have they maintained this orthodox narrative? Well, they violated traditional journalistic practices. Their malpractices, past and current, include the following. Their news stories blur the traditional line between reporting and news analysis. A major news story about Russia or American-Russian relations today is shaped by what can only be called a kind of internal op-ed piece, an editorial position. That's a fundamental violation of traditional journalistic practices. They, and you will have noticed this, systematically have excluded for years from their influential op-ed pages, their opinion pages, alternative analyses and opinions about the nature and origins of the new Cold War. If the old American adage, there are two sides to every story, is valid, the other side of the story, which is that Washington itself bears considerable, equal, arguably more responsibility for the new Cold War, is deleted, is simply deleted, even blacklisted. It doesn't appear on the op-ed pages. And when it comes to Putin's Russia, they seem to have given up fact-checking altogether. And let me give you 3 examples that you will remember, and they're important because they shaped, they deepened, they broadened the new Cold War. In February 2014, you will remember, snipers killed some 100 protesters and policemen on the streets of Kiev. From the beginning, we were told that those snipers came from the elected president, Yanukovych, and it led to, the sniper killings did, his overthrow. The newspapers, ours, continue to repeat that story, that they were Yanukovych's own snipers. But now, independent investigators have concluded, I think, 99%, that in fact the snipers were not from the incumbent government, but from ultranationalist, some people say neo-fascist, groups that were part of the Maidan protest. If that were reported in the American press, of course, the US-backed Kiev government, which came to power as a result of those killings, would have even less legitimacy. In July 2014, and this you will surely remember, a Malaysian jetline with almost 300 people aboard was shot down over eastern Ukraine, killing everybody aboard. From the beginning, it was blamed by our media on either pro-Russian rebels in eastern Ukraine or possibly by a Russian military unit itself. And that continues to be the narrative. It's repeated in the papers even today. However, and this is exceedingly important, the official Dutch investigation of the shootdown, an investigation supported by the United States, found that the investigation, could not determine who shot down the plane. So when the Times or the Post or the Journal reports that the rebels or the Russians did it, they have no factual basis for that whatsoever, though I am sure someone in the Obama administration does know who shot it down, but we haven't released our satellite intercepts. So that's reason for suspicion alone. And today, to end, there's a massive American NATO military buildup on Russia's borders, or very near, on land, on the sea, in air. It's extremely provocative. And nothing like this has appeared on Russia's borders since the German invasion in June 1941. So why are we doing it? Well, we're told by our media, excuse me, and by our government, that it's because Putin is planning to attack the Baltic states and possibly even Poland. There is not, I assure you, a shred of evidence or even logic for this allegation. And yet we press on, possibly toward hot war with Russia. So let me end with a memory, and some of you may be old enough to remember it. Decades ago, the American humorist Will Rogers quipped, and let me quote him, "Russia is a country that no matter what you say about it, it's true." Alas, Will Rogers' quip decades ago is no longer funny today. These media malpractices are exceedingly dangerous. There is talk of nuclear war, of mobilizing nuclear weapons. So this media malpractice pattern, this narrative, is dangerous to all of us, to the world, and at a minimum, it's exceedingly dangerous to your own progressive agenda.
Fine print contracts. We all sign them, or we all click on. There are trillions of dollars every year of consumer transactions. Sellers sell, buyers buy. They go through these fine print contracts that almost nobody ever reads. Sometimes they're page after page. Your credit card contract, your hospital service contract, your car installment loan contract, your landlord-tenant contract, contracts that deal with everything that you engage in the supermarket of the market economy. And guess what? These contracts are all one-sided, tremendously one-sided. Almost every paragraph says, you're the one responsible, the buyer, not the seller. You're required to waive liability in case you want to sue, or you waive trial by jury, or even worse, you're expected to agree to compulsory arbitration. Or they can change the contract unilaterally at will, the way airline companies do in terms of frequent flyers. You're presumed to have agreed to all this, and the courts have bought that absurd legal fiction. Even law professors don't read these agreements. And why are they important? Because what they do is they disadvantage you in a non-competitive market. American Express, Visa, MasterCard, they don't compete on these fine print contracts. GM, Ford, Toyota, they don't compete on their fine print contracts. Hospital Corporation of America, insurance companies, they don't compete on fine print contracts. So you're dealing with an ultimatum. You can't cross the street to a competitor and get a better deal. Now, why doesn't the media cover all this? It is significant. It affects everybody. There are hundreds of billions of dollars down the drain as a result. People's rights are stifled. Well, first it starts in law school. They only spend about a day out of the contract course on fine print contracts. Why? Because there's no money in it. When the law students graduate, they want to represent big business against big business, suppliers. They want to represent distributors. They want to represent labor unions, government contracts. That's where the money is. And so they don't come out as educators of their clients or of consumers because, of course, they sign on the bottom line too. The second problem is the consumer groups have never been able to figure out how to make this clear, exciting, and compressible to the media. Now, the late Peter Jennings, who was the anchor of ABC Evening News, did, over 10 years ago, show how it could be interesting. He had a 5-part series one week on contracts of adhesion, as the lawyers call them, or standard form contracts. But the other media didn't pick up on that. And so what we have to do is show people in the media that A, it's important, that shouldn't be too hard. B, that we really protest, which means as consumers or as civic leaders, we got to raise the expectation level. Because we all grow up contract, corporate, fine print, sign on the dotted line. We grow up expecting to be contract peons, we don't use those words, or to enter contract incarceration. So we got to raise the expectation level. Isn't that the beginning of all movements for civil rights, civil liberties, environment, you name it. We got to raise the expectation level. And then we got to go to the reporters, and we got to go to the consumer columnists, and go to the TV and radio people and say, look, don't you sign those same contracts too? And they'll say, of course. And then they'll give you some complaint and how maybe they thought they might go to small claims court or something. And then they tell you the reason why the press is excluding this massive subject, apart from their advertisers, is that the press has these same contracts. They have contracts like that with their employees. They have contracts like that with people who buy their products. And all the advertisers have these kinds of contracts. So they're not going to bite the hand that feeds them. And so over the period of almost 80 years, the incarceration of the consumer has gotten worse and worse. We've lost our freedom of contract, one of the two pillars of American private law that we're supposed to be able to invoke and have a meeting of minds between vendor and purchaser. Have you ever met the mind of Walmart or of Aetna? Have you ever met the mind of General Motors? Hardly, not in the fine print contracts. We got to make it exciting, understandable, and change the whole nature of negotiation and bargaining in the American economy. So there is a level playing field. And we need model consumer contracts in plain English that get rid of these restrictive phrases and these suppressions of our legal rights and remedies. Well, this concludes a day focused on breaking through the mass media. One person couldn't make it today, a prominent leader in the first American nation's world, Winona LaDuke, who's my vice president running mate years ago. And I'm sure one observation she might make is that far more attention by the Washington press, by orders of magnitude, have been given to the Washington Redskins name controversy than has been given to all the terrible injustices and depriving conditions on First Native reservations all over the country. And just last week, there was a poll of Native Americans all over the country by the Washington Post, and 9 out of 10 of them said that they weren't bothered at all about the name Redskins. They had other far more serious problems on their mind. And the Washington Post devoted over 4 full pages in the A section to that issue. And Robert McCartney, a recently retired Post columnist, said that he had written 10 columns on this issue and that he was no longer going to continue fighting to eliminate the name because of the poll that the Washington Post conducted of people in the reservations around the country. Well, you see, that's what happens when you don't cover the horrible poverty, the horrible pollution, all the problems and discrimination affecting a couple million First Native Americans all over the country. That's an issue of imbalance, and very, very poor judgment. So I leave the mass media with one major question. In your finest moments, when you covered what was not covered and what was terribly important to the health, safety, economic, and spiritual rights of the American people, and your coverage changed things. And when you covered the auto safety controversy in the 1960s, without that coverage, and without standing up to your advertisers in the auto industry, the Motor Vehicle and Highway Safety Act would never have passed, and over 3.5 million lives and many more injuries would not have been saved, because that was one of your finest moments. And if you can look back on your finest moments and see what your media skills produced in terms of a better society, why don't you continue it? Why are you racing to the bottom? Why don't you provide a legacy based on your past finest moments? The answers to those questions by the mass media are many, and we're waiting for them. Thank you.
Follow me down, me down by Mr. Tom. My mama told